Ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching at home from around the world. For the final time this year, welcome back to a cold and brittle Stockholm, Sweden. Just two teams remain. On the one hand, the French powerhouses of Vitality, stacked with both old and new talent. On the other hand, NIP with a revitalized Nordic lineup, albeit down their star AWPer. Who will become champions and gain a lucrative head start for Intel Grand Slam 4? Let's find out. This is the IM Winter 2021 Grand Final.
And there you have it, straight from Paula's mouth. It is Championship Sunday, the second to last Championship Sunday of 2021, coinciding with the second Sunday of December. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, whatever it is that you find yourself celebrating. IM Winter 2021 coming to a close, and this has just one more match. Best of 5, I'm looking at Yanko, and I'm looking at our resident bag of spicy Doritos, Moses.
Where did that even come from?
Think about it. Get back to me.
That's not bad. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay, so cool. We got a grand final in our hands today, Yanko. How'd you feel when you woke up thinking about that?
I was feeling great, Trace. It's the final tournament of the circuit for the ESL Pro Tour, really, for this year, and we're going to end it off with a bang.
Sun was shining today, which it hasn't been previously. Yeah, it was out. It was out and having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm pumped for this. I'm really excited to see how this year is going to close out. Obviously, I think one of the fun things is Vitality. All these teams coming down this year that we know are going to be making changes going into next year, and this is like the last hurrah. So it's cool to see a team like Vitality get a chance to do have one last trophy before it really ends.
So speaking of things in common, Jason, Astralis, Liquid, Navi, what do they have in common?
They've all won a Grand Slam.
Holy smokes, he's done it, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Jason.
why I'm the spicy Dorito of the day.
I'm back.
Triangular in shape. Moses O'Toole, of course, listing off our Intel Grand Slam winners. We are going to be starting that Intel Grand Slam 4 right here, right now. And that means one of these teams is getting a notch towards that, G2 or Vitality. Kind of cool stuff, huh, Yanko?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, that's one of the pinnacles really that you can do in today's Counter-Strike outside of winning a major, winning the Intel Grand Slam. The point of it is being that a team that does it really establishes that they've had an era, because you need to win multiple tournaments. One of them, most of the time, has to be Katowice or Cologne, which are one of the big ones we have in the scene. And yeah, only 3 teams have done it so far.
Yeah, I think that was the big change after Liquid just speed ran the Grand Slam. So yeah, I think that change is just kind of pretty much secures the fact that no one's ever going to break Team Liquid's record in terms of the pacing. And Navi actually got theirs this year after their victory at Pro League. And they get some gold bars as well.
Yeah, they do. And it just doesn't seem like it was that far long ago, but it kind of was, I guess, in the theory of things. Almost as far along as us picking our winners for this event.
Oh.
Now, Jason, I know that we had a better-looking version of Vanna White up here before, but we brought you on here to take place at Kassad so that you can now deliver our 1xBet predictions. Jason, please open the box and pass an envelope, or open it for yourself.
Okay, we'll pass an envelope. I'm going to pick from the middle, Trace.
Of course you are.
Oh.
Oh, Paula.
Right out of the gates.
Out of the gate, ladies and gentlemen, Paula Gilroyson has selected Vitality. Let's
nice. Okay, well, yeah, we'll speed run this.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, okay. So Y&K, anything you want to say before we open this?
No.
Okay.
Good talk.
Also, Vitality selection there from Y&K. You want to keep this one for Christmas?
Yeah, man, this is awesome. Like, it has my name on it. It's great.
No problem. Sponge.
I'm gonna, frame this.
Ooh, Sponge went for VP.
You got to admire that
Didn't
pick.
pan out, but it was there.
He swung for the fences a bit. He went for a dark horse pick.
That he did. Okay, Kassad, no longer with us because...
Dead now, of course.
He went, well, he just went home. But I suppose that's possible as well. Kassad had selected Gambit. Didn't really pan out for him either. Unfortunate turn of events for them, as well as Kassad, who may never see his watch again. Who knows? Lil Mo, right here, also selecting Vitality.
Nice.
Yeah, you see, great minds think alike.
Still in the running.
Do, don't they?
That's beautiful.
And with Alex Richardson's selection of the 2021 non-draft, Astralis.
Yikes.
Now, I get it.
Optimistic.
That's fair too.
It.
Listen, I think we all had Astralis doing better in this event. Maybe not winning it, but better.
He forgot they weren't playing in front of a Danish crowd.
Oh, that's got a little bit of a zinger to it. Speaking of zingers, who the hell even is this? Hugo. That guy, Hugo. He goes for Vitality. Imagine that. Okay, so Vitality, pretty popular around these parts. Harry Russell, what do you think he picked, Yanko?
Fnatic.
Okay. No, he went God Godsent. Now that's Harry Russell's selection right there. If you just look, it says Harry. He did select Godsent.
That's one way to bow out of the contest before it even really begins. Yeah.
And of course, with the final and most accurate pick, my own, what do you know?
Who did you have?
Vitality.
Oh, we have a full Vitality dust today.
Wow.
Nicely done.
How about that?
How about that? Yeah, so that was our 1xBet predictions. We all actually filled that in before we started. Don't even think that was the answer I gave, but hell, it makes sense now, doesn't it, Yanko?
Yeah, it all comes together now, Trace, in the end, just like it.
I swear every time we do this segment at every single event, Trace somehow always has
A team that's in the final.
a team that's in the final. It
God,
just always
is
works
weird.
out that way.
It's weird how that works
strange,
out.
yeah.
It's also strange just how much emphasis and poise that Masuda was playing with yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he had a banger of a game. I mean, especially on that first map, Mirage on the CT side, just multi-kills after multi-kills, really bringing his team back, like dragging the team over the finish line. It was impressive, the level which he displayed yesterday.
Yeah, and they'll need more of that. I mean, that kind of series from Masuda may be going down as like one of the best he's had in this lineup across both maps in the series. We've seen him hit those spikes on individual maps, but to put a complete series together the way he did, and it coincides perfectly with kind of the interview he gave where he just said, I want to do more for this team. I want to be a bigger player in this team. I want to be a bigger factor for this team, and this is one way to start having your teammates build that confidence in you that you're ready for the responsibility, is just to be spanking people in the semifinals.
How about that?
People in the semifinals. Yeah, he said he wanted to be more than a pillar. We nicknamed him the column.
Yeah, maybe an aqueduct, maybe an arch. Who knows?
The Parthenon? Wait, Parthenon? Whatever. Jason, you've been there, haven't you?
I have been there.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place.
Does it look anything like...
Got some great sandals.
It looks nothing like... Yeah, I did get good sandals. You guys made fun of those sandals.
You still got those Jesus
I
Creepers
still got
now, don't
those.
you? Yeah, hell yeah. Jason has the hot sandal.
The guy's a poet and a sandal maker, and he made sandals for the Beatles back in like the 60s. So I was like, yeah, I'm getting some of those sandals. I got the John Lennon version.
You really fell for that.
This guy, he's typed to buy the t-shirts at the dare.
Dude, I did some research. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
As you would.
Let's worry about the next thing we've got coming up, which is our Epic GG Rush.
Ooh.
Now, you guys, I asked you to select players from Epic GG cards.
You didn't ask me anything.
I
Someone
know,
else.
but that's kind of what I guess it kind of feeds into the whole thing here.
Just reading off the script here.
Yes, thank you.
Down.
Jesus, it's already hard enough to read the teleprompter
only know how
and
to
follow
go
all the
off
readings.
script.
Jason, what's up with this team? Talk to me about your picks.
Well, I think it should be pretty obvious. Obviously, Nico has an incredible run. Hunter there as well was doing fantastic for G2 throughout this event. Zywoo's a no-brainer. And then for me, I mean, Device, obviously, before he dropped out, was having a good event. Rez right next to him was performing very, very well. So a little bit of a duos from each of the two good teams there.
Yeah, and
G2 and NiP.
I don't necessarily think that, well, Yanko's lineup would probably look much different, but if I had to guess, probably a couple hot swaps in there, right?
Well, just one, really. Of course, Nico and Hunter are both going to be
Gotta
there
be, yeah.
as well. With the absence of Simple, Zywoo has to be there. But I didn't go for Rez. I don't trust that guy at all. I went for my boy Apex, right? He's been stepping
Yeah,
it up
because he's the
lately,
trustworthy
right?
one.
Well, he's the in-game leader, of the team. You need to have those, Jason. You need to have those.
You gotta have those. So,
I don't think in-game leading. I don't think that X factor marks into the equation here.
Jason, you were a commentator once.
I was.
Take it away.
Yeah. Well,
It's overpass.
Look at this push up towards long. This is an aggressive play. This is Yanko's team.
That's how we roll.
This is in-game leader Apex calling crazy ass long pushes. Nico and Device gonna clear things out. It's
Look at
gonna
that
be
flash play.
It's a deagle. He's actually a half buy for Yanko's team. Where'd that
Doesn't
come
matter. We like those.
in? Nah, Zywoo and Hunter are gonna shut this down. Here's your boy Apex. He's gonna get nothing done, and boom, easy win.
Wow, a little victory for little Moses.
It does help.
We'll take that. Look at that smile.
So let's do an exit interview. Yanko, how do you feel your team performed today?
Well, it obviously sucks to lose. We were happy of making the grand final, but once you're there, you're like so close to it. But we'll learn things from this. I'm proud of how the guys performed under pressure, and if we didn't have a stand-in or if we weren't a dead team, I'm sure we would have done one.
Fair enough.
Can I sign the lens now?
No, that's for the winners. Jason will get to that
All right,
afterwards.
thank you
But
very
I need to tell you about our friends over at what seems to be G4 TV's Aftermath, featuring a name that you guys might recognize. He goes by the name of Maui Snake. You've probably heard of him, right, Jason?
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice guy. Golden
Boy
Boy's
is
there as well. He's
Golden Boy, Evil Cat, Frosk. They're going to be doing an extended breakdown of IEM Winter. That's after the fact. So we're looking at twitch.tv/G4TV, and that'll be sort of like a post show. I don't know if it's technically called that, but that's what it'll be basically. Yanko.
All right.
Cool.
Awesome.
We'll see
Tune
you
in, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to just getting this damn game started. One best of 5 to crown a winner here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to be doing it when we come back from this break.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Debutantes, underdogs, rookies. In 2014, there were many ways you could describe Cloud9. However, that could only apply to the organization itself, as their CSGO roster they acquired from Complexity just 2 weeks before Cologne was far from inexperienced. And that experience manifested itself in the most crucial moments, with the one of them being a battle against Dignitas. Thanks to Dupree, an even duel on Mirage could soon end with Cloud9's defeat.
Team Dignitas, they've got the smokes down to cut Cloud9 off, and in fact, they're going for huge plays! Dupree!
But with someone like Hiko on the defense, even the best entries might just not be enough.
That bomb plant's already been happening for quite a while here, so Hiko and Sean, that's a good kill from Hiko, but they realize Dupree's still in there. So Hiko comes in with another kill, and back to a 2-on-2. That bomb's so far ticked, they gotta move quick right now. They're going for it. The defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me? He's gonna go for it, they win the round. Hiko picks up a triple, and Cloud9 win it. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, Intel Extreme Masters Winter, we're rocking, we're rolling our machine, and this is Sponge for the last ride of IEM Winter and the IEM circuit for this season, for this year. It is that final day. We're going to be crowning one final champion. Could be the back-to-back ninjas, with a couple of caveats. I've got an expert beside me to give you all the details.
Yeah, a few twists and turns in this one. This is a very unlikely final. I don't think, considering the circumstances for NIP, we expect them to get here through that semi. The fact that they have, maybe we get some more crazy Counter-Strike today, maybe we get to see a bit more from Fozy as well, but on the other side of things, Vitality looking to close the year strong. That's the big storyline for them. ZywOo in the server looking to grab himself a bit of an MVP to close out the year. And I guess we'll at the desk with Trace, Stunner, and, well, Trace is Stunner,
and Stunning,
Moses, and Yanko to close out the desk.
Mwah.
And it's just like our segments. We got there at the end of the day, and that's what matters. Now, thank you very much, gentlemen. Those will be your commentators for this here grand final. But first, let me tell you about some of the cool stuff Monster Energy is doing. Something special for the fans in the US and the UK. Now would be the time for you to Monster Full Buy. And let me just make sure I'm reading this correctly. Exclamation point, Monster Full Buy, space, hashtag, entry. Now, that's a free Monster. Could be delivered right to your doorstep. Just typing that in chat will actually put you in the running for that, because it's only good while supplies last. But the supplies are here, and the fire is lit. So let's kick the tires, Jason. Let's talk about a grand final.
Okay. Yeah, I think I think Chad probably laid it out perfectly, that you wouldn't have expected, NIP to be in this situation, especially once the news came out the device was going to be dropping. And unfortunately for NIP, in my mind, this isn't meant to be a slight at them in any way. That victory yesterday against G2 did nothing to convince me that they're going to be, that they should be. It did nothing to convince me that they're better than G2. I think that was more of a G2 collapse. And I think if NIP want a chance at winning this final today, we're going to have to see a similar collapse from Vitality. They're going to have like a really, really bad day.
So before we get into these players to watch, Yanko, I just want to kind of set the stage here just a little bit, because it's the road to Katowice, right? So if NIP qualified for the Katowice group stage, they had to win the entire event. That was the whole kit and caboodle there for them. For Vitality, Virtus.pro qualify for the Katowice group stage if they win. So cool for VP, just kind of sitting there chilling. And for us, looking at our Epic's players to watch, Yanko, who do we have?
Who do we have, Trace?
We have Shox and Rez.
Awesome.
I got you.
Rez,
Awesome. Yeah, let's go to it.
Yeah, let's check it out. Epic's players to watch.
Shox, a legend of Counter-Strike. It's no easy feat to remain relevant for as long as this man has. And perhaps it's no surprise that as we close out 2021, Shox is still absolutely capable of living up to his namesake, floating like a butterfly and stinging like a bee. No stranger to grand finals, let's hope we see a vintage Shox performance here at the conclusion of IEM Winter. Rez. Sometimes we want to see more from him, but boasting a solid rating and performances across the tournament, including navigating a semi-final against the #3 ranked team in the world with a stand-in instead of the Ninja's Star Orpa, it's hard to argue that Rez hasn't absolutely risen to the occasion here at IEM Winter. And it could become the perfect fairy tale with a win in this grand final.
Yep, Epic's players to watch all laid out right there in front of you, but ultimately one player that we had our eyes on yesterday broke even in the statistics department, and he showed up probably when no one expected him to. I'm talking about Fuzi over on NIP.
Yeah, I mean, stepping into a really tough scenario and probably playing the biggest stage of your career at this point, and obviously just performing admirably. Like, I don't know what expectations anyone might have had for him coming in, but be able to step in and go up against a team like G2 with the players that they have and just deliver and seem like you're not completely lost, that's an admirable effort yesterday.
Especially when you consider we've had players who've been on the Tier 1, Tier 2 scene for years, been in their respective team now for months, and they're not nearly contributing as much as he did for NIP in that game yesterday. And you add on top of that the fact that they didn't even have time to go through anything with him, except a little bit on Nuke, because they knew they were going to pick that map. Obviously, other than that, it was just follow us, and just go behind us.
Just do what we do.
Just do what we'll tell you to do, on the fly. So imagine a young, inexperienced guy coming in, doesn't know anything that the team wants to, so no preparation, and still be able to perform. That tells you a lot about his.
And you're replacing one of the best players of all time as well.
Big shoes to fill, I think is what they'd say. Also, just to put that in context, end of March of this year, he played his 100th official competitive game. So, well, nice. That should paint the picture for you. This guy, pretty new on the block, may have a place in the future, Yanko.
Yeah, too early to tell, obviously, but the what we saw from the little that we saw that does give you confidence that he has what it takes.
That it does. Now, we do have a little bit of an opportunity before we get started to check in with both sides. Not something that we always get privy to, but today seems like a great day for that. What's up, Paula?
What is going on, everybody? I'm very excited to be stood in between ZywOo and Hampus before their teams face off here in the grand final. First things first, guys. How are the teams this morning? You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, ready for these matches, ready for everything.
Yeah, we're feeling good as well. Like the game we played, it was a bit late. It was 3 maps, we played some overtimes, and it was hard to sleep after, so we didn't get the best sleep. But we're feeling ready, you know, we're good, we're good.
Zaiwu, having beaten these guys earlier in the tournament, does that lend more confidence to you and the team?
No, actually, we just gonna do what we know about the game. We don't care about we won them in group stage. We just need to do our games, like, just need to do that.
Hampus, having lost to these guys earlier in the tournament, does this mean it's more than a grand final and you might be out for a bit of revenge as well?
A little bit. I mean, like we won against them before, and then they won against us, and then we won, and then they won. So, you know, we won a lot against each other, these teams, so it's just the grand final here.
Zaiwu, how does the loss, the absence of Device on the NIP side affect this matchup, or does it not at all?
I don't know. Like they have a good player in standing actually, so I don't know. They played good yesterday against G2, so let's see on the server. That's it.
And Hampus, does it motivate you with Fozy standing in to get the W for him and also for Deve at home?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like it's Fozy's first Tier 1 event, so let's get him the first win, and let's win for Dev, of course.
Awesome, guys. Final words to the audience or to each other?
Final word. Good luck, Campus. Yeah, because we play a lot together. I mean, each other. So it's always fun to play against them. So good luck.
Yeah, exactly. We always have very good games against them. We played like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 times in the beginning of the year. Yeah, maybe even more. So we know each other very well, and we know it will be a great game. And yeah, just good luck, guys. Have fun.
Guys, best of luck to both of you.
All right, I don't want to be that guy, but right away, you don't wish your opponent good luck.
You
Jason.
never
What the
wish
hell
your
is that
opponent good
crap?
luck. You wish them the worst luck ever.
Have fun. Good luck having fun. That's what I'm talking about, right, Yanko?
Yeah, you just see them do the cheeky, just have fun, you know, just like you're telling them something, but not to have luck.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Also looking to find out what maps we're playing Overpass. There's no Ancient.
So everything else.
So everything else is on the table, but what in order?
Well, I don't know actually for NIP what they're going to end up with. It's going to be tricky. You know, they already played in this tournament, and Vitality just straight up owned them. And that was while Device was in the lineup still. So this is just, should be a no-brainer. If there's anything that can give you a bit of hope for NIP is the fact that Hampus actually as an Ingame gets pretty good reads and also understands how they need to change the way they play now with the stand-in, right? So they are going to try their best. I just think, though, Vitality is on a different level in this term.
I don't think there's a whole lot of reasons you can look at NIP and make a confident prediction that they'll be able to take this final. There is, of course, a chance. I think the problem is with Device out of the roster, that's just like one player that you no longer have in your arsenal who can just straight up win you a match.
And it's not Kenny S on the other side.
Yeah,
it's Zaiwu. The best player in the world the last 2 years, right? So that's going to be probably felt a little bit more in this game than it was yesterday against G2.
Yeah, and in the previous series as well, it was Vertigo Ancient removed. It was NIP picking Inferno and Vitality picking Mirage, which we also saw them pick in the semifinal. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it mostly comes down to best of 5 to the order of the maps, really. There's usually no surprises in terms of bans, in terms of picks. We see NIP going with that Inferno, probably bolstered a little bit by the good T side that they had, coming back from 13-8 down against G2, I believe it was on the T side, and Vitality going for the Dust too.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of, I guess, the big thing is if you're NIP, you're looking for one of these first 3 maps for something you feel confident in taking.
Hey, man, the first 3 maps are the 3 maps they had to play yesterday with Fozy, so they're going to like that. At least
they have to appreciate it.
At least they've done something, right? And the 4th one is Mirage, so the pool in general is, it can't get any better for NIP than this.
I can't imagine, like, even just listening to Hampus and saying, yeah, we played a long series, we had overtimes, we didn't get to sleep because we're all energized till late. Like, they probably didn't have a whole lot of time today as well to incorporate Fozy either.
Yeah, well, we've got all the time in the world to get this grand final started. So let's do just that. Vitality versus the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
We're playing against NIP today in the final. I'm just excited to play against those guys again.
Yeah, so we're playing Vitality today, and like, you know, they've been firing on all cylinders lately, so it's gonna be a really rough match. But hopefully we can take it all the way for Devin.
against NIP is always a great game, to be honest. We played them in the group stage and we won 2-0 in a good fashion, but I don't think in this final it's going to be as easy as the last time.
Bodybuilders gotta raise the bar, push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turn the measures from a little to a major run.
Two of the loudest teams in the event now find themselves locking horns in our finals. ZywOo's hometown in Vitality taking on the Ninjas in theirs. Yes, Swedish soil, but definitely not coming in with the advantage. The conversation seems to lean more to what kind of fight can NIP put up. We saw them, of course, in the head-to-head. The videos discussed it. I'm joined by Chad and I'm Alex. That's my name. And that's Hampus. That's his. He's going to be calling the shots here with Fuzi standing in.
There you go. Well, we had a little, I want to say, guide come out from the NIP camp yesterday. It was probably one of the worst guides to pronounce somebody's name humanly possible.
Yeah, not the best work.
They did try, though, and I appreciated that because Fozi, right, they used a picture of, we'll say it like we would, Pho, right, which is Vietnamese.
But you're
type
being
of
like,
dish.
you're like that guy that says, it's actually Barcelona.
Well,
you're being that guy.
It is,
you know you're being that guy.
I had to be. Someone we wanted to make sure we were pronouncing it correctly here. Now, guys, everybody sitting at home, expectations don't have any. I have absolutely no idea what to expect in this best-of-5 final. The favourites obviously pointing to the French, but for the Swedes, they could just come out and play some loosey-goosey Counter-Strike and surprise us all.
Actamondo. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. I mean, not to like set unreasonable standards or expectations, but I have a sneaking suspicion. Last ride, last event, heading home after this for some of us, they are truly looking to finish IEM Winter on a high note. Vitality, the conversation for them, they've got motivation. You know, they love each other as individuals. They're also capable as individuals. They may not necessarily be playing in the same seats next year. And so this is, you know, this is supposed to be a celebration, a little gift at the end of the year. And they haven't had many of those, well, first places under the tree.
Yeah, one of the problems, I suppose, here is that both teams don't have a huge amount of pressure on themselves. When you look at Vitality, though, being in 2 finals already this year, for them, the grand final win right now would mean a whole lot more. For NIP, right, the fact that you have a stand and you have this situation, Esatag coming in, they've addressed the language scenario threat. He's going as the coach as well. So a lot of things are changing there.
Everywhere.
Yeah, so the farewell tour of 2021 is going to be quite the interesting match to close on out. It isn't 2 teams that I thought we would see in the final. You went with Astralis.
Okay, yeah, we should talk about that.
I went with VP, and actually quite a few of the smart cookies on the desk decided to go with Vitality, and they're the ones who are most likely to be right here. But I don't think anybody had NIP getting past G2 yesterday who continued to show us how cursed they are. But I think it could have been so they didn't have to get 0-3 in the final.
Yeah, well, speaking of VP, speaking to them last night, their frustrations were still bubbling over from the performance Masuta laid down on them. He was having an amazing game. I want to see more out of this guy. Calls himself a potential pillar of the team. He did drop 59 to 35 in the series over the course of those maps. 100 ADR. He's a beast. And he was on both sides in a domineering presence. Up against them, though, it is the Ninjas. Get to see more from Fuzi, whose Tier 1 debut was respectable. And in a semi-final, no less. He's in his grand final of an IEM. It is second official.
Yeah, not too shabby by any means here. Let's see what they have to offer this free style of calling for Hampus on the T side. Just to move the little chess pieces around the board here. And Kyojin does cop a bit of a goose through the boards. Not a critical amount of damage here, so he sticks around for a fight, looks for a head, and is being run on down, so needs to back off. Has Apex to help him on out here, but it is just the kit in his belt loops. They don't actually have any flashes to initiate more so. And now they've got banana control. Hampus is calling the team back over to execute towards B. Esatag with a smoke and a flash, and they can go. Hampus can cover off the rotations top mid.
I mean, this should be as a simple bread and butter, smoke and flash and go. Rez to be the spearhead of the assault, the armored P250. Long range, Apex does have a tight angle he can tap, and he's missed his shots. Now becoming a bit of an issue. Not for Kyojin, though. Finds the first on the pull cross. ZywOo contributes long range, and already NIP dilapidated. Nothing left of them other than what was supposed to be the pointy end of the spear. Rez up against the whole squad, and untouched Kyojin with a quad kill to start off proceedings.
That's beautiful stuff for Kyojin there. If you haven't been following the Vitality story, he was added to the team earlier in the year, replacing veteran RPK. And look, it was going to take some time before this kid could be bedded in as a Tier 1 player. And as the year starts to round on out, he's getting better and better. And you mentioned Masuta. Well, that's a rookie who did exactly that last year, starting to become the second star for the French. approach. But that was way too easy for Vitality there to kick things off. NIP are going to respond with some deagles.
Oh, but this is hot. Something about the symmetry, the 2 rifles, 3 SMGs, a mix of aggression and support from long range. This is a potent mix. Apex, you can see exactly it coming to life now. ZywOo has his flank from second, or had. Now Apex, loses his head, and his SMG could be retrieved if this one slows down. Doesn't look like it will, Chad. Look at that banana control. They got it deep. Plopsky, however, is taking back control.
Yeah, going to be issues here if ZywOo or Kyojin go down towards A, because Masuda will need shocks to bait them on in towards banana, but just searching, right? This is a pretty standard approach on a 4-spy round when you have deagles. If you had Tech-9s, we might be expecting a bit more of a set piece, but with deagles, it's looking for the heads, and well, they've been able to find one so far. Still some smokes to work with here, so executes are possible.
Hi guys, Rez here. Welcome to my Flash tutorial.
This one here should at least force shocks off the line, but might be too high to do anything about Masuda, so he's still good to go, and, well, looking to farm on up. Jumped and peeked. Plopsky, good for it.
Yeah, and that was one of the SMGs again, falls into enemy hands. Armored enemy hands. Shocks hard cleared. The pre-fire was good. The conversion's there, and now issues. Big issues. And I'm not talking about magazines. Kit spotted in mid, loose now from this retake. ZywOo, if that bomb goes down, which he's not going to be able to contest, I say that with bated breath, he does bang Fuzi. And Rez not far off as well. He's got 5 HP to work with. They can recover this. They should recover this. ZywOo and Kyojin, bomb loose, thanks to his handiwork. He's not expecting
How should we spot it?
Right! Rez with the shot, a left, right, good night. Kyojin to clutch, saved him on the pistol with a 4K, and now doing the same. They're 10 seconds, they have to plant. Kyojin's presence is so foreboding, and he controls the spray. Still yet to go down, well recovered considering NIP, they gave it everything.
Yeah, got very, very dicey there. Now, this is where the more scrimmy style of what NIP are playing with could come on in, because you just took 4 players out of the server, and we'll get a couple of shots of this. This is Plopsky, fantastic work from him, aware of the position, the jump to make it more awkward, the accuracy there of the MP9 reigning supreme, and the 1-for-1 here. Great trading, right? The basics for NIP is what was important in this situation. But you could have argued, when you take down so many players, you could force again, but no plant, they'll humble themselves, and well, they'll get out 3 deagles one more time, 2 P250s alongside that. And now for Vitality.
Oh, what a perfect incendiary. You can't even peek banana off that.
Yeah, just corral them towards these stairs, right? You're seeing a lot of this, the same deep mid smoke that you see as well to help throw them down from top mid is also a possibility as part of this, but try not to give up too many casualties this time, Vitality.
Apex is very hungry. A hungry, hungry hippo. Did you ever play that?
I did, yeah. It wasn't a board game in my house. It was only when I went to a friend's.
Yeah, same. We never had the cool games.
We had Monopoly.
Yeah, but I said the cool games. Oh, sorry. ESL Monopoly, buy it now.
I liked Monopoly.
Me too. It just took too long.
We never played by the real rules, though.
Did you have a speedy version?
Yeah, we never traded properties and stuff.
Yeah, we just started by dealing out the properties and then bargaining with each other.
Oh, okay. You did a bit more of the bartering.
Yeah, skipped a couple of steps, saved us 3 hours, and a couple of meltdowns.
The meltdown sub probably still happens.
I still have the most iconic meltdown in my family where I fully flipped the board.
Oh,
I'm talking paper money everywhere, tears, a full tanty.
All right, well, that deep mid-smoke I'm talking about immediately comes into play. Yeah, they've thrown it out, so we're going to see that coming straight away, and that'll just buy them a bit of a buffer for some of these fast A executes we saw from NIP yesterday. They got them to this point.
Yeah, and on the CT side, NIP were really willing to take fights up mid. Plopsky already has taken Kyojin down and given him his first death more to come. Shocks next on the naughty list, and that looks a bit embarrassing, completely booked. It looks really good for the Ninjas with just a couple of scrapes of their knee as they stampede into Masuta. An MP9 up against the whole squad. A bad clear. Fozy maybe has given them a way in. If Masuta can find another, they knew where he was. The rest will fall into place, and we will see the Ninjas demonstrate value and capacity to convert. Apex, what's your best case scenario here?
A kill and an upgrade would be nice. You don't really want to be holding on to the MP9. I suppose with 5K in his back pocket, staying alive is good, right? But if you could get anything out of this, find yourself an AK-47, that would be tidy. But that was just aim map, right? They just hit all the necessary shots there. It was quite simple stuff. Just into a default spread, taking the fights, heads up CS, quick about it, right? And some of the things that you're going to be learning today if you are Vitality is, well, we have no idea what they're going to throw our way. Because I'm talking about Hampers. Okay, hold up a second. You're going to go down the side of the head here, I think, Apex.
Yeah, I like the style points with the nade. He's trying to be the new ex-god.
Whoa, and Hampus is actually going to back off. So guarding the T-side economy there, going to allow Apex to keep that MP9. Not too worried about that. But issues is, Apex could drop an AWP over towards ZywOo now if they'd like. So they can get a buy going. Well, Zywoo's actually looked like he can buy his own AWP here, so not necessary. And yeah, just all the opening kills going the way of the Ninjas. Great stuff. Good to see the aim on point early here. And there's Fozy, the new boy in the team, stepping in and getting a back rub.
Do that every time, guys. Just do that every round. We win.
The 5 headshot strategy is one of the easiest to call, one of the hardest to pull off. So we'll see if they can continue to convert some of those. But that AWP now over towards A and the top mid smoke again. So this is pretty standard stuff out of Vitality here, just to slow down the Swedes' approach. And you can see spamming speculative shots through the smoke, trying to find any bodies they can. And Shox is actually parking behind this. Long will be smoked off, so has to respect that. Porch Molly going to land here as well.
This is a very potent setup. Bedroom side and apartment T entrance. Both currently manned by a defender. Very active 4-man A defense. And NIP, they've certainly done enough convincing so as to at least keep feet planted. Does Esatag want more? He will go down if Zywoo has his way with him.
This is a good call. They're ready for this and their execute is coming.
They're just pulling the plug on the setup. It'll be more passive as that second line of smokes arrives. Arch, library. And around. Zywoo's got vision. Hampus walks straight into the hairs. More on the way. Short the next victim. Multiple there. And oh my god, Zywoo, a face full of info. Trying to avoid the hot lead. It's Fuzi to put him down. But a spray from Kyojin. Good for another multi-kill as he keeps on farming. Maybe it's his day in the sunshine.
Yeah, that'd be nice to see, wouldn't it? A great time for him to come online in a big way. We've already had, as we've highlighted, good stuff out of Masuda, great stuff out of Zywoo here, on track to pick himself up an MVP if he can just stick with Zywoo-level performances. But if Kyojin just decides that he wants to be another big man on campus here today, it is going to be a rough ride for NIP. Now, these executes worked quite well for them yesterday. Not the same, and that's why I said it was a good call, because they hedged their bets. They were not expecting a B play whatsoever. Hampus might need to call his troops over there to condition that bomb site early. The deep smoke again, and the HE behind it. They're ready for these heads-up plays.
They are calling this.
They do it, well, not as much as I thought, a bit deep there. But they're ready to go again. Ready to pounce straight up mid. As soon as this smoke starts to fade, they'll unleash their own. So much utility to make this one work for NIP.
Yeah, but Vitality have had time to set up behind the flames, and now they'll throw the same smokes. It's the same call. Hampus keeping it simple. We'll see if it's stupid. Up mid, Hampus confirming and maintaining control of long side.
Pushing here.
Yeah, but he's got a great deal of space to stretch his legs here, and he's even just saw them round the corner. This could be a brilliantly paced flank. Zywoo to activate. Nades have landed. Masuta has activated. Look at that. 3 on the SMG and escapes. It makes it competitive. Never mind competitive. It's over. Apex slams this case shut at 5-1. And that looked like NIP's round, even though they were keeping it right back to the same play.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? There's such a short playbook to look through, just literally the demos of yesterday. And it feels like Vitality are ready for this. They're not feeling any presence or any dramas in Banana right now. The fact that Masuda is able to do this. And look at the pace that you're seeing these executes come in at. There was still over a minute left on the clock when that round ended. This is old school Counter-Strike.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say now, like, I know this is your remit,
this is how I used to play the game.
This feel like old CS.
This is what I used to do. Okay, boys, we'll sit behind their block smokes, we'll execute, we'll go, and we hope we trade efficiently.
And let's hope there's not 4 of them there.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. And there's an SMG behind us.
This is not too bad.
Tech9 directly.
Well, if he doesn't clear the smoke.
Masuta, did he see it?
They're going to walk through because Hampus called it clear.
Oh, okay. I thought Masuta had pulled off the 5D chest, and it may still be. As they do pull the util and the rotate. Mission accomplished in that respect.
Now, this is more mid-round, right? Now, they're when they don't have the smokes, when they don't have all the goodies, they're actually just playing out a pretty standard round. Luckily, Hampus snuck on through, but 2 rifles to work with here, a couple of smokes as well. And if they turn their attention back towards A, they can have a 2v4. Zywoo currently with that AWP over towards long. Kyojin is going to have to give us another multi-kill here, I think, because if they get pick control and Zywoo's smoked off, it's not going to be an easy retake.
Perfectly timed reactionary smoke. Rejigging the setup again. Zywoo has returned to his domain here on A.
Oh, as Hampus, you'd want them to go through the smoke, but it's not the best play right now for Fozy and Esatag.
I kind of like this potential bad info in Shox' walk. Nothing to report short.
If he clears Boiler, he's going to... Oh.
Yeah, he's concerned about B. And Hampus is ready! That'll be the go sign. They don't. One head falls. They know Kyojin's there. Him and Zaiwu partner up in perfect unison. There's some real synchronicity between this A setup.
That was beautiful, right? Just playing off of each other right there, not overextending either. Like, you could just managing these angles fantastically there out of Kyojin. Shox, I think, gave them the go signal. It was like, hey, they probably rotated away, guys. He just called mid-clear, but no. Straight into the jaws of the two. Apex must be loving his life right now. Hey, guys, they're not really coming B. You can just leave me. I'm on my own. It's all good.
You know he's getting that info every ratty way he can to keep those troops stacked over on that A site. So far, so good. Looks like Hampus' playbook is useful as a chocolate teapot when you've had about 24 hours to get the calls together.
It's so hard, right? Because the thing is, one of the things with Fozy is you're learning what utility he knows, and then you're remembering, okay, well, what utility does all my teammates know? And S-Attack, how much did we teach you of the playbook that we need, right? So you're going through all these pages, and this is where it's a bit more, everybody understands the basic concepts, right? You know the default spreads, and you understand what you need to be doing in all these situations, but Hampus is going to have to do a lot more micromanaging, or that's where S-Attack is going to have to step up and contribute with that micromanaging. So things aren't going to be easy, but here we go. Turning our attention back towards Banana. A couple of nades to soften up. Chip damage looks good. Hampus lobbed on down to 31 points of health, and there's another one for good measure. Look, more pressure from Apex here.
Suspects that after the 2 all-ins on A, he's going to have a bit more people knocking on his Banana door, and he's bang on the money. Bomb leaning that way, early presence 2, nade successful, but Plopsky's going to throw out the same, or at least one of those same execute smokes they've just been committing behind, this time just arch side deep. And they'll be able to take away Bracket's control. Boiler clear, and they have A, but starting to crawl up B.
Yeah, the difference right now is they're not executing blind, so they can actually work with this space, but searching too far could be a bit of a drama here, but they have both key pieces of real estate. Banana control and top mid currently, well, as I say currently, they've actually rescinded. Plopsky comes back in, understands that they do need this territory, but back towards A they go. Hampus is coming with the bomb now. We'll be on the 3-man defense of the A bomb site one more time.
You can see the mind games. Fozy, though, he's got a smoke line up. He's already been proactive in taking space. It's cool to see him repping as well, his teammate and former Ninja starting man, LNZ.
This is nice
what
from
can Shoxy see? He knows as the flames fade, it's his cue. He'll activate Zaiwu on the info. 30 seconds short is held. Pins pulled. Oh, Shox is set for the multi-kill here. It's up about timing now.
Plopsky's still looking here.
25. Zaiwu looking to activate just as they avert their gaze. He strikes, propels them into the orb, and the orb is no more. Plopsky flattens them, bulldozes the A defense, and plenty of time to plant. Take your time, set up the post plant.
Already called the save.
And they're already headed back to spawn,
so easy as that. Great stuff from Plopsky here. He's been really good on some of these opening duels. I know the kill did start off with Shox getting that opener right there, but the fact he's able to swing in, take Zaiwu and Kyojin down, great work from him. Looking handy. And that will be the second. And yeah, Vitality are playing the long game here. You don't want to get dragged into the mud and play NIP's game by any means, because if it does become a scrim fest and both teams are force playing, well, then it really could become anybody's game. You want to keep this clean, play the fundamentals, all the setups you have, all the understanding of the approach to the game. You want to make sure you have everything you need and keep NIP in that more rough position.
Am I right in assuming that, you know, from your leadership perspective, it would be harder with the last second stand-in to call a T side than it would be CT?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. The CT side, right, you can do a bit more alley-oops. You can be flashing for each other and stuff and holding your positions. Now, it gets more tricky when you end up on maps like Overpass and Nuke, right? Maps where the rotations on the CT side are problematic. But like a CT side of Inferno, a CT side of Dust 2, a CT side of Mirage, look, these guys play a lot of that, right? And most people understand the protocols and the theory behind how you want to do a lot of this on the CT side. But yeah, I think on the T side, just it kind of can help with Hampus being quite an aggressive in-game leader. And if he does feel the flow state of the game as a leader, he's taking space, he's finding gaps, he's being able to find the entries. That makes things a little bit easier,
Remember
right?
Hampus's happy phase, where we had like 6 months where he was a hyper lurker and successfully pulling it off?
Yeah, so if he can get into that, right, we've already seen him try and go for a couple of those plays, right, where he takes those extra, I'll call them in-game leader liberties, going through smokes that maybe other players wouldn't. If he can start getting away with a few moves like that, then NIP can really work their way into this game. But Banana control taken this time around, and that's the different look through the molly. Masuda's going in.
On the extinguish, okay, well that will get, if I'm NIP, I'm backing out of that. I don't know what's around the corner anymore. The nade and the swing answers the question. Juggling nades. It looks like Masuda does want to be this blunt object. He's going to peek off of the incendiary smoke combo here from Apex, or at least throw out this retake util. It's a great way to repel the invaders, like just through presence and utility and, well, placed utility at that. Oh, you nerd. So you throw it once without the smoke, and then you have that if you feel threatened again on B. You don't even need to throw it yet, but it looks like they will. So we do have a 3-man A defense. ZywOo, Kyojin, usually good for it. Shox is processing information and summoning the Woo. Oh, they don't clear him. How don't you clear him? Already ZywOo takes one, and a double out of Shoxy, a third on the cards as he finishes it with style. Only Esatag, and yeah, you can see from the perspectives our observers are enlightening you too. Quick headshots, all he'll get. Worms away with a miraculous escape. 8 HP, but not for long. The Suitors here to clean up.
Good awareness from Esatag there to be ready for that fight. But yeah, great work from Shox. And he continues to play that trash position. We're seeing similar approaches from NIP. That was late with those arch smokes before. They were doing it blindly this time around with space.
I think Hampus,
back pocket.
He's been a bit of a zoomer about it. It's like, dude, it's 2021. Get out of that position. It's not 2015 anymore.
And that's some of the things, right? You have different types of entry fraggers. You have those guys that like jiggle and take every single corner and every single fight. Or you have the entry fraggers which will take the space and hopefully you trade. Well, I think Shox lured you into that one right there with the help of ZywOo. But back underway with the buys. Deep mid smoke out again. There is a pistol in play, and that's in the hands of Rez. But we saw his deagle prowess yesterday on Nuke. It was quite the sight.
You have to be careful, though. Your barrel does still clip into apps when set up like this, when you're playing that anti-flash. Okay, well, that was perfect. Hampus betrayed by that bottle of flame. It betrays his position, easy on the track, and now, well, boosting over the smoke. It's anticipated. Apex has even got a flash for it.
This is a rough start for Hampus here, Alex. He's 0-6 in terms of opening duels. I do actually make it 0-5, sorry, in terms of opening duels here. So not getting away with these usual hijinks, and that is going to be a problem for NIP going forward.
You've got consummate professionals against you, and just on the precipice of the smoke, deliberate or otherwise, he's managed to clear it out, and oh yeah, a rude surprise as they walk on in. It's only Masuta for one. They might commit on this. They know element of surprise and punishing this numbers. They are going to commit. Esatag coming in hot. Fuzi, Plopsky. And what? Apex misjudges, gives them the sight, gives them the plant. Looking better now for an injured third. Util, the well is dry. A couple of flashbangs. They might want to re-aggress coffins, you know.
There's so much right now for Vitality to work with. They can smoke top banana, they can get the mollies in. They have so much utility. They don't need to rush this one. You can see Kyojin lining up a dark molly towards Bacchus site. Can definitely get that banana smoke in. No dramas and flashes to go.
Okay, Nubox and Emo Molotov is perfect, but Fozi's already managed to make it a double. Getting sweaty. Plopsky up against the 1 HP of ZywOo. That should be the round. NIP successful in breaking down B. And with a heavy disadvantage to start. That was 3v5. Lovely stuff. Yeah, Hampus had to watch from the sidelines, but a third now was secure.
I think Apex, he must have heard them cross towards pool there, so a bit of a strange one from him. And it's actually put the team in an awkward situation. Kyojin with not a huge amount of money here, but this was great from Esatag, right? This little jump up, was there a flash called? I'm not quite sure. It was a strange play, but they have given up their third right here. And yeah, this feels like it was given to NIP in a way. They did have to get the openings, but a bit of a drama right there as Vitality will get the buy back in the AWP one more time. And no defuse kit here, so if we get into a post-plant situation again, maybe another save. Apex spotted, Rez with a warning shot or two, but only a Galil, so not the scariest of the weapons on the other side of things. Oh, okay, well, yeah, trying to play outside the box here. Fozi's gone straight through that top mid smoke. It's gone down very early. If they can get that AK, that would be great for Kyojin here. A nice little freebie for him. Confirmed the presence of that AWP. And yeah, Plopsky, he's keeping the house tidy around here. So just making sure that that isn't easy to scoop on up, leaving that deeper in middle. And now back towards the B bomb site they go again. But if they're quick on this, if they're to execute within the next 5 or so seconds and ZywOo doesn't clear mid, they can guarantee themselves a 2v4 on the B bomb site.
Yeah, Apex looking to redeem himself in round 11. Masuta, a single flash. It will have to be the bullets. Molotov, they will be safe from the lineup. Bit late on this. There is a chance that ZywOo starts his rotate upon the util, who might be there. Masuta hiding in plain sight. Not enough of a distraction, and it's an easy double. Rez walks into B and forces another round out of Vitality.
Well, maybe a timeout called here. X just to get in the ear. They had no info there. They played very totaled up Counter-Strike. that can be anybody's game at that point. It really does come down to hitting your shots and hoping you don't get mollied out of position. The flashes were great, so nice little B execute there from NIP, and 2 great kills from Rez to get them on in. That was a number disadvantage to start things off again. A 4v5 for the majority of this one, and NIP
look at him.
Turn it on its head.
He wants to punish them.
Zawu is watching this with the AWP. Like, this should be his day of the week.
Now, surely, Kyojin, he's been so resistant for this AK. He's been dreaming of it. He knows it's been there, lying there in the middle of the map for 60 seconds, and he's been such a good boy, waiting it out. And Hampus eventually goes down. He's allowed off the leash. Grabs himself an AK for his patience. 4-7, though. That starts to become a competitive scoreline, especially when you start looking at what Vitality have in the coffers. Those saves were important.
Yeah, now, they are going to be able to scrap something behind this. You have 2 approaches you can go for here if you're Vitality. You can just play with these 3 rifles and not invest in everybody else, right? Hold on to all your cash money and then be able to buy in the next round with the loss bonus of 2,400. Or you can go all in. You can go, we have an AWP, an AK, an M4, head armor on all 3. What can we get? Apex, what can we get? Masuda here. And they actually are going for the buy in this. Here's the execute. Great little camera angle of this just to see how it all panned on out. New box, Molotov, the smokes were coming, the flashes were good. And overrun, right? And this timeout right now has given them a chance to talk things through. You got the fans at home as well. IEM.gg/fancam if you'd like to join all the action. Might be a long day at the office here, everybody. Best of 5.
God, that is a long map graphic. Breathe that in.
Wait till we do best of 7s.
Oh, yeah.
Best of 9s. We'll add Aztec, a Prodigy to the pool.
I miss Virgo and Ancient, man.
You'll see more of it next year. I got a bit of an inkling about that.
I'll take you at your word. Apex and Zawu this time to be defense. There's some pace behind this initial utility. Apex, though, he is going to be the gatekeeper, just standing at that half-world, stamping tickets and stamping jaws. Rez is lucky to have gotten away with that one.
I don't know how Rez killed Zawu there either.
Huh? Oh,
yeah,
wow. Brain did not see that.
Must have just been a shot or 2 through the smoke. Zawu just got pinned to the wall. That's a bit of an unfortunate death right there, but fortunately, Apex can pick up that AWP. Masuda's been able to get over and find the MP9, and he'll be flashed forward. So info is good, but they're in a similar situation as they were in the previous. They don't have any map control right now, and Apex is actually called a gamble. It isn't a horrible decision to make right now. It was the right call, but they're creeping through this long smoke.
This is something else. As it fades, you might be... Oh. Other people, what? Would have been surprised. Apex had the perfect lineup, just doesn't have vision. Plobsky fades his to black, and now, actually... He might have a read on Masuda. Doesn't clear his corners, neither does the Frenchman. He's going to hear them though. Oh, betrayed. S-Attack, a loud footstep nearly brings the round to a close.
I'd have to be a save again here.
But just like that, yeah, I think that duel was the swing.
Yeah, that has to be a one-way they're operating with there because it looked good. I know that Apex just got in position. So the thing is, it's not like he was scoped on the line to understand exactly what the background looked like, and it's not like he's normally an AWPer. So for him to take that kind of a scope on in, it's not a usual fight, but... That was great. And it is an awkward-looking smoke, right? Normally, it's not that deep over towards the arch side, normally a little bit more shallow. So NIP manufacturing an opening there after the biff on top of Banana, but you can just see that impact onto Zawu. You take him out, and he didn't even get a chance to be in a fight, right? So Rez, with that cracker, absolutely banger of a shot right there. I don't know if he was on the logs. I don't know where that one came through. Bit of banter in the server. Amper says, Dan, please stop killing me through the smoke.
Oh, I thought we were going to take one each, you know, do our accent.
Oh, sorry.
Next time.
We can do that next time.
Dan, he just goes, yes? Please stop killing me through the smoke.
Yeah, he's getting the rough end of things right here. But you know that Hampus likes to play that way, right? So what are you going to do about it?
Here he comes again, the smoke criminal.
And he peppered up as well, so lots of damage done there by Apex.
This is the one where, oh, nice work, guys. Nice work.
What could he have seen there? Like on our screen, we couldn't see a whole lot at all.
He's working on a little slither. It must just be enough, and yeah. A couple of French words for us to learn after that one, I'm sure.
Okay, well, the saved rifles is the best they have, and this is a half right now. NIP looking very, very good.
This is what happened last time. Just when we thought it was a dead on arrival, the ninjas, they show a potency. Now, the Zawu opening death again. That's back-to-back.
Look at all the space, though. S-Attack's already pushed this arch side. It's the same long smoke that they're using to exploit here as well.
Yeah, this was the same one that led them to ignore Shoxy upon the fade, but...
All Kyojin here.
Yeah, it's exclusively on this man.
Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, you say that. It looks like his team have knocked them for 6. Nothing left of this defense or the rifles. So, NIP, we could call this a competitive half and a grand final starting to warm up. S-Attack Fake finds out one of the remaining two. It is just going to be that Deagle on Apex with a very nice of the 5 required. Any more headshots for us? A couple to the belly button. And, oh, Fuzi, you might have to learn the hard way here, young man. Okay, charging down. Apex with his knife out. It's good vibrations over at the Ninjas camp, and you can see this is just going to be my case study. I'm going to submit this to university.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say, hello.
University?
University of Michigan.
All right.
Jason's got a way in.
All right.
And I'm just going to do a little case study. Hello, this is my theory, my case study of NIP Vitality and Liquid at Copenhagen of why Counter-Strike is just a mental game. It's pointless. Doing the hours in DM, just get therapy.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
All right.
Look how good, look how happy they are.
Well, there are smiles on the face.
Different human beings, and now with 6 to 7 on the scoreboard. Mental an all-time high. Can they break the French, though? We know Apex, he knows the secrets as well, and Hampus does take a chunk, but early top banana control. The retake util could be imminent. Apex in position to drop it. Yeah. They might just respect that. Most teams tend to just find themselves strafing over the half wall, but what if you're boosted on it? Fuzi! Oh, off the half wall! Stylish as ever, loving that, and they build upon it. Apex, the only one with a rebuttal. Bombs anywhere. It's anyone's game, and now Rez is locked open B. Locked open, as you do.
Everyone, he's broken the lock.
Exactly. With a crowbar, no less.
Well, Zywoo is going to have to do something miraculous right here, because if he doesn't start hitting every single one of these, there's a real chance NIP win out the half.
Off the half wall, little circle strafe, peeking in. Definitely love that.
Look, Zywoo at this moment right here is thinking, I should save.
But I can't leave.
But I want to see him fight because...
Because he can.
Well, yeah, mainly because he can, but also because this half has gotten away from Vitality here. They need a Zywoo moment. It's a very unlikely one.
Good timing on the util, so the info's there. Kyojin from CT needs this duel clean and hasn't been able to deliver, so now Zywoo, yeah, just looking to survive, and he's not going to manage that either. Plopsky with his 3. Popping heads and closing caps. NIP could leave this half with the lead.
Yeah, and they're very likely to here. The loss bonus, fortunately, in the favor right now, but that is looking at 5 rounds in a row here.
It was
for NIP.
7-2.
Yeah, and it's all really started to get out of control. Remember that Apex round where he jumped up Coffins in a 4v3? Yeah, ever since then, we found ourselves in this situation. So just, you can see, it is a small decision in an isolated round, but how quickly that confidence can now be scuttled with and taken away from the French. So they're in a very, very rough spot to close out this half here. They're by, it's the best that they can manage. And, whoa, Fozy over the top of the smoke, trying to get risky with it. Spotted him, and this time round, Hampus has gotten the opening. Shox was ready, he was shooting first. The trade is there, and the Deagle is out for Zywoo.
Yeah, he's even got an M4, doesn't need it. Will opt to throw that rifle into his primary slot, and a bit of a gamble, yeah. We could have a very intense
he's here.
Early round. Zywoo likely to be hard cleared here. On 2 backs turned. Rez at least with a quick flick at a wrist keeps us interested, and info on Apex. Bomb not committed yet. Util pulled out. That was the last of the CT smokes. Kyojin, info. Esatag reveals himself from the apartment. A great picture and a better frag. Kyojin robbed of a second, but only 40 HP for Rez. 1 versus 2. Final round, first half, first map, grand final, and tucked in with Util. If he can get that smoke down, he can really disappear.
Interesting option here.
It's the one way, right?
Might have a bit of gap to work with here on either side.
Yeah, and he knows Apex is likely waiting for his teammate's flank. He's got the mental image. Smoker vision, perfect one way. Oh, it's brilliant from Rez. Can you finish? He just needs the head, but time is on his side as well, and he knows it. He'll play it like a seasoned vet would, playing the game now, a high flash. Apex, what have you got? Spotted, running him down, and that's the headshot. Rez, a brilliant clutch to secure it. Ninjas take the half. 7-2 down. They take the 8-7. Vitality, conversations to be had at the halftime. One of the very best T-sides we've seen out of NIP, and off the back of a 2-7 start. It looked great for Vitality on their defense. Well, now probably taking offense to the Swedes show, and they're not going to go down without a fight. Apex to clear his throat and clear his mind. We get into our second half of our first map.
Yeah, I think if the French thought this was going to be easy, clearly not, right? And it has been quite the hot topic that NIP's T-sides have been rough lately. I think everybody's T-sides have been pretty rough, unless your name is Na'Vi. But the fact that they've rocked up and just put 8 from a 7-2 down scoreline is actually pretty impressive here. Now, the CT side is where things actually might get a little bit easier for them. We saw this from Fozy yesterday. He was searching Boiler, having a look down mid, being a little bit aggressive with that pistol in hand, but they've actually opted to go straight up mid here, Vitality, to then move into second mid control. Interesting way to do things. You know that players are jump spotting in that Boiler for info here, so now that they've been able to garner this quite quickly, it is looking like an A pounce. Apex and Kyojin smoke sail through the sky. Kyojin's going to have the flashes, and they're going to waterfall out into Rez and Fozy here.
Here they come. Fozy, here's them on the side. They're not taking contact just yet. Masuta's the first to go down, but quick from the French. Double out of shocks. And the site is lost. Nothing for Plopsky. He can do nothing with all that util.
Here he comes.
Redundant. Hampus, however, has been booked.
He's going to be upset about this one. Old Hampus is Apex again. It's not through it's not through the smoke this time, but it is in the back of the head. So Hampus trying to get a little bit pushy there. Won't get anything for his troubles.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm just going to plant some seeds of doubt in the Vitality fans.
Oh, okay.
Heads, just by letting them know that NIP actually have been dominating on CT side specifically at this event. They are second in rounds 1 at 57% over on the CT side, second in multi-kills, and second in trade percentage, just trailing in Gambit's CT prowess. So they are the second best defensive team to the team we praise as having the strongest CT sides. That's impressive considering some of the caveats they've had in their last game.
Yeah, and I think yesterday during their game, one of the interesting things was the multi-kills on Nuke's CT side. We really started to get to see their individuals whirring into action here. So if you see some more of that, then it can put up a defense for Vitality. But the thing is, like, this should already not be a scoreline like this. I feel like Vitality had dropped the ball a little bit there in the first half. I said I came in with no expectations, but this Vitality team, even though, you know, there's all the issues around that camp, or maybe not even issues, all the changes coming, they should still be the heavy, heavy favorites here. Remember, Fozy, we talked about it at the start of the cast, it's his second Tier 1 game ever, and it's a bloody grand final. So it's a curious situation we found ourselves in here, but let's see how much stranger this one can get. Hampus Scout, top mid, taking a leaf out of the Apex strat book.
Yeah, now maybe if he gets him, there's a cruel irony to that. In-game leaders picking up Scout's second round.
You can see, though, Hampus isn't having a great game of things, but they're still tied at 8-8. So the level of micromanaging that he's going to have to do here and that type of in-game leading without these mid-rounds, it's going to make it a bit harder for him to focus on that crosshair.
I mean, don't forget, he's actually statistically in the conversation for best Swedish player. I think him and Brolin are toe-to-toe statistically right now.
Yeah, there's so much impact that you can get out of a player like Hampus, so I think it's a good sign that he isn't having to do his hard carry maneuvers just yet, but if we get to see him come alive on the defense here, could change the tune of this conversation. But up top mid control, Hampus is floating arch. Rez, the only defender right now in towards that site, and some nades here will telegraph the positions of Vitality. Now they're posting up for a bit of a set piece here, and Hampus is starting to clear. So with the back turn, the shot missed. He is going to get run on down.
Yeah, well placed though. The nade and scout combined. It's a potent cocktail, but Apex lives on. Oh, Rez. Horrible. Absolute nightmare fuel for the Deagle when they're so deep into the site before you've even pulled the trigger once.
Save call.
Have another go. Try again tomorrow. Okay. Shots? Monsieur? That wasn't Richard. That wasn't Richard. That was Dick Butterfly.
I think maybe Apex would get a little bit sassy, and Shock said, hey, keep it calm.
You don't chat smack to Dick Butterfly and get away with it.
Cool. It sounds like a superhero.
I was thinking more cowboy.
Okay. All right, yeah.
Or he's in the bar. It's like, the name's Butterfly. Dick Butterfly.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for those uninitiated, Dick is short for Richard.
Yes.
Unless you're British, Australian.
And Papillon is French for butterfly.
There you go. So it all comes together. Full circle. Just like the circle of life.
You want to do some Lion King right now?
I do, but...
You're thinking about it, weren't you?
Yeah, I don't want to see a copyright strike because my Lion King is pretty good.
Yeah, you're right. Look, the grand final, Alex.
Yeah.
It's literally your last cast of the year. Let's not be a clown. Or
Well, you can be.
Okay.
We can have some fun with it because this final is a bit of a fun final, right? I think here, if we were sitting here with the expectations that this is the same like kind of level as a Major or a Katowice or a Cologne, just look at the teams you have in the server right now. Yeah. I understand the situation in front of you. It's great that these two teams are going toe-to-toe in a best-of-5, but there's some quirks about it. So let's enjoy the type of CS we're going to get today. But these carried across upgrades.
If Fozy does end up winning the second official in a tier 1
give him MVP.
Yeah, and let's do the full like Simba routine. Let's lift him up on the rock.
Okay, all right, I'm for it.
I'll put some moisturizer on his forehead. Simba.
A bit of toothpaste.
Yeah, oh, okay. What are you up to? An extinguish and a push? I was laughing at you as he takes them both down. And likely the round, they haven't even committed with the bomb, but they got full control. Double frags. The second bite doesn't taste as sweet. Nothing to report or celebrate.
Yeah, really can make either decision here, Apex, on where they want to finish. Top mid control, top banana control, everything you'd be looking for. And boatloads of utility. Now, no crowd control nades in terms of Molotovs and HGs, but smokes galore. And it's will land in the face of Hamp as he gets forced forward. Zywa will grab his third with the Galil. And let's see if he can grab himself a bit of an eco bash ace here. Leg spotted. Bullets are chipping away at Rez, down to 57 points of health. And, oh, he's going to send Apex in first.
Apex is going to send Apex in first. Wow, he is being so gentle on the clear and, yeah, takes down Rez with ease.
Now it is just Fozy. Shox is watching this position, so should be easy as you like. Spotted, controlled, dead. 10-8, the score now reads. And, well, the guns will come out. Now this is where we get to see if NIP have the individuals online, right? That's what I'm looking for here, because a lot of these situations, when you could go, oh, in normal Counter-Strike, they can get one and trade, right? You're going to need to see the individuals getting multiple kills here, because they're going to have some strange maneuvers, and that could be some exciting CS. So Kit on Plopsky, they've been able to get out M4's 4, plenty of nades to work with here, so whatever approach they want to go for on their CT side. Currently 3 top banana here, trying to set Fozy up with the AWP. Hanging around.
Oh, I can't believe he's gone for a second little look, and maybe even a third as he calls for the boost. Okay, Fozy, you've been given the green light here.
Oh, this is quick on to A. There's only 2 defenders here. Rez and Hamp is about to step
the
up.
Smokes are about to bloom already. Rez in the open. Just
saved.
Robbed.
Saved.
Oh, that was a double every day of the week, but Shoxy thinks otherwise, and now, well, with the sight and a familiar sight for us in these last 3 rounds, it's a slow one for the Ninjas. They don't really get to play the game.
No, and this should be the save call every day of the week here. Zywa was chipped away at Shaw, but no dramas, the number advantage in their favor.
Just taking note as well, 19 frags, so we haven't really mentioned his name once. Zywa's just doing one of those things, you know, where he will...
This is
it happens with Nico, it happens with Simple. You don't talk about it, but then he's got 25, like 4 rounds into the second half.
It's when you're one of those elites, right? If you were dropping 50, then we'd be talking about it.
I believe it.
But if you're going to just get 25 or 30, Zywa, it's just another day at the office for you. That's what happens when he goes and clocks in. He's on a different pay scheme to everybody else, I think.
Yes, okay.
You feel for Masuda, right, in that situation. That was like hardcore entry fragging. That what he's doing right there. Like, I will leap out and tell you where they are. That was his entire job, right? For him to catch them off guard, that's when the round goes really great. But it was a good execution nonetheless. And when you call that the smokes are still in the sky and they pounce out, there's a couple of ways you can approach that, right? Like, sometimes it's very risky if you go before the smokes bloom, but one of the things that you can do is when those smokes are sailing through the sky, when the defenders, let's say you're playing pit, you see them coming over, you'll pull out a smoke to extinguish or to give you the one way, and then you can get caught off guard by the timing. So there is a method to the madness. But here we go, round number 20, those rifles saved across. The loss bonus going to facilitate some drops, and they are looking good to go again. Fozy. Give it a gozy, mate.
Or rattles off a shot, echoes down that mid lane. Looking to bring the pain, 2 towards the apartments. Actually, make it 3 as they do the silent mount, courtesy of a Zywu head. Well, there's plenty of control, and there's the first smoke. Fozy's just going to have to throw a stray bullet, but it's Rez who sends them straight out of short. Apex and Masuda, they line up for him. And now, if you want to return to Banana, it has been occupied. Planting the flag for the Ninjas is Plopsky, and he's got a whole squad staring at his deep Banana smoke. I think he realizes it was a bit too much jam on the donut.
Yeah, hard committed there. So I like this little move to drop on back here, but for Vitality now, they need to find something. ZywOo's having a little bit of a search towards top mid with that M4 in his hands. Kyojin and Shox are making sure that nobody has pushed all the way down Banana, and even Esatag is coming back over to back things up. So 45 seconds on the clock, operating blind right now. NIP with the number advantage, likely able to swap this away as long as they get the opening kill on the way on into this B bomb side. If Kyojin could just be a fake element here, so they've given him a limp smoke. He can work with this. Needs a kill to sell the fake. If he just dies, yep, they know it's going to be A.
Yep, certainly do. You actually get to watch the process as Fozy is corralled back. Shox and ZywOo then walking straight past the cold remains of their teammates, Masuta and Apex. Oh, and they're going to join them if they're not careful. Rez, he started this for the Ninjas. Can he finish? He's down. Time. Oh, and the bodies have dropped. They've got 1 second to spare, and Vitality with this 2v4 out of absolutely nowhere.
2v5, I think.
2v5 even.
And ZywOo's now on the flank right now. This is some heads-up Counter-Strike. They're coming quick. Shox needs to stay alive.
Exactly, and he knows it. Survival, integral. He has gone down early. ZywOo's had to change his mind. Obs for apps. It's not bad if he can isolate.
Not even looking.
Not even looking. He's got the 1v1. He's got the flash. Forces Esatag off the bomb. Calls his bluff. Gets the info safely. ZywOo's mastering this thinking man's game. Light on time. Has to sit it. Gets the info. Gets the frag. What a turnaround from Vitality. 4 to ZywOo's name. We will discuss it now. And that one will get under the skin of the Ninjas. That was yours.
That was just like yesterday. The French pulled off a couple of those against VP. Remember, they were winning those on Vertigo? You shouldn't be winning those any day of the week. Kyojin walks into B and dies. As I said, they knew it was coming. And this is how the round started at a minute 25.
ZywOo, though, the bodyguard. Look at that. And then has the audacity to pull off the clutch as well. And let's see. You can see how excited he was to start.
Oh, I can talk smack now. Nice. Thanks, ZywOo. Where do you get one of these?
Yeah.
Off Amazon or something?
Yeah.
They up a ZywOo?
I want one.
Yeah, everybody, every home should have one. To be like a Furby back in the 90s.
Oh, those things were creepy. I think I'd rather have a Mathieu Elbow. He's got himself top banana control. You know what? I think he fancies a couple of kills as well. Esatag, the AWP, the perfect counter to a dry sweep. Careful, Apex, you're about to lose your AK. And that's 2 big ticket items. Sold to auction, the highest bidder, NIP, and they're on the quickest of rotations back.
Batten down the hatches.
I like
here,
the
boys.
Fozy fake smoke.
Well, Shox has to get the bomb. This is going to be bad timing for him. Fozy's coming.
Fozy has him. Shox. Oh, he's bested him. Fozy didn't know what to do with that information. It was overwhelming and absurd.
Stun locked right there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're coming back to help him out, though. Look at Kyojin coming through apartments. It might catch Hampus off guard.
But what does that imply? Hampus's brain whirs into action. What does that mean? Why was he heading back to B? Shox with the bomb. Masuta now
around the world.
The survival mission has bailed his teammate out of trouble. Safe passage of the bomb secured.
Well, they have no idea where Plopsky is, and the time is actually working against Vitality here. Where are they going to finish? If it's back to B, it's a huge call. They don't know it. They don't know it that they can just run it here.
He could be anywhere, right? Like,
yeah, he could be hiding
anywhere.
backside. He could be coffins.
He could be sandbags.
Yeah. So they just have to take a few liberties right now. And Plopsky, he was going to hear that molly. He will start rotating over now, but the bomb will go down and they can set up this post plant.
Vitality. Back to exactly what we saw and made them so potent in the semi-finals. They're doing it again here. And yeah, untouched on their T side so far. It was an 8-7 half, don't forget. And this looks like 13 unless Plopsky's got the 1v2 in his bones.
He's been looking good. Okay, calls it off. Calls it off. I thought we were going to get a little exciting there. Has been looking sharp in certain situations. Masuta will confirm that it is their round right now. And, well, that was a bit strange. I think we got a little bit of everything right there. So, an exciting round of CS. And Apex may have been a little bit red-faced, right? He took a lot of pride in talking smack in the last one. I think if NIP won that one, they would have been yelling back over the fence just as loud.
Yeah, Hampus has got quite the battle cry. Masuta, actually, is really close on this hunt. Nice defense. Plopsky will grab himself and maintain himself the AWP. Whole lot better. done nothing, but the round has gone Vitality's way all the same. So 13, we're running out of chances now, Nip.
But this is where NIP came back in multiple games yesterday against G2. Now, I know it was G2 have a lot less weapons. They had a lot less strategies to pull out on their T side. They weren't as well refined as a team. They had the stand-in element going on for them there. They didn't have their in-game leader, so there's a lot of dramas as far as their T sides would go here. But for NIP, we've already seen them do it. Now, the sample size is one series, so we're going off of basically no information. But they can do it again. There's no reason. We can use history. Maybe it'll repeat itself here today, but the timeout taken, timeout called, and we are back underway and towards the freeze time. Double AWP CT setup right now. One for Hampus, one for Fozy.
Yeah, Hampus is having a screamer here in comparison to what I usually consider to be quite a consistent fragging presence in the Ninjas.
Yeah, I just think there's so much more that he has to do mentally.
Yeah, you're more aware of exactly the contrast of the type of calling he has to be making today.
So much more.
Oh, well, Fozy has actually just put up a man advantage on a silver platter.
Looked blind there, didn't he? So the flash must have just been on the fade right there. Not bad from him. Found an opener. But it's not like NIP haven't been in number advantage situations so far. And to look at this from Apex, just continuing to push the issue forward. HE over towards Coffins. Not bad, but won't do any damage.
Yeah, and that opening may not necessarily secure the round. Vitality lead the event in 4v5 win percentage.
Well, I think we've had a great example of that already, haven't we?
Yeah. And actually, their 4v5 is even higher on the T side, specifically. 36% win rate. So let's see if they can demonstrate now.
They weren't able to get a trade off of that one there, so... Picking up the bomb.
Shout out as well to SEO's pumping all these stats into our eyeballs. Much love to him.
Oh, they've changed tack here. I thought they were just going to go back for a BXQ, but looking very A-heavy right now. So as the smoke starts to fade, they can creep on up. No vision, either banana or top mid. Remember, double AWP setup. So if they're able to trade into Esatag and Rez into the site...
You got something, yeah. There's grounds for this. Hampus needs this. Still gets it blind as a bat. And now the bat signal on A. Need help. Rez doesn't really actually need anything. Esatag solved his problems. Apex the only one to put his name in the feed. And that's the end of that. Esatag.
He can't win this one. Yeah, look, he's good. He can't win this one. Damage would be great. That's another kill. Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look.
I didn't even start talking. I didn't start talking.
It would have been, that would have been something else. The other bullet, he would have had to bent. He would have to bent it around the map because I just don't think he could have found the last guy. But there you go. A response here from NIP, and that's good to see. The double AWPs, the two opening kills of the round. This is Fozy there just on the fade of the flash, and Hampus, well, completely flashed. So both the AWPers getting it done. And Esatag, again, right, we were very concerned about his performance when he first joined this team. He had been on a bit of a downward trajectory, but in the last couple of games, he's been more than holding his own. Top of the scoreboard right now, 16 kills for the CT side alongside a Rez. So the two, let's say, most experienced members of the NIP roster are doing some work. And on the other side, well, we have been talking about him, Zoe with 25. The contributors close to him, Kyoja and Apex on 14. Got a timeout called. Another one. And look, you don't want to have another slip-up, right? Because Vitality have started both of these halves very strong, and then they fumbled as the game has progressed. So a Mach 10 in the hands of Apex here. Could be seeing something a little bit quicker. This tends to lead to us seeing more of a set piece. Because he definitely had enough money to buy an AK, so... This is curious. Straight up the guts here.
Yeah, unless he has something specifically in mind. Yeah, flash, rush, get lost, quick smoke, and then what? Just flood up long?
Yeah, they're just
they are completely exploiting them. This is the only hope on Esatag now. Apex has run down Plopsky.
Through the smoke.
And now dead with his pants around his ankles. Rez catches the tail end of their rotation. Fozy ready for blood. Just the first, puts them on their bottom, but the round's not secure just yet. Hampus would have to get this info, and more than info, it's bloodshed. Rez, one and done. Kyojin thrust into a 1v3, now 2. And Esatag, oh, okay, should have got the frag. Kyojin's gonna catch that one, rounds the corner for safety. He's evaded the grasp of death, but only for a moment. Esatag wise to create some distance here. He knows his responsibility is just the split sight. Bomb on the back of the low Frenchman. Yeah, and this is it. Enough time has passed. Esatag can and will be anywhere. Process of elimination leads Kyojin to middle. Glancing at the arch, he can take many a stance, and Esetag's just looked away as Kyojin worms his way to clear the site. Esetag should have this though. Yeah, that's the sound. That's the smoke. Safe perhaps, unless Esetag, oh, he spots his bottom, gives it a spank and puts NIPs first on the defensive board. Bro. Second? Excuse me, they just strung together too.
Only 2 surviving there, so at least Vitality are keeping that economy relatively honest here. Apex has plenty of money because he bought that MAC-10, so he could drop a gun across and they could get it going. But another timeout called, and I don't know about that one from Vitality, right? One of the things that you have that NIP don't is all the understanding of how to approach these rounds. You have a much deeper playbook. You can just go more into default spreads. You don't have to rush the issue here to try and finish. You can just pick them apart and play the late game, play the long game. Because you saw there, like, there was a player in Boiler. Like, Apex is pushing smokes. They're trying to get it done with crazy Counter-Strike, and that's actually going to play into what NIP could deal with. If it's more heads-up CS, that's easier for them. Once you're playing the rotations, once you're forcing them around the map, there's no utility left in their hands, you're not running through smokes, that's when things are going to be more difficult for them. So maybe that was the discussion just there within the timeout. And you can see, Plopsy, his buy is not fantastic here, so an MP9 for him. So there's still a chance for Vitality to crack this one, but every round their NIP build, they're just going to look more flary. They're going to take more risks. They're going to be happy for the type of plays you're going to throw their way.
And NIP definitely much more comfortable here on the CT side. Down the throat, ZywOo catches a nade, but pops some heads. B is open for business, courtesy of the Woo. And the whole squad decides that's enough of that. And of course, the French are reading them like a book. Ages 3 and up.
Now, this is where if they did take a timeout to say, hey, let's actually play refined Counter-Strike here, they will send somebody in to probe either site just so they know what they're dealing with. Unless Fozy pushes out and finds ZywOo here, then that will tip the scales back in the other direction. Looking for the half-wall boost, being extremely diligent. Fozy caught in the open, looking the wrong way, but the kill not landing just yet. More damage done for ZywOo.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, no, he's
the burst!
Shot. He's gonna blast him!
Oh, no!
Oh, they're trying to knife you.
Wait, Rez is back a site. If they run in and don't clear here...
Okay, you really think ZywOo's not gonna clear? He's here to do his job. And not only does he find himself a stylish and, I'd even say, aggressive 4K, it's actually going to be the info that saves them from any potential disaster.
The burst. Curious one there from ZywOo, but I like to see it. Doesn't get too much show time. So, giving us a little bit of a look at that. But this second one here was great, wasn't it? Just poised in that kill to Esetag, doing his best, and that's the damage done. The swing to try and trade from Hampus.
Wow, he was full ADing on that dude's head. He's got such an understanding of his, like, I was about to say kind of mind-body connection, but his...
Well, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, because
it's virtual body. Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Bang on.
Really cool.
Hey, look at the background of the gentleman there in the bottom right. Oh, well, we'll see it again on the fan cams later. I appreciate it, dude.
IEM.gg/fancam. Join the conversation. Everyone's chatting in Discord. You know, we're all people who like the same thing.
We are all people.
I hadn't finished. We're all people who like the same thing, and typically you have good conversations with people like that.
That's true. Okay, well, last-ditch attempt here, and I mentioned that NIP's money was not great, and you do see the ramifications of that here. It is 4 pistols and an M4A1S with some light util, not a defuse kit in sight. So this is where Vitality can land that uppercut, really lay out NIP here and give themselves a runway to close this one out. Apex leading the charge up Banana this time. Molly with double HE will secure the fact that Sandbags is clear, but he's going to be extra cautious about this one.
Oh, it's a tag, you greedy goat. Does land some damage and gets away with it, so what do I know, but oh, they're well ahead of that. Esetag doing the flashbang dance, Apex crashes that, and now a deep CT smoke. He's got 2 more there.
Thank you very much. That is the downside of the juggling of the nades right there. Apex cannot believe his bloody luck.
It's over, like that. He's got smokes for the rest of the afterplan.
And the thing is, his team was so quick on this as well. They had residual smokes as well, so they could have kept it. They could have kept the smoke for the entire round time.
Yeah, you're right.
The entire round time. Don't worry about the bomb time. The entire round time. So that's that really comes back to bite them there. Poor NIV. Remember, this is their map choice. They were fortunate enough to secure the first 2 out of the 3 maps. Now, it doesn't mean they have consecutive, but the next map we have coming up in the play is Dust 2, and that's where we saw them come a bit of a hiding yesterday against G2. And then the third will be Nuke, and that's where they kicked off their campaign and I think surprised us all. So if it is to be done in 3, Vitality will have to get through 2 of the Swedes' picks early. First one just 1 round away now. All 5 stay alive. The save guns on the other side.
I mean, that's the first time I've seen that to that extent, where, you know, the T is not only killing the player on boost, but also finds and looks at the floor with 3 extra smokes for a deep CT.
Well caught there by Jay.
Yeah, nice work, gang. Real nice.
Well, one more round required here, and it is feeling like one of those matter-of-time games now that they have, I guess, had that conversation to tidy things up. You didn't want that one to get out of control again. Now let's see what gamble is Hampus going to go for this time, because they do have to take a bit of a risk. M4s are out now. It's not just the pistols. Fortunate the cheaper M4 and the max loss bonus in their favor here has actually given them a substantial buy. A very mindful save as going through the paces, the French take their time. Shocks on the T side AWP here.
Should see the 30th frag of the Woo come through. We'll get things back in sync and a sinking feeling for Apex as he's down to 16. Bogdan's Law observed at the tail end of 2021. One of the most long-standing theories from one of the many philosophers of the game.
Yes, one of the biggest thinkers. Up mid we go. A biff is on, a 1-for-1.
Oh, Rez, he didn't finish his meal. There's plenty of broccoli on Kyojin's plate. He can live on. And with 45 seconds, they can go anywhere they desire. Smoke towards library, but no info top mid. They're coming into Plopsky's corner, and Flash isn't bad. Zywoo averted gaze, but a nice find from Apex. Scores a 3v3. Very low, though. The walk-in wounded for these two.
Oh, might have a real chance here, NIP. The fact that there's only 30 seconds left right now, Apex getting desperate towards top banana. He's sending the troops over towards Rez's bomb site, who's still over towards Pit.
It's a very half-hide fake.
Yeah, look, it might keep the feet planted of Hampus, but not Tag. And if Rez can get a kill here, he might have done enough.
Oh, well, that's info.
Oh, it's a great molly.
Looking to delay the default plan. He's trying to hold on. Shox has found him, though. And again, Vitality. A couple of seconds on the clock. Shox knocks a third, and 16 imminent. Only Hampus. Not had fun on Inferno, but maybe he's decided it's time to extend play. He knows where Shox is. Kyojin likely on that default side. Clearing now. Hampus in the blind spot. He's a dead man. He's got to be a dead man. Is now 16-10. First map, grand finals does go the way of Vitality. They react. And they adapt an 8-7, but nicely closed out in that second half. We'll be taking a break and hearing what the boys at the analyst desk have to say. Stunner and his cronies back after the highlights and the break.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Nice, guys. Good job.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Welcome to ESL testing, where we've contracted players to rigorously test all aspects of IEM Winter. Richard, quick thoughts. Are you satisfied with the build quality?
I think this is good, but I believe we need the real tester. I guess we need Apex.
So, gentlemen, did that one not pass the test? And that is why we do such rigorous testing behind the scenes here at ESL. And now, moving on to the monitors.
You guys ready for me now?
Yeah, Deve, I'm pretty sure that NIP are ready for you to be here now, because that's an L on the first map. 16-10 is the way it goes, the way of Vitality. In the best of 5 final, starting it out strong for the French side. I've got Jason and Yanko on the case with plenty of things to discuss. But in the meantime, before we jump into that, guess what time it is, Jason? It's your favorite time.
It's drop time.
Woo!
Yeah,
that's
baby.
right. Ashley Schaefer, BMW. Woo!
Let's get into it.
DHL drop. Woo! Let's get down to the question. Woo! Right there. All right, so the question is, when was the first time Ancient was played during an IEM event in 2021? Now, you've got 4 options to choose from. There's just simply 4 on the screen. All you've got to do...
If you get this wrong, like...
Exclamation point, DHL drop. Space, whatever the answer might be, A, B, C, or D. Yanko, what's the answer?
A.
Okay, so we'll find out in due time. At the end of the segment being that due time, the only dues around here are being paid by NIP, who have left a little bit in the desirable column.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we obviously kind of expected with some of the conversation. It doesn't help that ZywOo dropped almost 30 kills. I want to start with something positive about NIP, because I feel like I've said enough negative about them.
Okay, so that does mean we can walk away?
I'm going to be here for a while.
No, I actually thought in the first half, I mean, remember, they were getting battered at the start of it, and part of that was, you know, that A bomb site was closed. When they tried to go there, Shox was doing a really good job on Rap side. Kyojin was doing a good job on the balcony a couple times. ZywOo was obviously there as well. And then once NIP was able to break into the B bomb site a couple times, that really, I think, alleviated a lot of the resistance they had. They were able to go back to A because finally you put Vitality in a situation where they had to respect the fact that you were able to take over the B bomb site a couple times. So I thought that was just positive tactically from Hampus and NIP.
Well, you said already as well, they got battered at the start, and that happened in both halves. 6-1 in the first half, 6-0 in the second half, and you know, with all the obstacles that they have to go through already, NIP, that is just going to be too much. You know, if they're going to have a chance in this series on any map, really, it's not like they have to win both pistols, but you can't have such a bad start on both halves. They did a great job in the first half to recover. And then, you know, Alex pointed out in the cast, their strongest side has been the CT side so far this tournament, and that's what failed them. I think that 2v5 from ZywOo and Shox really kind of took the wind out of their sail.
So ZywOo, that's going to be one of those Air Force Aim High head-to-head candidates. But of course, Rez on the other side, who's seemingly come alive in the past 2 days, Jade.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got to be here. I mean, that's part of the reason why he was a part of my little team in the little show match we had earlier. But
you won, by the way.
Yeah, I did win that.
Thanks to Rez.
Yeah, thanks to Rez. But no, he's had a good event so far. But I mean, certainly that's one of the guys you got to tap with Device not being in the lineup and say, we need you to be more of a star player. We need you to be a guy who's going to take over one of these. And they need him if they're going to win this series. It's got to be him or Hampus, it feels like, on the squad.
I think they need that even when Device is
the
team, right? So even more so now. But yeah, the problem is Hampus also having a pretty quiet game, Fuzi as well. So that was also missing for NIP. I was, you know, like the scoreline was so close in the first half, and you know, Vitality's players were way ahead in terms of stats. So that was a great job from NIP to really just battle through.
So let's just wipe it here and go to Dust 2. Thoughts? Jason, where do we begin our conversation on Dust 2?
I think, I mean, look, the conversation I think in this matchup at the moment is always going to be if you're NIP, like not how do you contain him, but how do you match what ZywOo's going to bring into the server? Like how do you match those 29 kills that he had and the freedom and the impact he's going to be able to have on Dust 2 as one of the best toppers in the game?
And I think for Vitality as well, the name of the game is on their CT side. Just stop the early stuff, really. You know, play against the B pop for the B guys, play against the long rush on A, make NIP have to figure out a way to win the round mid to late round. I think that's where they're going to struggle. Yesterday, they found a lot of success with some of those a bit riskier plays.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's kind of what worked for Vitality against G2 is a bunch of those like fast-paced, really like contact-based like B hits that caught G2 off guard. If Vitality can put a stop to those early, then you see what's left.
Let's put a stop to this segment.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And go to the DHL drop and get that answer going, because the answer was actually, well, I don't want to say you were right, Yanko, but damn it, you gave them the answer and now they all typed it in chat, and I guarantee you that one of you even still got it wrong. So there's your answer to the DHL drop.
Haters, man.
The map of Ancient, definitely in play here, isn't it? Not in the series, but.
Yeah, on this video, on this short clip.
Yeah, it is indeed Ancient.
It was there, and Madden.
Thank you so much.
At that tournament, Madden actually had amazing games on Ancient. We even nicknamed them the Ancient one. So.
And NIP was one of the first teams to try and really establish Ancient as like their pick, and that didn't work out well.
Yeah, you got to check the defense on the Ancients, right? Get it?
Yeah, that's
whatever,
pretty
I'm
good.
out of here. All right, look, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back with us too. Jason's going to go back and try to find out what happened to his Domino's order that just simply did not exist. We're going to Dust 2 next, everybody. Nip versus Vitality when we return.
Quas, X.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros, this is KDN. 5 pieces of good utility on overpass. If you want to have a peek middle, go through toilets. You see there's like different lines here, and you would be aiming at this one, and you'll release like when you get around to trash can or whatever it is. Okay. So you have many different options with the smoke. So what you can do is you can just like peek above it, you can hide, and if you have a teammate coming into this edge of like sandwich or whatever you want to call it, and aim at this line, and just jump through. That's just a super good pop flash. So a good opening to a round is just you smoke. Now it could have been a little bit higher, but you jump up here, they won't kill you. You just come here, flash, bang, and then you peek all these guys who's just blindly running up here. Then, depending on what kind of player you are, if you're maybe a Tessa's kind, you just push to the fountain. If you're a bit more passive, then you just peek above the smoke and the flash. And if you don't see anyone here, rotate to some of the like different positions in graffiti or whatever. I think for one of the more difficult pieces, but to me, I guess it's the most influential piece. I think this really changed and defined the meta in CT quite a lot, is the Molotov for the opening of T-slope. So you just run. I'm aiming in the middle of this line, and I'll try to keep my crosshair there. And when I get to the start of this bench, I'm going to release. So I'm just running and jump through. And obviously you need this binded, right? So this is not just a space and then you go, you need the jump bind, boys. But this is super strong, right? You come as a terrorist and you're like, fuck. And then you combine the two things that I talked about before.
That's sort of one-bar combo.
Yeah. So furthermore, I think just a good old gimmick one. This is something I've seen Jakinda do a lot. So you just go to the sign here.
Yeah, the map.
Yeah. And you just have the outline of the bump site. Just right click. You hear them jump or you jiggle peek, and then you just release the smoke, and opa, you just jump up here, and this is super neat.
Cheeky one way.
Yeah, cheeky one way. It's super strong, and they won't really see you that well. And also, like running into a side like this, that is not comfortable at all. You know, you want to be ready for all these kind of small peaks and angles. This is again pretty basic piece of utility as well. But let's say you have one guy who's left without any grenades. He would just sit here, and my role would just be to like jump for information. When they come, you just smoke this. It's exactly deep enough that if they run up here, they're like, okay, he's not in the corner, and they just turn for side. And then you can just play like some kind of crossfire. It doesn't matter if you're truck, bank, it's just super strong. Again, this is like a simple piece of utility. I think the last piece of utility I can show is a setup that's very common. You want to create some space for your orb, so your orb is going to be positioned, you see in device, a lot like this. When you play some of the passive angles around side, and you have a guy, just an M4, just out here on picnic, I can recommend this angle by Riz, where you line this up, and then you can flash two ways. Either you just flash it over, the cafe, as we call it, and they'll be blind. Or you just throw it out in the bushes, out in the trees here.
Hard to see.
Yeah, they won't see it at all because of all this just covering. So, and they'll stand here and they'll be fully blind. And what also happens is often people, they make noise. They flash this or they step because it's such a long path. So you'll have a tell on when they're coming.
Nice. All right. Well, we got a couple of extra bits of utility there. Thank you, Cadian. And good luck, future pros. Nice.
The dusty streets of Dust 2 for our second threat. One of the last times we get to see him in that coaching role. He's standing behind the boys, taking a new role into the new year, and of course, with a new look, Nip. Up against them, Vitality, 1 to the good in our best of 5 grand finals. The IEM circuit coming to a close. One more champion to crown, and a pretty damn empty crown closet for Vitality, kind of there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It's barren.
It's barren, Chad.
Another trophy.
2 grand finals?
Well, Navi's at the next event they're at, so maybe win it here. Like, let's get this one done. 2 grand finals this year.
2021.
Right. Yep.
2 grand finals. It just doesn't sound right considering that they've been such a contender, such a playoff presence, and all towards long. Pulling up their socks and off for a jog. Plopsky, you're brave. Masuta, yeah, you will at least punish them for their laziness.
Well, double smokes and a flash. P250.
Speaking of Na'Vi, we know how this one plays out.
Yeah, so this should just be a very standard play right here. And the only one who can really unravel this is Hampus. Esatag isn't close enough to drop his smoke. And a Goosh exchange, but Hampus hangs around.
Yeah, he just wants more clicks. Didn't have a great Inferno. It would be great to see one of Sweden's best online. And Fozy is again in the feed. Look at their health. 8 points of health left on Apex and Shox. Fortunately, Kyojin is the bruiser. Ready to throw a ham fist or two.
Oh, this is going to be a big fight over towards long. Shox is actually tucked in towards Pit, and he's hiding. So, Rez, it's unlikely he clears this. Shox can actually let him step into his line of sight.
This is just the kind of round Vitality win.
But Apex can't be open here.
Rez, you are not seriously. He didn't properly clear. Okay, but still in hard one for Shox. First, hard long range. That's what the P250 does best, but Apex is gone. The defuse is imminent. Planted behind the box, a smoke for good measure, body blocking, all of that good stuff. And there you have it, 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, the Dust were talking about a good start for NIP almost being essential here, and I think after we saw what they had to offer on Dust 2 yesterday, that's a great way to kick things off. Now it's just about getting that conversion. Unfortunately, took so much damage here on the cross, and this is great from Hampus onto Zywoo of all players. And then Fozy here through the smoke gets one as well. So much damage sustained before they even had sight control was where the dramas really started and ended here as Hampus even manages to get another one on the way out the door. Here we go, forced by in, a couple of Galils, Zywoo scout. Oh, and the molly is denied, so good use of the smoke right there.
Future pros.
Flash back, and this should be enough to ward them off, but Hampus is coming over to help on out.
Yeah, you greedy goose. Apex. Oh,
so much damage. Look at that.
Is that a double dink on a very quick spray? Yeah, Kyojin's not having any of that. Doesn't want to be gray screened into the Plopsky sewing machine.
I think they want to get that Galil that's on the ground, though. Masuda could find that now in the smoke. He just, there it is. Needs to be a little bit aggressive about it. So they've been able to salvage the rifle, and unfortunately, all that damage, you're not going to know exactly how much has landed there. It might actually spur them on towards A if they knew that there were 2 players on 10 points of health, but expecting some aggression across the map. They have just parked the bus. Shox watching T-Spawn through, well, actually rotating back through T-Spawn now. Zywoo in the suicide position, and they are back towards long. So action on Fozy and Plopsky here.
Double up long.
Oh, I like this.
First contact would be great from Plopsky. Attention drawn. They may not be ready for this. Fozy ready to be the hero. NIP have set him up for success. His second tier 1 game. Masuta's better. Plopsky with low HP. Hampus tries to bail him out, but yeah, this is falling apart. The House of Cards comes tumbling down. 30 seconds as the first of the 2 smoke components
thanks for that.
Out.
Yeah, that was actually a CT smoke right there. So Rez has actually helped them build the wall.
So if they tried to actually use it with this, Rez can exploit. Rez can exploit. Hard to track, and just the chip of damage on that cross. Nice nade, Rez. I need 2 more of those. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite hit the money.
Going for it, though.
Yeah, and they're all susceptible to the FAMAS. Kyojin, his first of the 3. Rez. NIP's win condition, looking to recover the round. He's clicked 2 of the 3. Zywoo saves Vitality.
And his first kill as well in the 2 rounds there, Zywoo, so he is on the board, gets to keep that M4, but that one got very, very close. Now, this is where the Force by Wars, we get to see how much they are going to continue. NIP, unfortunately, will only find himself with 1,400 as the loss bonus. It kicked off all right. Awkward timing for Apex there, and he's going to see in the kill feed just how many assists he was able to contribute to here. You can imagine at this moment, after the second kill from Rez came in, you're thinking, oh, we might drop the ball here, but they get across the line, and the meat cleavers, the Deagles, come on out for NIP as part of their Force bite. In lower dark, all right, well.
I mean, I like the aggression.
It's a pretty common clear, but they're not looking at all, so.
Oh, got a bit excited there.
Happens to all of us.
It's more about how you recover.
We'll see what happens when he gets the AWP in his hands. Maybe he can show us a bit of a stronger presence, but that's 2 deaths early. Shox knows that tunnels is clear now. Hampus close mid. Rez and Ezatag over towards B. If they do just continue up short and finish on A, maybe, just maybe, these pistols will be held onto. But I think for Vitality, during that break after map number 1, actually, hold up a second. This could be problematic if they come back mid doors.
So mind. He doesn't even get to play the video game.
Go away. They're both in tunnels. That's the call. Get a move on real quick. They will do. Now, Rez as Deagle. I don't want to keep saying it and nothing happens, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, their positioning isn't necessarily, like, filling me with expectations for glory.
And that smoke as well. I think that should seal the deal within the round. So call it 2.
I like what he's done with the gloves and the knife. He's put it in the sunshine for us.
Scout will count as well. So as we start turning our attention to the next round of play, Rez can drop the Scout or the Deagle. The MAC-10 can be dropped from Ezatag or the Deagle, either or, and they can have 4 players with bolstered weaponry moving into round number 4. But that's pretty clean. And what I was getting to here, I think if I was X-Taz and I was going into that break and I was talking to the team about the next map of play, it's all good and well. You are the better team, right? You are the actual team where they have a stand-in, they have some dramas. But just keep it clean. Don't try and play into their game. Don't get too far ahead. If you're winning and the scoreline is honestly 12-0, okay, then yeah, and they're not killing you at all, you're just running around and headshotting literally, then yeah, all right, get it, play a little bit weird, right? But you saw what happened when they played a little bit weird on Inferno. NIP worked their way back into the game. So you don't want to let that to happen. As you mentioned, they've been in 2 grand finals this year. You're going to want to convert this 3rd one. This is, I hate to put it this way, but it's almost like a bit of a gimme grand final, right? With the circumstances around NIP here, this is Vitality's to lose.
Here they come. Boost up. Nade good. But they're just going to walk in. Yeah, Fozy, if your Scout could just chip away, soften them up, those MAC-10s would have been more threatening. Red's still there with the Deag. Fozy takes one as well, and Hampus is here to lock the door behind them. T-Spawn, the only avenue out. And here to clean out, Zywoo's AWP. Might peek just as it blooms, and yeah, fires off the shot. Now Apex with the bomb.
Going down here, he's dead.
He should. He doesn't. He saved himself. Hampus.
Normally hits those, doesn't
flustered.
he?
Yeah, exactly. Something he'd expect himself to have converted. So now that leads us to a bit of a weird one, right? Do you want to go back to B, which has been so telegraphed by now? The AWP heard about 20 seconds ago. Now Shox returning to middle. Likely presence in CT, and that's Fozy.
At least they know that there's not too much info their way, right? As they clear out mid, they make sure there's nobody Xbox, lower dark. They understand they have some real estate to work with here. Rez does have the biggest gun, but the lowest HP, and they're actually sending Shox on out to see what he can find over towards A before they make their final decision, and that is perfect from Shox. Just the crouch there, under the line of sight for Plopsky, pops on up, gets the kill, and Fozy out of position here. 30 seconds, though, and Apex will have to make his way across the mid doors. Rez starting to cheat on over as well now, and backpack spotted. So much damage done, but not the kill. Shouldn't be any problems here, but... Oh, the smoke will secure it. The double smoke, definitely so. Need to get up, though. The flash and the push.
Guys, move that bomb, thank you.
It is the Scout.
Fozy, gotta respect it. Knows that that was the win condition, was chasing down that bomb. There was no other way in, and Rez No idea. Apex will find himself a triple. Vitality, that's the dream. Now we do get to see the guns in play, and I'm intrigued to know exactly how this one goes down. Now, 3-1 start, par for the course. You lose the pistol, but you're up against Vitality, and so the 3 consecutive following. We're ready for round 5. You can see Shox here just with a nice little catch on the crouch. And this round, yeah, just secured after those initial engagements, battling for that B tons control. Apex saved his team and himself.
Yeah, that one there almost got out of hand, didn't it? But back towards the B tunnels, they go with 4. Shox is the lurker over towards the back of Cat right now. And I think what they're allowing here is, if you want to push lower, that's fine. We'll fight you. And then we'll take the space off of what you give us early. If not, they'll just go with a bit of a standard default, right? So tunnel smoke means ZywOo can't search. And now they make their way down through the lower halls. We did see Fozy enjoying some of this short aggression with the AWP, but he's on his lonesome right here. This is quite a heavy setup towards mid and B right now out of NIP.
Yeah, much less frequent to see it the T side tons boost in response to that potential peak from those CTs. Hampus, now you are brave. Long range, suicide duel, hinge smoke in, and well, full cat control established for the French.
He's a bit late there as well. We saw him getting up to some crazy business with the nades, but Fozy needs to hit this and doesn't. They know where the AWP is now. Confirmed. And this is a great time to look for a mid to B here. You know that you've all forced that AWP back towards mid-long most likely. Shouldn't be too many problems here with about 50 seconds left and a re-smoke towards the doors. They will be denied for this juncture. Esatag and Rez still on the B site. Oh. This is going to get very problematic.
Couldn't have been better time, Chad. And with 30 seconds, yeah, they are just going to have to commit to it. Like, it's a commitment through the smoke, or as it fades, you'll have about 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Util starts to go out. Smoke fading now. Shox on this one. Esatag already has lined up Masuta through the smoke, anticipating more. Didn't quite nail the flash and not the spray. Rez, however, finishes what he started. And it's Shox's presence in mid that's given them access to the site. They will just about get that bomb down.
Oh.
And now the retake is on. ZywOo, though, fancies himself a second frag. No info on his first glance. Tons his responsibility. Fozy versus ZywOo. A missed shot from the Swede. Good find from Plopsky. Apex none the wiser, and that is a retake. 3v2, sure, with the numbers. Hard sight to do it. That will tie us up to just a single round separating, and a lovely double AWP hoovered up as well for their next setup.
That just comes down to the utility management there. The fact that they had so much late, right? That smoke dropping when it was just over 30 seconds is enough to really fluster Vitality there, and they were forced into this without any other map control. So good stuff, handled the situation, and a good play here, because the comm was that ZywOo was back a plat. So Plopsky catching him in transition there, trying to reposition, was a key to getting back into that bomb site. And as you mentioned, the double AWP's brought on out. Interesting to note Hampus wielding the secondary. We saw him pick it up on Inferno as well. I think Esatag in his time has done a bit of secondary AWP. You go back to the heroic days. So multiple players on this team. Rez, we've seen him do it on Ancient before. Can pick up that big green. Timeout has concluded and we are getting back underway. A couple of good long spawns here for the likes of ZywOo and Kyojin. And ZywOo with that AWP now. They could drop him down mid, he could go for the fight, or they could just send him straight towards long. You've already seen them use that cheeky smoke to negate the Molotov. And he's looking poised right now to head towards long. So here we go, maybe an opening pick for ZywOo here.
Hampus on that secondary, but yeah, ZywOo is activated, released, and manages to avoid the flames despite the flash combined. Still, the Guardian of Mid might meet ZywOo after all, as yeah, he has ZywOo. Quick mincemeat of Hampus, posted up a little bit too rifly for ZywOo's taste.
Yeah, hanging around mid doors is always a bit of a risk with that AWP, but a deep smoke here from Rez is going to put some question marks into could there be a push coming on through.
Well, answers are given. Masuta, though, this is what worked so well for him when he's allowed off the leash, and instantly a molly and 2 smokes arrive. Esatag needs everything. He hasn't even got one. What are you supposed to do? A panic flash is beautiful. It actually works. But that's the sight, and that likely is the round. Plopsky, an AK to hold on to. But the speed by which that went from, oh, there's one doors to, oh, we've lost the round is about 5 seconds.
Yeah, that smoke that Rez threw, the fact that they disrespected that is very risky. You could see how deep it was, and Masuda just in front of that there. So a good push, a good call. They stuck to their guns, and well, Apex is already starting to chase on this one. Shox is also battening down the hatches towards T-Spawn, so they have to be towards long at this point. They know it. The question is, do they want to chase it? Now, Kyojin can swing on out here with the flash in Apex's hands, and oh, maybe went a little bit early there. Nice shot from Fozy. Plopsky spotted another here with the shadow, and yeah, they should be getting away with this. If you are the French, you want to hold on to what you have.
Yeah, extra
Maybe
nerdy
you don't want to hold on to what you have.
Or not.
Give it over. Let them have a couple kills.
Shox just gets some extra props for jiggling on the shadow. Like, you're getting into silly business there, aren't you?
It's the details, right?
He's getting
devil in the
info
details.
with just a little bit of his shadow. He is the Peter Pan of Dust 2. That was the shot we missed, straight onto the dome of Hampus, just sticking up like a sore thumb.
This flash was funny, right? You can see how flustered he is.
No, that was highly calculated.
It was intentional, maybe. It was intentional.
He got his protractor out. He got the geometry and the symmetry right. These are just words now. And that's some damage. Shox, he being a bit risky. Got legged on the way down and now grouping up for relate long. You can see there is an incendiary burning, but it looks like that's their intention regardless. Smoke as well, very deep. So this is a weird one. If they do want to commit through it, they'll have to bide time. Molly close doors. It's a good one for everyone at home. And the flash from Apex as well. This time going to be trying to isolate Plopsky if he is peeking. Up close and personal. Fozy lets it slip. Plopsky does not. Quite the opposite. Vitality repelled. 2 headshots out of Plopsky.
Yeah, really trying their luck at long here late. Never an easy fight to take. And now with Shox, as you mentioned, got tagged up early here. This might just be a round where we see this one disintegrate into a bit more of a save here, because you'd be throwing away a lot to go for a 3-on-5 situation. Now, I know that they've won a 2-on-5 with Shox and ZywOo in the last map, and they won a couple against Vitality as well, but to go for more, especially with a tag like that, is starting to get much and much harder.
Yeah, you got any more of those, Hampus?
They've done so much damage right now with the Scout. It's just a bit of a stiff breeze. Should be able to deal with ZywOo or Shox. There's HE's left over. There's Molotovs as well. So as soon as their presence is noted here, they should be able to clean this round up. 3 players over towards A, Plopsky and Rez to deal with this. And there's that Usual I was talking about.
He's going down CT. Oh, and there was a universe where he's caught Rez off guard, but a hero maneuver. ZywOo and Shox, yes, they were the candidates in the 2v5, but I think Hampus has got some no-scopes on his menu. Any more of those, Hampus? The answer's no. ZywOo with a quick beheading, no time other than to save, and just maneuvering into the tunnels. The boys from the Ninjas just grateful to see a third next to their name. Not only that, but of course maintaining those AK-47s that served Plopsky oh so well. 3-4 the score, map 2 of our grand final.
Yeah, I think here for Team Vitality, they haven't found an approach without the spawns to get them off the gates here, or a ZywOo opening with that AWP. You can see Apex giving it a crack, lands on the head right there. Fun little camera angle of that one. It's a timeout called, and this is going to be the second right now for NIP. So this is an opportunity for Threat or Hampus, whoever wants to, because they can keep it a little bit strange, right? They can definitely throw in all these different aggressive looks or go for different maneuvers. Maybe there's a setup. Maybe Hampus has something that he wants to do that requires those extra 30 seconds to talk about.
Or we just do a Danish round. Esatag asks everyone to try their very best. Whip it out in that Danish variety. Esatag, though, has appropriately been actually really stepping up in Device's absence. His performance in the semi-final, a component of why they're here in the grand finals. Of course, the desk have discussed that at length and given you that nuance. Now, a little late on the cross, courtesy of the boost and the smoke. They've been throwing this consistently. He might peek on the Xbox. He's having a go here, Fozy. Yeah, there's a timer on that. It was ticking. You can see a couple of nades lying idle in CT should they want to dump onto a catwalk walk.
Oh, ZywOo's lining up the hinge smoke right now from spawn, so they're going to try and take a bit of default control here safely. This is instead of getting close and doing it. That's a nice nade. Might be a few more where that came from as...
Oh my god.
Yeah, here he is. The nade master himself, Mr. Hampus.
Though, shows himself. Hampus gives it a go.
Actually used the nade as a signal to take that territory quicker, knowing that Hampus was likely to make that play. So now that this cat control is taken with over a minute left on the clock, it's operated against Hampus here. Oh.
All's well that ends well. Fozy got away.
This could be a real good nade here. Looks like it'll be meaty onto at least 3 of them.
Well placed, and look at the damage. Masuta cops another face full of it, and third for good measure. Finally finishes the job. 3rd time's the charm. Masuta. Oh, there's more from Hampus. Oh, goddamn, the double airstrike from the Doctor. And there are 3 of them just cowering. Is there any more? Yes, there is. He's knocking heads too. ZywOo's helmet rung. Rez for the finish, ZywOo for the flourish. Only 1, and that will do nicely. Gonna be a couple of giggles over here at the NIP camp. We haven't seen it pay off like that.
Yeah, Hampus having fun with it, having some big fun with it right there. I thought that it actually was working against him, but no, it was straight into his little trap right there. So the hand grenades really setting the tone for this one here, and that was a round with some saved guns and a lot of upgrades. So Hampus right now, take a look at his utility damage, 217 to his name. We've got 92 and 89 for, actually no, 92 and 72 for Rez and S-Tag respectively there. But just down to the pistols, this is quite a light one.
Yeah, and we got some music producers in the house. I see you. And we got another one. Back where he started, Hampus. Looking to set some new records, I reckon. No, Hampus, you're getting greedy now. Getting swung on as well, but he will mow him down. And it will make it 9. Softening the blow of that Inferno with his stats up to 10. Massacres through, and you know what? He'd love a nade on Shocks.
Wouldn't that be one way to end the round?
Yeah.
Just with a HG.
Got one?
Get the ace
Any
with the
more
nade.
left? Anyone got one? Come drop me one. Plopsky, where are you?
Oh. Come on, Rez. Let him have it. Let him have it. All right, well, money is there for Vitality. It's not golden by any means. It's just on the cusp of a buy for everybody, and there will have to be a couple of omissions in terms of the firepower department. Apex, knowing that he needs some nades, has bought into a Galil instead. Everybody else will get the AK-47 out, but we're lacking Molotovs. We're going to be lacking a couple of Keybits of utility here to make this one happen, so it might be a bit more of an all-in, maybe a fast long play. And ready for this, they've got Fozy on the long corner, flashed off, and backs off.
We get to see the full process. Hampus has his little... Oh, he's changed his mind. No, boys, it's something else. I'd like them down here.
This is great, though, because this thinking on his feet with all of this, if they go for a long cross, he can just keep lobbing the nades on the ramp when they cross.
I got Rooster checking on his eggs. He's just dropping them out, putting them in his nest. He knows where he wants them.
Playing a bit of a different game to everybody else right now is old Hampus. After the last round, now he's up to 314. So we'll go round by round as soon as we see those nukes hitting. You almost want to lull them into this. You don't want to give them free real estate, right? You want to make it difficult, but you are set up to deal with a maneuver exactly like this out of Vitality.
Deliberate show of presence in mid. And now they'll walk tons. This all hinges on how Shocks, and when Shocks, gives up this position. They're starting their walk. Smoke will go through now. The second to be underhanded. Shocks, he's an experienced veteran. He knows that late B-Tons presence has to be coming eventually. And Rez gets a face full. Masuta again meets Hampus's nades. The airstrikes are on their way.
Gojin needs some help here. He's got the bomb. He's the only one across right now.
At least they've avoided the majority of that shrapnel. 4 on 4 with 30 seconds. Fozy is posted up on a tiny slither from Gandalf.
Kojin's stuck at Goose right now.
Yeah, S-Tag took long enough that Shocks isn't ready or expecting a second. So that should be a free one, as I was saying. And now 2 on 2. Apex to plant. ZywOo's jiggling up on the Hampus crawl. He's got a good idea of a frag and a lovely find on that head. S-Tag looking to make one dead on sight. Good tag, nothing more, and already on the retreat or reposition. It's the latter. And ZywOo's jiggle has already got up the info. Lovely elevated angle. Makes it look easy as he navigates the map. Makes it 5-5. And Vitality continue to close that gap. We're right bang up level once again. It was 3 in a row from the defense of the Ninjas. Good to see Vitality vocalizing that they are here to play. Of course, one map to the good as well.
Good stuff from Shocks here, right? He delayed so much time just by staying alive in that position. But this is ZywOo with a big kill onto the AWP on the site right there and continues to do work. Now, the buy is back, but both teams could be battered. So whoever loses this one is going to have questions around their buy into round number 12. ZywOo chilling around T-spawn here, having a little bit of a look late. And, well, they've been working a little bit more towards A, and I think they'd love to stay away from Hampus and his cheeky grenades. So now we See them starting to make their way towards the B bomb site here, and Apex is lining up a very deep flash to help them clear tunnels. So this is obviously that change that maybe you guys aren't familiar with. There's always a question if they could have made their way in through the lower tunnels. The flash also works the other way, gives some info over to NIP, but it is just Fozy right now at the back of site. Rez is the closest here. He's the link man over towards spawn. So a mid to B and Rez doesn't contribute. That AWP at back of plat is going to have such a hard time.
Oh, he's going to eat that for breakfast. So distracted, so blind. Rez at least tucks in.
Yeah, if they do just smokes and go right now, Fozy is in so much trouble here.
Like it already feels like a save. Oh, hang on. Gets awkward. They have to extinguish, and Fozy's posted up a chance. Whistles past the ear. Not many more of those for Fozy unless he blocks them in the smoke. They're literally kissing. Guys, social distancing. And yeah, now it gets a bit fruity. Apex meets Hampus. Fozy swap places now. Unfortunately, he's lost his sight, but at least has his life. Barrel to bait. Masuta up top. 3 advancing from this position. Utility at a premium. Esatag could get a well-placed smoke tons. It's not going to be ideal with them actively contesting bricks. Molly called clear. Shocks, nice position. Tunnels smoked on the fly. Looks like it's a gap, an exploitable one, but Shocks to be cleared. He's held all of them on this site in this post plan. Very light on time. That'll do nicely. Fozy now just for his life. They're still pushing in. Zywoo defending the site, dancing now in the 1v1. Oh, playing games with him. Not enough time with no kit. And Vitality happy with that one. It did get very close.
I like the thinking on their feet right there from NIP. That smoke that they threw, yeah, there was a gap, but they threw it to use it as a lurk smoke like you'd see on the T side. So it was a great attempt for the retake right there, and they did have the number advantage, but we know how hard that bomb site can be to retake, but it got real strange, didn't it? The blocking in the door, you're getting a good little angle of that right now, just stuck on each other, and it worked in Fozy's favor to at least get away with his life. So they made more of a round out of it than I thought here. Plopsky doing the damage, getting everybody down. And yeah, now the buy still awkward for both teams. So this saved AWP. If Fozy can find a kill or two and they can pick up some rifles, it's not done just yet for NIP, even though it is merely USPs.
Yeah.
50 or 2.
I mean, you can see Vitality just had that conversation of it could be something weird and aggressive, and looking towards top mid is the right call.
The thing is, if they get stalled out right now, they don't have a lot of nades. They only have 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs left over, and
oh, now that is quite the find.
They can get that gun too. They can definitely pick that up because look at this, the T-spawn push is coming. Zywoo is going to have to worry about behind here, but he has the AWP, so the timing on this is everything.
Lovely sets of util. Plopsky's got a little bit of something to work with here. He's going to be in their blind spot. He has hit the shot. His body drops the kit. Play on, says Fozy. He's caught short. He can use that as his home now as he catches a glimpse on the ramp. A chance onto Shocks. Won't get many more of those. As he does go even with it. Another trade. Zywoo needs both. Oh. And Esatag pulls it across the line. Ninjas a single AWP. USPs. And they absolutely commit daylight robbery. 6-6.
I saw a world there because Esatag had fluffed his lines. He had to adjust his aim. He took contact first from long there before the CT swing happened. And I just saw a moment where Zywoo would have just hit that. He's done so much here. You can see, yeah, he's had to course correct there. It got a little bit awkward, but now look what that's done. Vitality, the ones back down in the dumps here, and Fozy with a lot of impact. The opening, he even contributed more in towards the site, so great round from him with the only gun carried on through.
You never know what life's going to throw at you, do you? Fozy, I mean, what, start of this year he joins the academy team, and then end of the year he plays a grand final IEM as a stand-in?
I just can't believe how many players have gone through the NIP main team, right? Someone reminded me, Rolf was another one here who's actually played for RO, I think it's a 1F. He's in the academy team as well. He also played for NIP maybe as a stand-in at some point this year. So these youngsters getting an opportunity to show what they've got. But this is just a B set piece, and it's a great setup from NIP to deal with this.
Yes, attack though. Drilled on the spray and pins one to the wall. Kyojin isolated. Esatag down and out. Rez run down. This looks promising. He does manage to keep it even. If anything, favoring the Ninjas now. Masuta down to 32. If they can take down Hampus.
A shot.
A really nice shot out of Masuta. He's not done yet. He knows Plopsky's doors. Meets his maker. And Apex trying to clutch up. Fozy with the more impact as he farms up to 9. He's right mid-table. Fragging up a Storm. Plenty of time to go shopping for his favorite rifle.
None of these rounds are easy, though, right? This is all really hard Counter-Strike here, and that was a buy-in by Vitality. They invested everything they had. So getting that bomb down is great, but it should be just another pistol round in play, right? They should have to take a partial here so they can fully invest in the next round being the last, and that means NIP are sitting pretty to win out the half again. Now, I know they did this on Inferno. You can see this play from Esatag here, right? You want to be in a position where that to deal with the pounces that teams go for, exactly like an explosion that he just exploited there. So doing enough. Rez as well contributing with 2, and they do close it down. So just squeaking through these NIP. But you can see what I was talking about in the buy. It's Apex into a scout, the rest with Deagles. This is traditionally like a second round of the game, seeing it as the second last. Oh.
Didn't like the way it felt.
No, have to re-pick it up. Just get the handling of it. Make sure the grip's all good.
It's time for a snowball fight in middle. On a cold December evening. This guy brought an incendiary. That wasn't part of the rules.
Oh, the snow's melted.
Suter just chipped away at a little bit. Hampus going shopping for more snow, and Rez has mid on lock. So, with plenty of time for ZywOo's... Well, now it's ZywOo's scout, courtesy of Apex's death.
How was Nico's scout yesterday on Nuke? He had a huge round there, didn't he? Let's see if ZywOo can do anything similar. It always feels like NIP have a decent setup to deal with wherever Vitality are coming. Long had been locked down, so that's been cancelled for business thanks to Plopsky. Every time they head back towards B, it feels like multiple members on the side, or when they don't, Fozy somehow escapes through the smoke. But here we go.
Yeah, Esatag, he's been decent at this, and he's even got a nice supporting utility that will catapult. Oh, the jump isn't pretty. Now he's dead, and the site is open. There goes ZywOo, though, and that was the bomb. Masuta catches Hampus completely off guard, but on the retreat, Fozy's there to pick up the pieces and just to fix those loose ends. Shox doesn't have the bomb, or armor, or any hope.
Time's a problem too.
Does he get back across those doors? He's just got to walk the gauntlet now. Yeah, that hurts. Well played by the Ninjas. And I mean, I completely echo your sentiment, by the way, in terms of just NIP's setups. They just always look comfortable in terms of they're in the right place for what Vitality are throwing at them. There's not much cloak and dagger, not much deception. We're just seeing them actually take the half and maybe even an extended lead at the half here on map 2.
That's the key. They've taken the half. Remember, this is the map pick of Vitality. You can see there in the map graphic, top right-hand side of the screen. Next up is Nuke. We definitely will need that one regardless of the result right here. But do the French have anything to say before we do head to that break? Fozy aggressive as ever. Does post on up, sees nobody home. Managing his angles well, and there's no AWP on the other side of things for him to be too concerned with. Yet to know that, however. Back towards the mid doors comes Rez. Hinge smokes. This one does get a little bit more difficult. Hampus,
Where did Masuta's health just go? 2 points of health. There's another one through the doors. Fozy tracking him.
Here he comes again.
Oh, and they're so low as well. If he gets a well-placed nade, he'd even get a cheeky double.
So much nade management from this guy this game. He spent more time looking at the floor than he has shooting his rifle.
Yeah, he's just taking him around with him.
The thing is, if they try and go cat, they'd...
Oh, it would have been perfect.
Still, I think it could be.
Oh, it's bang on the money.
Suter again. He's died to 3 of Hampus's nades so far.
Oh, and there's a nice AWP connection. NIP make it 9. Fozy as well strings together. Just Shoxy up against it all. 9-6. Vitality's pick, and maybe we could be seeing an equalizer. NIP may not be too fond of the map, but looking great on them. T-side next, though. Didn't look that comfortable on Inferno. Let's see if the Swedes can make it 1-1.
Hey Future Pros, some people hate Dust too. Anyway, here's a cool smoke that you can throw from T-spawn to land on the hinge Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke, you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
Nine to 6. And IP certainly have an opportunity, Chad, but what's your reckoning? I know you're a bit doubtful. Vitality, they did look like they were tripping over their laces, and now on the defense, their map pick. All it takes is a pistol and some conversions before we forget all about that first half.
Yeah, I left my expectations at the door when we came into this one right here. I absolutely no idea what to expect. There's no way you know what type of Counter-Strike NIP are going to be playing. You sure you know Hamper's going to be aggressive, sure you know that Fuzzy's going to be on the AWP, but other than that, that's about it. For the French right here, and I hate the cliche, but it is just about playing their own game, and right now, playing their own game, they are down 3 rounds. So let's see. Is this pistol round going to kick them off in style? Apex with a kit and 2 flashes. Bomb, ooh. Jumping over towards Suicide there, so would have been spotted on the radar. And that's a nice shot from Masuta. Need more of that. Was plenty of it yesterday, and he's double on up, even looking for the 3rd.
Yeah, you know what I reckon is a 3rd right here. Yeah, Masuta looking for 4, and it's only Fozy. He's getting run down. Let the man have his 4. Masuta closing up the score, and this is a hunt from him. Look at this click. Fozy tucked in the barrel, punishes the greed. And maybe there's more deadly sins on the way. Bloodlust. ZywOo's good for it. So, call it 9-7. Vitality looking for conversion.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that T-half from Vitality was pretty rubbish because they were actually able to win the force buy in the 2nd round of play and then convert, right? So for them, in terms of rifle rounds, it was few and far between. For NIP, they did a great job defending. Let's see just how good Vitality are able to offer up here. And there were a couple of spicy shots. And the buys are back out for both teams. Now, Fozy is a Julie's main, I would say. Just of the 2 days of Counter-Strike we've watched from him, he would have it as the sidearm with the AWP. Now he's buying on the force buy, and they're rushing B.
Through the flames. And Masuta is already dismantled that. There's a tag actually breaking down the door.
M4 available here.
Yeah. If he can just avoid Apex for this smoke, he gets info. 1 peeking, Apex just holding W, completely booked. There's a tag, and yeah, 1 tag is good. A 2nd necessary, and that's the end of him. 8 secured, the gap starts to close.
Yeah, and this now should be the 9th, so it should be 9-9 in any moment's time. The pistols for NIP are going to be looking Glocks, maybe P250s at best, and that's what we saw from them yesterday as well in terms of those faster maneuvers. They're able to get away with a couple of rushes, a couple of quick plays. This time, Masuta too good for it. That flash just a little bit too late, retained his vision. As the tag made it costly. Good use there with the Tech 9, but here you go. You can see those light pistol upgrades. And looking to go back towards B again, so testing their luck one more time. Straight down through the lower tunnels. So a flash from Tag top mid, and they're going to come out mid doors. There's 2 players pushed on. He's going to be ahead of it.
Oh, it's perfection from Shox. And in collaboration with Apex, their spray ends the game early. Nice quick find of the 9th, and yeah, tie things up. Slate wiped clean. Rifles now into the play, and we will see a couple of those preserved SMG, FAMAS from Vitality. So advantage Nip. What's the call? Hampus' T side has been loosey-goosey.
Good long spawns right now for Plopsky and Fozy here, so they might just want to go for a long play and set their attentions early, because if they're able to get long control and they can establish something to work with as the game goes on, that would be fantastic. And, well, luckily, Vitality aren't really playing long. It is just Kyojin here, smoked off, drops a flash of his own, and will backpedal. Needs to get away because this is looking very fast and furious. They jump into pit. Oh, do they actually want to scale back up
Looks
on
like
this?
they want to fight.
Yeah,
Deep flash implies the same. Now, you can see this, the smoke they could have dropped on towards the bomb site to divide and conquer, but they're just waiting. And they're walking. Kyojin screaming for aid. Nades loose, bodies dropped. Kyojin, so many bodies in front of him. Him and Shox have combined to repel. It looks like they've done enough to maintain. This is their site. Hampus thinks otherwise, swings out. It's a good hit. Kyojin's gone, and now this one just keeps going back and forward. This is such a brawl. This is very different flavored Counter-Strike. A chaotic marinade in all of this action. We're at 1 minute.
Shox
and it's
has been heard.
2v3. They are gathered on the cat. Shox heard on the flank. Apex missing the nade, but
might be a gap
Fozy,
here.
yeah, he's expecting something. Shox alert. Apex desperate to try and flash and set his teammate up. Oh, what a flash. What a flash. Fozy, though, does finish. And Apex has to get out of there. Not allowed to. Hampus spanks him upon the exit, and that was quite the round check. Can I have your kind of blow for blow on that one?
I don't know if they had truly believed they had lost long, but on the jiggles there, you could just see how caught off guard they were. They were already scaled up much closer. I wasn't sure if they wanted to go for the retake of the long control or whatever, but you could see here that first fight coming Plopsky's way. He's very wide, right? It's not like they were all just creeping up the close line, so they were ready for that type of a jiggle. And then they continued to fight. Now, this is the Vitality that we saw that beat Virtus Pro. All they did was fight on the CT side. So, I suppose more of that, but that's a tag with the AWP. And speaking of AWPs, 2 are out right now for this CT defense. One's already struck gold into the side of Fozy here, down to, well, very low HP indeed. Zoe's AWP over towards A. Kyojin locking down long. Apex floating around, and there you go. Strikes twice.
Wasn't expecting that at all. Apex. A man made of stronger stuff than you and I lives on after that full magazine through the door. Still the man advantaged by a thread. Rez, early util on the A ramp, does catch and flash Saiwu. The bomb navigating away from those tunnels. At what point do you think Shox and Masuta do start their team clear of that?
One of the things that hurt Vitality a little bit on their CT side of Inferno was not having any information. And right now, they don't have a whole lot here. Long, they're about to learn something because Fozy is poking his head out here. Kyojin in towards pit. The smoke has stalled them out towards short for now, but there's enough time for them to wait on this and then execute and go. So Apex is already very, very low.
Look where he's holding with 7 HP. Like, he's a ward right now. Okay, he's actually gone a little more passive and continues to use his util to delay 30 seconds and a perfectly timed incendiary. This gets really awkward for the Swedes now. You don't really have the health to be disrespectful. Apex tucking in. A hard clear for you if his eye was already hitting shots. And yeah, well, long. Solved. The rest coming through Cat. Zaiwu is flashed and Molotov'd off. If they don't clear Apex, he can still have impact. And impact is found. One of the 2 required. Tag through the box. Plopsky just 7 points of health, but still hitting the necessary shots. It's Zaiwu. Good on the USP. And that's the end of that. Vitality tie things up again. NIP. Victims of the utility there, as well as, of course, Shox's opening.
Yeah, that one got a little bit dicey, all considered. So the bomb went down, and it got spicy on the site right there. Another kill for Plopsky, and maybe, just maybe, they're able to win that one out. So having to work hard for it, the French, but as you mentioned, they do tie things up. The plant is going to get NIP in the range for another buy. And why the hell not with the type of Counter-Strike they get to play? I can't believe that Apex went overlooked there on such low HP. It wouldn't have taken a lot. But just the time, I'm sure, played a massive factor in that one. And they will go for the buy. Fozy will get his AWP out. So we might see some head-to-heads with Zaiwu and Shox on the other side. And a couple of fans in the fan cams.
That's IEM.gg/fancam. And that's Masuta.
Was he not expecting him to have a buy? I don't know. That was interesting.
He has been feeling himself.
Yeah, his aim's been looking not too shabby. It's definitely not the performance that he had yesterday, but still getting it done. Now, Kyojin looking to be isolated on long here. If he goes down, this one could get very interesting.
Yeah, playing with fire a little bit. Look at that fade timing. He could have been caught. Instead, Zywoo perfectly timed for the slither gap. One straight to the funny bone, but Plopsky, he's not laughing. He's lost his leader. And this spread again looks pretty potent. Shox just tucking in to punish any of those grey screen tees. Fozy looking a bit proactive. It's unlikely he makes the play on his own though.
This would be some shot.
Yeah, the flick of the wrist. Not ready for it. Easy as that from Apex, and he's got more, a bit more than he bargained for. S-Tag opting for the frag on the AWP. Misuta's too quick on the trigger. Call it. 40 seconds, two of ya. Plopsky and Rez having a mother's meeting about how this could possibly end well.
Noisy in tunnels here. Looks like they want to give this one a try. Hard crossfire to break.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen both of these very sharp on those headshots, and well, body will do. Shox clear and holds it down for the first. Lovely sequence from the defenders. Trading off of one another effectively, guaranteeing the round, and well, down in the dumps are the Ninjas. That's, what is it, 5 of the last 6 rounds of this second half going the way of the French.
Yeah, that was quick feet for right there from Kyojin as well. He did get into the site in time, I think, to grab the secondary AWP for Shox, so that's great that they can retain that and not have the cost that comes with having to rebuy. But can these pistols get anything done? NIP keeping to a pretty clean sheet here so far. Now remember, when you do go for buys like this and your ideas are limited, you're operating with calls out of spawn, it's not going to be easy to come up with a good pocket strat, so you're hoping somebody over-peaks, overstays their welcome, and maybe Shox is that type of guy. Flash through, doesn't actually blind up too many. Fozy remains unblinded by this all.
Julies, huh? He's trying to start something.
Yeah, he's been loving it. I swear yesterday was his sidearm all the time. So double mid to B smokes here.
Yeah, Shox, he's not going to let that go. In fact, Apex has been caught, flustered for a moment. But yeah, petering out. They put a lot of their chips into this in terms of pistol, Kev, a bit of util. They really wanted to give this some bite, some bark, and it's got nothing more than a whimper from NIP here. Just the last of Hampus walking on in. Zywoo's crosshair placed to perfection, as we all expected. 12, though, to 10. And that slight lead we were discussing on that first half, that 9-6, is, yeah, long gone. NIP now feeling like they're all the ones on the downhill. The downhill? The downward spiral on the back foot.
Down the hill.
Down the hill.
Yeah. Well, I think here at this point, Threat takes a timeout. He tries to see if there's any options for some calls. Before, when they were able to get the gun round, it was an awkward one. It was a bit of a bonus, and they were able to take that long control. We could return to that with Hampus and Rez's spawns right now. And there's also not a glass cannon out for Fozy here. That would have been the only way he could have had the AWP, unless Sanji was in the server. But the timeout has concluded, and back underway we look to go.
Sanji.
But it's quite established this buy now, right? There's residual-ish cash for Vitality. I won't lie, it's not great, right? They've actually sustained quite a few casualties in some of these rounds, so they're not bolstered for the tail end of this half here. And it's not going to be the long play, so right now, more of the same. Xbox smoke there from Plopsky, tunnels with 3, and Shox is going to hang around mid-doors again here. Defensive molly there to slow the cat crawl, and actually licked by the flame will be Hampus. Finds another avenue, can't go through it. Well, he's going to go around it.
Yeah, using his own, or his teammates' Xbox smoke to try and rat on the fade.
Hampus has actually slipped past here, so if Zywoo isn't ready for this, it could be, well, the opener. Zywoo, of course, he's ready. What am I saying?
Yeah, you know what? You might not be anticipating a high flash, but never mind. A perfect incendiary for that swing. He's got Apex partnered up with him, in fact, dropping CT.
Ah, that's enough for that. And that actually forces them back into Zywoo's line of sight here. So utility being lobbed down. And Zywoo might get another chance. 18 kills. It's another quiet one from him, I suppose.
Knows one's ton side from that flash trajectory. Be aiming for the jump across. S-Attack has his ears pierced. Down to 5. And Zywoo, not very professional about it. He's using the gun. You're not supposed to use the gun these days.
Well, getting stalled out everywhere. We're at this awkward 40-second mark again for NIP. And
look at this dude.
He might get flashed in, you know. Yeah, he will.
Oh, no, and they've all got pins in their hands. Apex trying to be the superstar. Plopsky.
Now would be perfect.
Flashed. Apex frags, takes 2 for the Troubles. 20 seconds, and the Troubles keep coming. Gap in the smoke was held. Zywoo's got no info. Rotates on its way. He does confirm they haven't crossed down. In fact, that CT drop didn't get far. Rez, though, looking threatening. Low HP and even lower. ZywOo makes short work of him. 13. Still just that one blemish on this defensive record. Vitality set for success and for that 2-0 in this best of 5.
Yeah, one of the bigger issues right now for NIP is the bomb not going down, right? In the last 3 rounds, hasn't gone down at all. With the max loss bonus in play, they're unable to get the purchases and shocks ready for all of that. Great little maneuver right there from Apex. It looks wild, but you can see in the execution, actually pretty tidy. He's a disruptive force, old Apex. But that was with AWP picks coming out early again, and well, back towards tunnels. Bomb is long. Fozy has partner in crack. It's a B fake.
Yeah, and he's trying to sell it as best he can. That was his chance. He turned the flash.
Could be out of position here.
Long player just about in position in time.
Not out of position.
No.
Exactly where he needed to be. Should we call this one 14?
Yeah, let's talk about what's the next map.
The next map is Nuke. It's NIP's second choice here at the best of 5. And they beat G2 on it.
Exactly.
But they also beat G2 on Inferno.
Mm-hmm. But what I heard from the desk, that was one of the few maps they actually
probably had time to crack because they knew that they were going to pick it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see what you're doing here. Expectation setting. Now, yeah, look.
It's not over. Listen. Esatag.
Come on. Do it.
Esatag, he's been a volatile presence, sure. And on the T side, when he is getting into those sides, when he is hitting that first in the feed, we do tend to see NIP with the ability to close out. When you've got Hampus, Plopsky, and Rez right behind you, as long as you can kick open the door, they have no issues with finishing off what's left of the site. But that's the question of spawns, that's the question of decision-making. I'd love to see Esatag with a bit more of that pep in his step. Despite only 9 frags, he's actually at the top of the ADR table with 71, just tailing on Hampus.
No AWP again for this T side, so operating with 5 rifles up against the double AWP setup now, and there's plenty of cash for Vitality now. They've been able to build that bank consecutively.
Wouldn't mind this, you know, like a quick one towards that mid to B. Hampus charging on down as usual. I'll navigate the tunnels for safe passage, and Hampus already up Xbox, so you can see the setup.
Yeah, mid to B right now would be well timed.
It's bang on the money. Esatag, the first of the 2 smokes. Plopsky still housekeeping long. He's actually got 2 feet planted on long, so this is dreamy. It's just about the jewels now. And Hampus has the audacity to still be looking to push short and fake it out, keep those A players' feet planted, flank on the CT, rotate.
I think they're hoping for some rotations here. They're not getting them right now.
Boys, your smokes are going to fade. Your smokes are going to fade. Hampus now going to catch one on his head.
Oh!
That was right down his jersey.
Bit of a concussion right there. Well, they're going to try again. I think they know no one's CT or have a good idea.
Hampus, you bully. He's actually played that beautifully. Now, they are walking into the domain of this B setup, and now it's kind of lost its potency. If anything, Plopsky gives it a go on long, and yeah, disintegrating now for the Ninjas 1 by 1. They fall. And there was a lot of merit to that. Nothing to show for it.
I think they were expecting a little bit more of a proactive nature because they postured. They postured so early for the mid to B. Avex now, I don't know if he's doing that to fire himself up or whatnot, but the war cries are definitely being heard right now.
Yeah.
And this is looking likely to be the final round of play here in map number 2.
Apex loves to play the villain. He was telling us that that Blast crowd booing him and throughout that game was one of his favorite games of his career.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here we go. Let's see if they can close this out. Kyojin forced off long early. saw what happened last time it was this setup where he got pushed back. They actually just took contact and actually won the round, but different flavor this time round.
Yeah, it is Mr. Dan Madesclair with an air of do not care. He's just going to hang out and hold all the way up suicide now. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, the bouncer's already at the door. You cannot leave. That's not really how bouncers work, but that's how this one does.
Reverse club.
Yeah, you have to stay. You must party. And party come in the way of Masuta and Kyojin. Smokes, you can see the idea. A nade right at their toes. Really softened up now for these rifles. And yeah, they are close quarters. Look at the damage. Oh, shell-shocked. There's nothing left of them. Shadow of his former self, Hampus. Looking the wrong way. Just get him out of here. Let's get ready for the nuke. Because Rez, 7 HP, ready with his accepted fate handed to him. 16 to 10, 2 to 0. Speed run in this grand final right now, chasing a trophy. Not too many in the cabinet, and looking to end strong. Vitality 2-0 up in the grand finals.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just
$16-10 twice over leads us to the next port of call, which happens to be the DHL MVP. Use your Twitch channel points to vote, and we will catch up with the winner at the end of the grand finals. Perhaps. That depends if they win the vote. Of course, your candidates are Zywoo, Shox, Apex, Plovsky, Kyojin. And once again, use your Twitch channel points to get that done. Kyojin! And why is he important to this Vitality war effort, Yanko?
Because he's one of the 5 players.
Outstanding analysis. Can't really beat it. Jason, can you echo that sentiment?
Yes, indeed, Trace. He is the 5th player on this Vitality roster. He's
the reason why they brought Danes into the team. He's like public enemy #1 right now in France.
Yeah.
It's crazy how this team like decided to make such a U-turn in their strategy when the only thing they need is to change him. And listen, the kid's not horrible. He's just not there yet. He needs like a year or so, you know, playing on this level. It's not like Misuta, who was a bit better to get into it, right? So you really do wonder. I don't know if Vitality, you know, the org is like a little bit now. Wow, was that big of a change really necessary for this team?
I think maybe not. They had obviously a very rough year, so it's always hard to kind of keep things, you know, in line.
Was it a very rough year?
Yeah, they didn't have great placements.
But did FaZe have that?
Well,
Zing.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I got nothing for that one.
I mean, they had like a couple of grand finals.
You would know the difference in phase management more than I would, but I know if you're Vitality and you have a chance to grab the most decorated coach, decorated players in the best team of all time, like it's hard to turn that down.
It's hard to turn down an opportunity like you were just teed up for here, Yanko. So,
yeah,
so tell us how you feel.
Talk about restraint. I feel awesome.
Let's talk about FaZe. Let's just forget about no, we're not going to do that. We are going to talk about this match.
But this is how you would expect us to go down, really, right? Like NIP yesterday, yes, they had a better T side against G2, but it was win pistol, then a couple of good reads, you know, like hitting B when G2 was playing heavy A, doing a long rush when G2 was focusing more on mid to B, and here not winning the pistol and not having that good start. And we were talking about Vitality on their CT side. They're going to play to shut down some of the easy plays, and they did that. They were very aggressive, very disruptive. You could tell even when NIP got long control, Vitality was flashing themselves through the smoke wall, trying to, you know, find kills there on Cat as well, while they're lining up for the Cat execute. We saw like Apex getting flashed in, making plays, and for a team like NIP with a stand-in, it's just too much to handle.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's like missing the ump at the end of the game.
It seemed to be like they had some of that on Inferno as well, with some of the plays over at the B-bomb site, putting out the Molotov with the smoke and flashing through it very quickly. And even in this one, towards the end of the game, we saw that defense from Shocks at B, where, you know, just outside NIP gained control of those mid double doors on the CT side, and you could see Shocks getting aggressive towards that position, flashing it, peeking it, making sure they're not comfortable in holding that kind of control.
Well, I'm sure there's a ton of Shocks highlights. I'm sure we're about to see them. Check this out, Yanko. We can talk about Shocks. We've been talking about Shocks. Everybody talks about Shocks. But really, it's a team effort, right, Yanko?
Yeah, of course, Trace. It always is a team effort. Shocks probably playing a little bit more liberated, so to speak, right? Because of the fact that he's not going to be the member of the team moving into next year. Or at least that's what the rumors are.
So is he going to Liquid or what? Who's going to spill the beans?
Word on the street.
Jason is the you know,
he
resident Liquid agent.
Resident.
But yeah, I think more than anything else, right? Moving on to Nuke. Which NIP did manage to eke out a win in overtime against
Shouldn't
G2.
have, though.
And Hampu said, though, that it was because G2 was like over-peaking in some situations and gave away a couple of rounds that NIP really wasn't supposed to win. Well, I want to say Vitality is going to do better, but actually considering the situation in which they're in, they might fall into the same trap. You know, they're 2-0 up, 16-10 on both maps, fairly comfortable games, right? They might maybe get a little bit complacent, and that's the name of the game for Vitality. Just, okay, we're 2-0 up, but the job's not done yet. Let's not get overzealous about this, and let's just close it out.
That Nuke win yesterday against G2, though, came in a game where Nico had, something like 29 kills at the end of regulation, and his next, teammates were way down. And we just had a Dust 2 where Shocks had 22 kills, Zaiwu had 21 kills, Masuta's at 19. They have their players deep. They're performing if you go deep into the lineup and deep into the roster. So this is going to be very difficult for NIP.
So it does create a rough picture that the third map could very well be the last map.
I think it's over here, Trace. I think we're crowning a champion after Nuke.
Now, is that something that you're going to put your entire livelihood on?
A watch on.
Yeah, put your watch on it.
Is it my watch? Or no one wants this watch. Kassad's watch, though.
We'll take Kassad's watch. We'll take it right off.
Kassad's watch can be just the universal bet from now on.
It's like, yeah. And if you lose, you get the belt.
Yeah. All right. Well. Okay, so
I like them apples.
Let me tell you guys about G4 TV. They're going to be having a little bit of a post show featuring Golden Boy or Maui Snake, or hell, there's a couple of them on here. Evil Cat, Frosk. I mean, I'm just saying, there's a couple people here. Nice. You might like one of them, or you might like all of them. Either way, go ahead and tune into them over there at twitch.tv/G4TV for an extended breakdown of the Intel Extreme Masters Winter, while we go to a break, Jason. Holy smokes, are you ready?
I've got pizza to eat, baby.
Jason has 5
I've got
pizzas.
5
to
pizzas
be
in the
exact.
green. Y'all don't want to know how that happened, but I've got 5 pizzas in the green room. So if anyone's in Poland right now and you want some pizza, get your ass down to the studio.
Okay, no.
We're going to be giving away slices.
And if you're in the UK or the US and you want some Monster Energy drinks,
Yeah, go ahead and get that monster drop, whatever it might be. We're going to go to a break, get ourselves the hell out of here. So we'll see you in a minute.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
So the first one is called Sounds of LAN, really simple. You've got a load of video clips queued up on the laptop and you've got to guess who's making the sound, team and player if you can.
All right, ready to begin?
Yeah.
Sounds of LAN, baby.
That's definitely not us.
I have no idea with it.
Oh, bro, that was a Björn. Oh, yeah, Björn.
Oh, I think it's Hampus.
Hampus? No, should we say device?
Lock him in.
We go for Plovsky.
Yeah, I think it's Hampus.
And he said bro.
Hampus from, what's his team?
I'm not sure. Maybe an XP or...
No.
Oh, it's threat!
Right, okay, we're on the right team.
And Hampus. It's both. It's a double screen.
We just go on to the next one? Okay.
Clip 2.
Jesus.
You can zoom out. Are you going to be giving us some of that this week, maybe?
Yeah, this week. Yeah.
A part of me wonders, is that like maybe like a Zonic or something?
It's Snappy Hands.
It's Snappy, right?
This is Snappy.
What?
I have no idea. I don't know.
I have no clue.
I don't know. I'm not sure either.
But it sounds like an American guy.
I remember, it's Snappy. And
Yeah, I remember this one as well.
against an IP actually.
Against an AP.
Yeah.
Let's go Tabson. We're going to throw a Tabson out on this one. We're going to get the answer in 3, 2, 1.
What, it ends?
Bro, it's Snappy going
I
home!
would not have got that from Snappy.
Okay, bro.
But it's just
Oh my god.
We're not very good at this.
Apex, you need to give them some lessons.
Yeah, I mean, I like screams, but that's weird.
I know. All right, you ready, Hugo?
I have no idea.
so hard to hear.
It matches like trying to hear one guy, then the other guy comes in.
Is that Snappy again?
No, I don't think so.
It's Liquid.
Liquid?
Yeah.
Can this be Face?
Phase with twists on.
So what?
Sounded a bit like Face.
Cadian, I think.
Cadian?
Yes.
Okay.
Carrigan?
Carrigan?
No.
No? 2 issues then, for me.
Ooh, twist?
Yes, Phase.
So do you think G2 or Face?
Between them, I would say Face.
Yeah, Face?
Or no, G2.
G2?
Yeah.
Yeah? You think it's Face now? Oh no.
What if?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
2 wishes, I knew it.
Fuck's sake.
Oh my god.
It's twists, bro!
Oh no, it's true.
Yeah, it's Face.
All right.
That's Danish. That's Danish.
Yeah.
He's excited.
Yeah, Zoltan.
I'm getting afraid of these people.
Yeah, they're very intense. One more glad I have these helicopter headsets on, so I can't hear them.
That is Danish through it. That's magic.
Which, yeah?
That's magic right
he's
there.
confident. All right.
I'm throwing one out.
That's right, Craig. Yeah.
All right, final answer.
Mouse port.
That's Snappy.
Yeah.
Hands down, that's Snappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah, Snappy. 100%.
Yeah. Please an endpoint. I would say endpoint.
This is Nappy.
Yeah. What did you do, man?
I don't even remember.
Frank Clash.
Yeah.
Probably some round or something. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Who is it?
Oh, you got Danish at least. Dude, Snappy's loud. That's what I'm learning. I've not seen Snappy.
He's appearing in all of these. Okay.
This is a Snappy compilation.
All right, my toes are crossed, my fingers too. I want a competitive nuke. I want a banger to round out the year for the IEM Tour. It is map 3 of our best of 5 grand finals. Welcome if you've just joined us. For everyone else, welcome back. I'm hanging out here with Chatty B. We've got the Swedes on one side of the server, hanging out, ready to juke it out. And well, Nuke, this was the map, Chad, that they did put up the fight up against G2 more convincingly than others.
Yeah, and I think here this is a map that they might have a bit of a chance on. The problem is they are starting on this T side right now. Vitality know that they are just 16 rounds away from picking up their first trophy of the year. But let's get it on. Nuke, map number 3 in a reverse sweep. The tall order for NIP, and it all starts here.
For Fozy is joining those ranks. You can see him there on that roster graphic. S-Attack, of course, recently integrating into the roster as well. So NIP are certainly not putting their very best foot forward, but the very best they can muster. Device unwell. And standing up to the test has been Fozy. He hasn't been a gap in their game. He hasn't been exploited. He's been pulling his weight and doing what is demanded of him. Right now, it's frag. We're into the pistols. Rez loves to have that little raid boss set up for info, and I wonder how far he pushes this. So, like, with main smoked, he might take the heaven fight. It'll be a jiggle from info from that CT up there, and ouch, that is more than info. Who is it? Of course, it's ZywOo. Who else would knock that cap off of Rez immediately? He's even taking chunks out of Hampus now, and now towards Shoxy, playing it passive to bait, and Masuta is the switch. Half will do. ZywOo's everywhere. Poor old Hampus wondering where his team and the round has gone. Vitality looking set to collect. And ZywOo, who's been looking at yard, ramp, top site, ready on lockers for Hampus's walk. He seems like he's looking through the walls as he worked it out. It seems perfect, and Hampus at least looking the right way. He gets to see his opponent as ZywOo will collect his double.
That's quite nice right there, but if you guys at home are playing Pugs, and there's always that guy that wants to play Rotator, you can thank Simple and ZywOo for that, right? That guy who always thinks he's going to be, you know, the backup for everybody. Doesn't realize how difficult the job is, let alone how much utility he needs to throw to set up his teammates. But thanks, Simple and ZywOo, for that. We really appreciate having every time you enter a lobby, the guy typing a Rotator, and my blood pressure going through the roof. It is going to be a FICO. This is not the little, what do they have? Recess?
Yeah.
That the Swedes have. This is actually just a full eco. So, yeah, FICO.
Oh, you were talking about Fika?
Yeah, I thought it was fun. It was Swedish. It was a little bit of play on words.
Yeah.
It was Counter-Strike. It was...
It's coffee, it's snacks.
Yeah, a scone.
A scone?
Yeah, best friends of a scone.
Ah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
Fastest cake in the West, that one. Because once you see it, it's scone.
Woof.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys. We're
45
delivering.
years old.
We're not here for the rest of the week. This is it. So one night only.
One night only. Tell your friends. Get them down. Because this could be the very last of Vitality NIP's grand final. ZywOo is here in full force. Apex as well, finding his first 2 frags. Or is it only just the one? Yeah, ZywOo snatched that away from him. So we're ready to rock and or roll.
You mentioned Apex. He does a great job of patrolling yard here. So look to him to have a decent CT half right here, right now, as the yard smokes do land. And
it's the L block, is it?
It's the it's the reverse L block.
Yeah, it's like the knight in chess.
It's not the other way around here. So, well, there he is. I told you he'd have some impact, and that is Hampus down and out. And they've been having quite the duel, the two of them, over the last couple of maps.
Yeah, Hampus.
Through the smoke again.
Exactly.
Add that one to the tally.
Gonna be complaining about that. Now, you can flip the script so quick. Sharks. Supported by Kyojin, and Masuta this time is responsible for ramp, and he's got a lot of damage inflicted there. He's done a lot with that. And he's actually, I was going to say, sticking around. I think the loud stampeding Plopsky will impede his return. And 60 seconds, still that man disadvantaged. Nip flashing in to try and force Apex into a passive stance. And you like that smoke.
Yeah, absolutely denied right now. So that's going to buy them so much time. And NIP have to go looking elsewhere. So back towards lobby they go as, well, ZywOo goes looking too. And he's going to be here at the right place, right time to catch what could be 4 NIP members looking the wrong way.
Oh, S-Attack, yeah. He
3
lays
NIP
it all on the line. And Shox is having some fun with them. So, well, you're not a knifer. You're not a knifey boy, are you?
Not one of those guys. We'll call that 3-0. Now, this is the farewell tour for this Vitality roster here. If you've missed the news, if you haven't been keeping up to track, apparently They haven't said anything publicly, but I think it's more than confirmed at this point that next year there will be changes in this team. Now, the tail end of the year for them has been pretty good. Just the other week in Copenhagen, they were in the grand final against Na'Vi. They took a map. They ruined that nuke streak. Right now, they are the team one map away and only a couple more rounds away, really, from grabbing this trophy. Their first of 2021. And that might give them an extra little bit of confidence as they move into the Blast Global Finals next week, where Na'Vi are sitting, waiting, watching for some contenders. Gambit's there, Vitality there, the big names looking to try and take them on down, and Na'Vi trying to continue their dominance, but...
A huge investment of almost all your utils to get Hampus down, and Esatag's actually slipped the vent, so you've got my attention, Nip.
If they could get everybody else across, yeah, you'd be in a really good place, right? Because it would ruin the rotation. You couldn't go down vent. You'd have to either chase their tail down secret, or you'd have to go from ramp. But speaking of ramp, Apex has already made his way lower. If he deals with Hampus again, he's really had his number so far.
Masuuta's beating him to the punch. And Hampus, yeah, the Deagle not cut out for that task. It's an easy $600 for Masuuta to splash at a later date. You can see Shox is just alert. He knows what's up. Has to give up main. That's the responsibility of Kyojin, who's looking for both. Lovely adjustment. And they line up for Shox. 3 locked down on that top site. NIP just got nothing going.
Yeah, and if they can't exploit Kyojin in the top side, that has been the weakness almost year-long for this team. Kyojin, unfortunately, on Nuke, he looked like a bit of a fish out of water. And they have to remember where Kyojin and Masuuta came from was basically just the Pug Realms. They were picked up on their raw individual ability. So the decision-making in a lot of these positions is difficult. It's a place where you get mollied, flashed. It's not an easy side to play, and you were replacing RPK, who was a tank, right? So Kyojin, if he doesn't get exploited, he's able to keep his head above water here in that top site. This is done for NIP, right? It already feels pretty done for NIP, but... that would just add extra difficulty to things.
Yeah, and, you know, that's a really valid reminder as well, Chad. I had forgotten or neglected to mention that Na'Vi's nuke streak, that indomitable Na'Vi nuke, was bested by this French squad. And they look to be doing it again here. How did he not get cleared? Still, though, good for the frags. It's favouring him as Plopsky. Zywoo's dancing on the vents, and that's not done. It is not done. Really awkward turn of events. Masuuta still has top site. He has info. Squeaky screams. Zywoo relocating quickly.
Masuuta lives here. Zywoo has time to finish this one off.
Oh, and that's the opposite of living. But that is killing. Zywoo in their heads with the hot leg.
Oh, he's coming.
Ozzy. Oh, nearly outplayed him. Second tier 1 appearance for Fozy, standing in last minute. Now a 1v1 with Zywoo.
Very winnable now for Fozy.
Gone for the round the world. What? The real round the world maneuver.
I love this.
This is right out of the Chad Birchall play.
Oh, he's sitting it. He's hurt him.
Never mind.
Or is he just... Oh, he's just smoked the bomb and defused. Okay.
Never mind. Zywoo's better, and Fozy feels like a bit of a plum.
That spray summarizes it right there. That is a very high risk, but high reward maneuver right there. You're assuming that your opponent is going to play out the round. They're going to fake the bomb. They're going to take their time. Nah. I'm just going to smoke and defuse. So a bit of a classic there from Zywoo. And Fozy does look very silly, but I don't hate the play.
No, I mean, and you also, you know, Zywoo's, it's such a ridiculous cerebral game, this one, but, you know, he's anticipating a likely lobby after plan, checking it, getting played with the time. What solves all of that? A smoke and a full.
You know what else he's anticipating? Nerves, right?
Bingo.
Nerves in that situation from the youngster. And he takes full advantage of that, but taking advantage of the yard crawl again, they've been able to get across. Zywoo, well, has yet to die, and he's holding Hampus at bay here behind the Molotov.
This time he has company.
Hope he's at the dinner table.
Yeah, a full little Swedish dinner table set. Zywoo, peckish. I mean, this is a lot of map control. If you can clean out Zywoo, if being the operative word.
He's going to swing open here. He's going to be open.
Yeah, is he though? Or are they locked in with him?
16 bullets. Oh, there's the reload.
How are you comfortable and confident doing that? He's exposed and baited with the toes, back turned, Hampus strikes, and so does Fozy. That should be enough, at least to get the bomb down. Oh no, oh no. Hampus has been caught on the way to deliver that bomb. Good util, but it's a little late now. The damage is done, the round is on. 3 versus 3. And Plopsky hasn't done more than even the odds. Seizes an advantage. Duking it out with Shox. Kyojin starting his crawl. This is a big one now. They're not faffing with nades. It's bullets. It's bait. Shocks alive, kicking. Walked on now by Kyojin. Isolates the duel. Fozy's keeping it interesting. Another clutch for the young gun. Time gone. Shocks knows. Shocks knows, but Fozy gets the head. And a lovely conversion from him. 3 frags in the round, and that will be the first for the Ninjas.
Yeah, just quick on down secret. Very simple approach right there. ZywOo getting caught off guard. You don't see that too often, but the door being blown open, the toes spotted and, well, sandwiched here. You can see Hampus just looking straight up. Thank you very much. ZywOo, I'll clean that one up every day of the week. And Fozy, yeah, with a great round from him. You can see here low on HP, but still happy to take the fight. Rez was the safety net in case that one got out of control. There's plenty of cash money, and, well, ZywOo has died, but you know what that means. Now the AWP comes out, so let's see him in his full final form. Apex has immediately denied that. You can't do the same play again against us, but creeping around the smokes. There is a bit of a gap right now if they wanted to worm their way in towards main. Hampus, however, looking the wrong way. And that is a huge gap.
And he's just stepped it, but that's a lovely step for Apex's eardrums. He knows. And ZywOo does too. Power of a microphone leads to the death of Hampus, as well as his loud boots. Apex knows he can maintain a reposition. Plopsky has wormed very quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
He got that opener, so Apex
has no idea.
He's going to get the door swung, so there has to be a sound cue, but oh, he's going to come to him. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think Plopsky's got a lot to say right now.
Come on down. The weather's fine.
You have to respect that. Sharks ready for Rez. They could give it a go. Vent's their best bet for Descent. And Plopsky's got that locked down too. So yeah, Secret has to be the option. This is another unfavorable retake.
They do have a kit for Kyojin, so that is something they have going for them. And look at all the utility left over for ZywOo, right? But the problem is the bomb's already down. So process of elimination, they'll need to start working this out quick.
You got a molly, Fozy. Oh, shots on him. Opts for the AK now, perhaps a little late with the bottle of flame. Buys time all the same. Burning now, Kyojin. He's through. Fozy's rotting a lot of time off the clock, and now Plopsky with the frag onto Shocks.
Should be it.
Yeah, the feet are planted. Kyojin on the retreat, and that will be 2 for the Ninjas. 2 in a row, no less.
Okay, well, that's not bad at all, and both have come through the avenue of the lower site, just through different ways about it. One through ramp, one through secret. Kyojin caught with a knife on out. Plopsky grabs another kill for his round right there, so that one is all Plopsky. Big stuff from him. Now, ZywOo holds on to that AWP, will retain the big green. Money has already been whittled away with. Just 2 consecutive was all it took. And questions will have to be asked over there with the French. Apex, what do you got in store for them? Well, he's opted to go for the auto shotgun. There's a Deagle in the mix. There'll probably be some light purchases coming out from Shocks as well. Kyojin doesn't have enough to invest on in. And you can see the round recap right there as we do get back underway with the play. Yard smokes again. Hampus has more behind him this time round, so a bit of a rinse and repeat right here as they leave Essa tag in lobby, but across nice and quick. And down he goes. So Apex, you're going to get caught off guard yet again, I think.
I don't know, these alligators.
He's not going to jiggle. Yeah, because he wasn't expecting him so fast.
Not at all.
So it was just the wide round swing around the corner, and probably a bit of a jump scare, I imagine, for Apex there too.
I've got a fun fact about Hampus.
Okay.
Just because we're talking about turning corners. You know he actually has turn left and turn right bound and uses them every round?
Sounds like he plays surf.
Yeah, he used to be a trick shotter in COD.
Of course he was.
Yeah, that's actually the secret. He wanted
Of
to
course
do
he was.
360 no-scopes.
So he, okay. All right.
You actually see it, though. He was showing me a clip where he literally just hits it and it just looks like he's got like the opposite of aim. You know, like he just moves his crosshair robotically away from people accidentally sometimes.
Okay. So it does come back to haunt him, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, fair play. It's part of his game. And oh, that'll do. That'll do nicely. Misuta's next on the chopping block, and down they go. Another looking like 3 low sight finishes successful for the Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, we can call this one done already. You can see just ZywOo's positioning right now indicates it is likely to be a save, but being diligent here, not taking any chances. NIP making sure they don't get swung on. Kyojin is noisy about this. Bomb just got planted, and maybe they do want to start this hunt. Shock's trying to be a bit of a buffer, but once he's dead, Kyojin will be next to fall, and now they can start looking around the map for ZywOo here. He is going to have to go defend his honor over towards T-Spawn. But a great bounce back from NIP, 3 consecutive. It would be nice now for Vitality just to have a timeout, screw your head on straight, have the discussion about what's on the line. Do you know who Johnny Farnham is?
Johnny Farnham, the Australian Football League referee?
No, he's a singer. But Johnny Farnham did this thing where it'd always be his last tour.
Right.
Yeah, so this
like
is...
those sofa shops. With
they're always on sale. So that's kind of what this is for Vitality. They're doing a bit of a Johnny Farnham tour here, but the events just keep on happening, right? We all know what's going on, but they've had like 3 consecutive events here where we get to wave goodbye.
Okay, what's your take on what that speaks to in terms of how they keep making deep runs, even with the knowledge that we as a community are operating with, as well as them, of course, knowing this isn't forever, and still delivering a real, solid competitive game of Counter-Strike?
To me, it shows that they're professionals at what they do here, because the decision wasn't theirs, right? Otherwise, you'd have the Liquid situation. Now, this is the opposite. This is these guys having the choice made for them. But here we go. The choice is being made for S-Attack. Straight out Squeaky, straight down the vent, and
And that is the opposite of fun. Misuta cancels playtime for the Ninjas.
And keep on coming. If you want to run through that molly, you're already softened on up for Misuta there. Vent control would have been great. Now it is...
he just wants to come back up.
Yeah.
Oh, his teammates are going to be smoked off. S-Attack, I guess he gets to go for a little walkie-bout, and Zywoo ready for you. He's not falling for any of your silly reindeer games. And this one, will just peter out into that 6th for Vitality.
So this one here was a little bit different, right? They didn't find the opening. They didn't get that secret space, and... the barrel spotted. Zywoo softened up. Rez with a kill as well. Okay, maybe there is a little bit more to be said.
If that nade had found Zywoo, I'd be chomping at the bit to get back into this. Apex caught with a nade.
It's getting odd now.
Yeah, damage is there. Kyojin top site and delivers. Necessary frag from Kyojin. Hampus found in the back. A bullet to the spine makes it 6-3. And that'll stop an NIP in their tracks. Cash, plentiful.
Yeah, now this should head back towards similar plays towards Yard and trying to get Hampus down secret. So you've already seen them put Apex down there immediately. We just saw Zywoo down there with the AWP. I'm sure he was there to address a similar situation of the Yard crawls with that AWP. But because he went towards ramp, Misuta was able to shut them on down. 3 rounds is pretty good, and if they can win this one, they're able to bounce back in, keep this one going. The fans are enjoying themselves at home, and you can too. IEM.gg/fancam. And they're an aggressive maneuver towards Yard here, but nobody's there. It's looking very top poppy right now, and Shox is going to start reloading. They're going to run him down.
Yeah, Flash is
going to be caught off here.
I don't know if he's caught. They will clear. No! Rez just about on the flight path in time. A fresh mag found, but too late. Apex lucky to have gotten away lightly damaged, but topside is completely foregone.
Well, they're flashing. They might just want to drop Zywoo in. I know it sounds crazy, but he's going.
Yeah, with Misuta in tow. And the bodies keep getting dropped. Hampus late to Maid. Wow, Misuta. He gave it a real good go there. Comes down to the 1v1. Ready for Hampus, listening to the comms, but NIP with a fighting fit performance.
Yeah, and that was great that they were able to capitalize on Shox there, right? He got caught. He was inspecting his weapon, not going for that reload immediately. And that was a very, very good round to win. And they have exploited this top site a couple of times to at least get the bomb down. Now they've been able to convert a big round there with a top pop. So the pacier stuff from NIP, and we're getting some retro Counter-Strike here today.
That's for sure.
It's not all about the slow, methodical crawls. It's definitely about a bit of pace, misdirection, and in your face. S-Attack again.
Beats their nade. Beats their nade consistently. S-Attack with the bomb. You're not going for a fast plant. What?
This is definitely Pug Counter.
This is Pug Counter. Apex is ready for it. He'll play. He'll fight fire with fire, and a nade just misplaced. Rez walking in. Oh, and he'll knock his balaclava clean off.
Nice shooting there from Apex. They're a big pair. Spotted. All right, well, capitalizing now in a bit of an awkward moment. And all the kills just keep on coming.
Fozy. Loves a frag. Oh. And that one tap shy. God, he's hunted from every angle. He knows he can just have some fun with this. And a shot through the door from Zywoo. A smoke for good measure as well. You just needed to be flashbanged for the longest kill feed. What else can you throw in there? Oh, a flash assist, maybe.
Yeah, it
gets long now.
To think that we never had that before, to me, it makes sense. But yeah. I don't even remember a time without it. And I know there's definitely been a time without it.
Yeah.
It's good. It helps us sing the praises of the contributions of Counter-Strike.
And because our community is our community, I think someone did at one point try and make the longest kill feed possible with the name and the characters, and it was ridiculous. I think it covered the whole screen.
Oh, pace about this one again. Here we go.
I love this. Not sure The ninjas are having too much fun with it, but oh, maybe. Fozy gets a nice delivery. Masuta just trying to catch him off guard on that smoke. Hampers with a little gap on his. Now, I don't fancy his chances. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes. He's got ZywOo posted up for his main walk, and he just has to sit there and hope he's in the head of ZywOo to catch the timing.
Biggest issue right now for Vitality is losing a man early. There are gaps across the map, so they will have to forego some territory. And if NIP are able to poke and prod and actually find that territory, then that's where issues can start to arise. Now, ZywOo did miss a bit of a shot. He will be smoked off, so going to have absolutely no vision to work. Oh, okay, bit of a...
A little late on the third. Hampus knows what he was waiting for.
The gap is gone. And so is ZywOo trying to get out of dodge here. Now, this is where the pressure, the screws can really get tight, and you'd love to see a bit of a gamble call coming out of the side of Vitality. Maybe hedge your bets towards a top execute, because that's where that molly is intended for.
Be perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they're just going to work on Shox and Kyojin on the top side again here. Can they lock it down this time?
ZywOo has to play the angle. Support from Shox limited as the flashes and the frags come in. Plopsky kicks open the site, and again, top site is theirs. Vitality's CT side broken, and that was very clinical. You know, not only with the man advantage as you highlighted, but then just gathering your forces, committing to something as a unit. It is the fundamentals, but executed well.
See how they forced them around the map there as well. So, oh, that's a nice one for Apex. I'm sure he'd like to get that AK, but there might be more coming on down the hidey hole of the vent.
Next.
Yeah, Rez is making sound cues to try and make it seem like nobody's watching, but there's definitely somebody watching here, Apex. Don't fall for the tricks, Plopsky. And a little bit braver right now, and Apex would love to hold on to this because finances are an issue for Vitality. If this is another 8-7.5 in favor of NIP, and then the French just in the second half decide they want to win, I'm going to be flabbergasted here, because there's a real chance that NIP can take control of this. Like, honestly, this half is not over by any means, and there's real issues. Shox can buy Masuda as well. Apex can drop something, but ZywOo and Kyojin are light on here. But simple stuff, and a great approach right there. It looks like a scary little vent to be making your way on down. But they gambled correctly. They had the forces in the top side. Now, Apex will carry through the M4. They're actually going to take a bit of a save here. Shox into an MP9, some upgrades around that, and nice little ramp boost, damage done. Essetag wants to get out of there, and he will. Fortunate to be alive. And there's ZywOo Deagle. Let's see what he has in store for us here.
7,107 frags on his silenced M4. Looking for a couple more. Apex has had Hampus slip through. Whose responsibility will that be? It's not like it's a gap, I assume. Like with 5 alive, someone...
I think in a situation like this, right, where you are on a lighter buy, you're happy to give up territory.
Thankfully, Hampus has made it abundantly clear.
Yeah, so now I don't even know if they will want to rotate towards that lower section, because knowing it is Hampus who slips across a lot, it could all be a bit of a ruse. And by him coming back up, it is exactly that.
Apex, why is your brain so big? He knows and he just gives it up. More to be found. Damage inflicted. He's been robbed there. It's just a bit of a mess of it, but that's bomb. Kyojin has activated into the hut, and if Shox advances trophy, ZywOo clicks some heads main. We could see that pain. Instead, it's Plopsky into the site. Bodies lined up. Knocked down. Shox does arrive to the lobby, but a little too late. Bomb's gone. Bomb's planted. And Mr. Butterfly flutters back to spawn.
Hampus only just doesn't realize that Shox has quickly scampered up the ladder above him to hold on to this AK. It will be a necessary save here, but that's the 6th round right now for NIP. So they've managed to make all of these first halves very competitive. They've kept it close, but the story of this has all been about the second half, and that's where they seem to run out of gas, run out of steam. And on a map like this, we discussed it earlier during map number 1, right? Words are going to be easier or harder for Hampus to call on. Well, the biggest dramas are going to start coming here on the CT side. Will Shox stay alive? Let's hold our breath, and... oh.
He's got his Predator camouflage on.
He might go down, you know.
Yeah, could do, but not today, folks. Not today. And Plopsky's frustrated about that one. Thought he had him.
Now, one of the questions here as we do move into the second half in 2 rounds' time is the CT rotations with a stand-in of Fozy, right? That's where you could have a couple of problems. And it's not going to be because of him, but it's going to be because of what a rotate player would do. I spoke about how the importance of a simpler Zywoo is in that position. For him to try and fill that and understand all the protocols, it's difficult to do. So we'll have to wait until the second half to see how that paints its picture. But how many more rounds can NIP get here?
Oh, look at that. Zywoo, aggressive. You don't get to see this every day. Fully activated and knocks the head off of Fozy. Hello, Hampus. You may not be long for the world either, because Apex, the bait from the reload, surely going to see a trade. Apex and Hampus through smokes, an iconic mix, and again gets caught this time with the bottle in his hands. Esatag goes down to the double frag. 9 is on the horizon for Vitality. 8-6 on the half. Last round of the first half here for the third.
I think right now you'd want to call another top pop, right? You call another one of those A executes because it's worked more often than not here for NIP within this first half. You'd be looking to do the same again. The second shot there from Zywoo is great. Hampus doing his best to try and get things back, but you can see the smoke gimmick there from Apex. But here we go. Final round here of the first half. 3 pistols, 2 AKs, enough utility to go for that top pop. Maybe they want to do misdirection with smokes.
And we're off.
Already across, so quite quick on this yet again.
Yeah, but this is the first step. The second has been much harder to come by as Hampus warms his feet by the fire.
I think Apex heard that. That nade indicates he definitely heard something and more nade damage done.
Still could hand out that haircut. Yeah, Apex really did just dump his util. Hampus's plan is foiled and now gathering the majority of their more threatening resources here towards Trophy. 2 rifles up against Masuta. 4-man spray down. Top of his agenda. And this 2-man duel now, oh, poor Hampus. He thought he'd seen enough, right? The nade, the Molotov, the smoke, but the flash. It comes through, and Masuta about to deliver nothing. Plopsky, huge opener. That makes the round interesting, 8-7.
And you 2 are lower, though. Upladder would be a great call.
Yeah, Zywoo's already switched on for it. They're actually sweeping to clear through warehouse as well, and that's lost Apex. He's been taken out. Zywoo has repelled them from the ladder, so they're making decisions on the fly here, Chad. What do you think?
Down to B. They're really playing this well, finding the path of least resistance here. 2 have rotated down.
Still contestable. Great use of their utility. More space to spread their legs and plant that bomb. Fozy. Oh, so blind, but saved. Plopsky, the good teammate you desire, you need. Shock's now running out of options. Molly just not enough. Fozy allowed to strafe away. Zywoo ready to wallbang and play. A flash and go. What have you got? 16 bullets. They are low, but favors Nip with every passing second. A quick one from Shocks. Multiple targets and taps. Zywoo does take another with him. Kit, half health, light time. 1 more to find. Shocks. Bunny hopped away. The movement from Esatag renders him useless. Couldn't work it out. 8-7 though. And Nuke is delivering as we hoped. We'll be right back with the second half. Will this be the final map of our grand finals? Find out with us when we return.
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated.
Kablamo! Ho, with the breach, holy moly! Hey guys, how to breach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another?
I'm behind him. He's like on the coast down here. Oh, 2.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. Get through this though. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh!
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see 2.
Nice. Did you get the gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one
this
now.
guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gun. 2.
Okay, 2 spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
Ready to get it back underway. It's what you came for. It's what you stayed for. Vitality NIP, the last head-to-head of the IEM Tour. Winter 2021 to conclude as we wrap up the ESL Pro Tour. The Masters Circuit, of course, Katowice to kick off next year. An EPT point up for grabs as well as a handsome sum of cash. We're ready to get it going. Could very well be the last half of this grand final if Vitality continue to have their way. NIP recovered nicely, though, in the second half of our first, if that does make sense.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense here. But now on the attack are Vitality, and let's see what they have to offer here. ZywOo straight in, squeaky door, taking a fight. The smoke does drop. Top hut. Could be a bit of a drama here. Well, never mind. They've accounted for that with a perfect molly. Now they go.
Oh, look at this util. It's geeky. It's gorgeous. Just like Chad Sponge Birchall. And that's better. Nice finds. Bomb loose. Apex. He was supposed to be the wrench in the system.
Look at him coming on down.
The buddy just about evades his demise. And yeah, well, we good for this one. Kyojin and Shox coming in from 2 very different vantage points. One from the secret stairs, and look how many bodies are down in this low site. The uncrackable case, I say, with bated breath.
Well, they've already won a 2-on-5 here today, Vitality, but it was with ZywOo and Shox. Now just Shox, who is having a great map. 17 kills in the first half, has found 1 so far, the only kill for Vitality in this pistol round. And if he could find any more, that would be tidy. Getting the bomb down, this seems so difficult. Has found a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, if he likes... Oh my god, catches one, gets another, hampers. That 1 HP is enough. It's plenty.
Smile on Rez's face there. I think they know that they handle business right there. But let's see, what can you make out of a round like that? Shox getting that many kills actually gave him enough money to drop an AK. So the pistol round, it looked nerdy, but already in position was NIP. So they were ready to deal with something exactly like this.
Jump scare, definitely. Rez proper jumped out of his skin.
So look at this. ZywOo has an AK with head armor. Now, Vitality, if they can win this round, it's going to completely flip the script here of this second half.
Oh, this is a call I've seen made by many an in-game leader. Apex likes it. Alex McMeekin has used it. ZywOo go kill. Now, it isn't particularly complex. In fact, Chad, I don't think I even did bring you in for this.
No, it's one of the most standard strategies in the Vitality playbook, I do believe. Everyone at home should be familiar with this one.
So he gets to set his own pace now. You know, like essentially everyone's just jogging with him. They're like the
pace team?
That's the one. I don't watch enough
cycling.
Physical activity.
Physical activity. Well,
the ones that keep them warm.
The ones that keep them warm, okay.
They set the pace.
All right, all
and
right.
there's some smokes. And a Deagle shot into the dome. Hampus.
Yeah.
To bed.
I'd love to see the head-to-head between these two in the series. It has felt like a bit of a biff between them, and
ooh,
Shox will take that.
He'll take some liberties as well.
Love that.
Bozy at least gets the info. Very diligent stuff. There goes Zywoo, and problem solved by the fast. It's the Kyojin Deeg. Back by popular demand. Apex has got one with the cleaver. Kyojin will finish. That is what they do. Kyojin, another demonstration of why he wears that jersey. He's got the clicks. The kid, when Zywoo couldn't, Kyojin can.
That was great from him. And his Deagle has been one of the highlights with him. We always knew he had good aim here, but what a round for him to step up with a couple of bangers there. The trade, yeah, you needed to get that, but the shot onto Fuzi is massive. And then the final one, you can see Xtaz, the coach, he liked that. So did Zywoo. And now, they're the one in the driver's seat of this one.
Well, that's a high into a low. That's how it goes. The first 2 rounds of this final half. Okay, now, Shox is giving us his best Hampus impression. You get to see that fast control, and Fozy's dispatched to it. He's actually ready.
Apex onto Hampus again.
No smoke this time, Hampus.
He'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, at least he got to see Apex's growling face before he went down. Fozy's thought better of it. You know what? Strength in numbers. Like meerkats.
Like meerkats?
Gazelles. Any sort of prey.
Okay. Wow, Vitality are doing this one by the book. Nades come out, the space being taken using...
Yes, excuse me, I'd like more of that. Please.
That wasn't bad at all, but Masuda, he wants something. He's going to head around towards the hell position. Now the bomb, likely to slink on down secret here, or maybe not. Apex is flirting with plenty of ideas. I think they're assuming a lower stack just because of Shox's early presence, but the clock is going to come back to haunt them here. We are at the 30-second mark, and it is a 4-on-4.
Yeah, this still could get fruity.
This can go very wrong for the French.
Yeah, 25, lads. The element of surprise. I mean, the stack, they're right to be heading towards ramp.
There's so many rocks they're going to have to overturn here, though.
Yeah, this is this is a gamble, but they've actually solved the mystery.
It's the right call.
Yeah. Loud on the descent. Esatag implies their ignorance, and now bomb just about planted. This is a Vitality classic. Just about across the line in time. Plopsky swings open the door. Did catch Apex. Well managed.
Effort.
Yeah. 4 bullets left in the clip. Gets info on 2 and 3. They know where they are, but that's only half the job. You have to put the bullets in the right place, and Apex demonstrates.
That's nasty. Oh, he's faked the sound
that
cue.
was quick. No one's really falling for it. Kyojin, in fact, has completely cancelled all of Plopsky's plans. Nice camera angle. You can see the shots. If only had a kit and like an extra 10 seconds, you know.
A miracle.
A miracle.
He will get away with his life and the CZ75. So Plopsky walks away with something, but that now is Vitality and striking distance of picking up this third map. 10 rounds to them. And the farewell tour, this is where they come out for the encore.
Extra bow. Rose is on the stage. Apex boosted over that.
The French fans are going to be enjoying this, right? They are going to be actually really quite happy with this, because think about French Counter-Strike. Vitality has been the team leading the way ever since G2 decided to go international. So this is going to be a big win, and this is, well, the top-tier French team together for the last time. When are we going to see another full 5-man French roster at the top of the pops in a grand final like this? That's plenty of questions to ask.
Yeah, really good, valid point.
How this?
I mean, there is a cruel, bittersweet taste to it when you know such a big change is coming, and you're already now at the tail end of the year with that news already embedded in your skull that you're actually succeeding and thriving and operating well.
This is what I like, right? Obviously, the relief of pressure plays a factor. We've spoke about that a lot, but this is a culmination of since Kyojin joined the team of hard work, and the fact that they were able to take a map off of Na'Vi the other week, right? It's all coming together at the end of the year. So knowing that, you know, we have the cliches of like leave it all out there and give it your best. This is it. This is really it. And with that extra motivation, right? If you turn that into a positive emotion as opposed to a negative emotion, you might be able to push Na'Vi next week again, right? And be a team who can try and make them bleed.
Maybe get to your third grand final in the
It would be
last 2
consecutive
months of the year. Yeah.
That would be, if they get to the grand final of the next event, the Blast Global Finals, that'll be 3 events on the trot where Vitality have shown that they have what it takes to go deep. So that is an impressive feat within itself. And regardless of what happens, it's something that these guys are going to be able to put in the trophy cabinet. They're going to be able to remember.
Yeah.
Taking care of business. It's not always easy done, but Apex makes it look very easy there. 4 quick ones. And just happens to find who's lumbering now over towards the hut. He's been heard. And he's been dealt with. Masuda finishes that one off. And there's the corpses. Oh, he likes the Eco Bash. He's very happy with that.
The Eco Cobra.
Yeah, everybody likes those ones. Adding those stats to the tally. But this is it. NIP, can they put up a fight here? No Fozy AWP, and actually against G2, his CT-sided AWP was getting a couple of multi-kills. So it is going to be a bigger mission going into the first gun round. Bang.
Thank you very much. Very, very light and barren util for the CT squad. Still deploying some early for Yard. It's not going to contain Shox, who is, as you discussed, having a great game. They throw their own Molotov to ensure... Ooh, still a gap. Shox not happy with that.
No, he doesn't have to go across either, right? Just the intent has been felt. There's always going to be a speculation of has someone gotten across? Well, actually, he will. And confirmed. Apex, though, is going to get swung on here.
Yeah, I think Hampus had the right timing before. Doesn't matter, he's found it all the same. Klopski leaves his roost and descends to join a very actually proactive rotation. Look at this, you got Klopski and Rez both answering questions of how far Shox did go. Now we know, courtesy of that X-ray, he didn't really descend the stairs at all. He's actually working his way in
this
the
is well timed
spot of Hampus. He's making a lot out of the little HP. You know, if Hampus was to take a little glance at heaven, that's the end of Shox's project.
He's not just yet.
Yep. Oh. Ah, yeah.
Long range, Mac 10.
That is so far away. Wow, what an equalizer. For Fozy, aggressive into trophy. Good to see this dude taking those risks when necessary. Oh, and Plopski loses his head as well. Vitality. It looked like dire circumstances, and now I believe the shoe is on the other foot.
Just Rez to deal with here.
Little smoke out the door.
Very deep, though. He can guard this. It's a fake. They're going up.
They are. And
they're quick.
Very quick. Eza tags in hut. It's a hard clear for Kyojin. He's lost his life. And Fozy has taken another down too. Perfection. They'll take that. 3 from Fozy as well. Dynamic floating between trophy and top site. That will keep Vitality humble.
Yeah, it's good that this AWP can contribute with a rifle as well, right? That is a positive. And there's another bit of a narrative going on here, right? Him stepping in, I'm sure we've highlighted it enough, but this is the future of Swedish Counter-Strike that you're getting to see in the server.
Oh, wow. I just, sorry to talk over you. I just saw someone has gone through for the Hampus Apex head-to-head.
Yes.
Throughout this entire grand final, it was 11-10 to Apex.
Oh, it's very close then.
Yeah.
Okay.
It tied up 11-11 with Hampus's recent frag.
Okay, so neck and neck.
Of Hampus's 35 kills, 11 of them have been against Apex.
That's a fun stat.
Yeah, that is fun. Nice one, Ben. Okay. Well, they've definitely been having their fair share of blows with one another. We're into round 21, map 3. Looking to lift that IEM trophy, Team Vitality. No strange to a grand final as discussed, of course, not too long ago over in Copenhagen. Breaking the streak of Na'Vi, something to be celebrated in its own right, as well as, of course, this team peaking into the December month. Oh, lots of util juggled. They've got a two-man drop and throw, or Zai was
He's just trying to make sure it doesn't roll away, I think, so he doesn't have to move position. So that's one of the harder things to manage with this new little mechanic, is the nades, they have a mind of their own. But this is looking like one of those pocket set pieces that you'd have. Now, Plopski yesterday had a real field day against G2. Their executes were sloppy, is the word that I would use. Their flashes weren't great. Let's see if Vitality can show them how it's done.
Yeah, he's actually got 3 flashes. Shocks. So Mzo will be quicker behind the assault. He'll be there to clean up any mess that's left. So let's start counting flashes into the site. Mollies are in. 3 mollies. Flash number 2. Perfect. And flash number 3 for good measure. They've opened up the site. And the can of worms for NIP. Retake util. Zai was adding none of that. He'll throw out another smoke. This time a nice deep one into heaven.
That's cancelled
now, that
right there.
One way, I assume.
Still haven't planted though, so I need to get that bomb down. Shox is just coming with it late. If Fozy flashes and they go, it could get jarring here.
I think he's waiting for Rez's call on this, or just the smoke fade as well.
They're still not planning just yet. Must be going down now.
There it is. Flash. 1 second. And does line his crosshair up. Shox wins out that duel for his 22nd frag. Good to see Shox delivering for Team Vitality.
I know there's one main now.
Yeah, they got the info on both of them. Fozy doesn't want to overcommit. Hampus has that kit. Bomb, plenty of it.
Save.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very restrained.
Okay, it looked like they wanted to fight there for a moment. I think Hampus, when he spotted them from main, it looked like he wanted to get stuck in for a fight or two, but they'll walk away with this one. And the low HP of Kyojin Shox, they don't have to sweat this one anymore. 12 rounds now.
But that passes the Chad Birchall execute review.
Oh, you could see Plopsky was blind. So that's one of the differences right there. Yeah, they managed to pull that one off. Oh, a kill and a half on the way out the door right there, but Hampus will fall, and they saved one gun, and one gun isn't going to quite cut it here. NIP just have that Fozy AK right now to work with. And this has been a valiant effort, right? I think you're really getting to see what Hampus can do as an in-game leader. When you judge these in-game leaders and they have so much time to do the homework and they have the analyst there and the coach there to chip on in a new environment like this, you're getting to see what like the bare bones of in-game leading when it's stripped back and you're having to adjust on the fly and make so many different calls. And they have been competitive now on all 3 maps. And they've actually had some pretty decent T-sides. You've seen some more retro Counter-Strike with how quick they've been on some of the executes.
Yeah, oh, he's earned his wings this year, for sure. Hampus, in terms of leadership, in terms of raw fragging ability and doing both. Admittedly, we have seen that... well, we've seen evidence that when you have to micromanage a brand new substitute, you can't quite do everything as easily.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult, isn't it?
Zero surprise there, I say.
And we were in a bit of an odd spot as far as Swedish in-game leaders went as well, right? Golden was one of the recent ones to fall. We had Flusher doing the Gorillas project, which is no longer a part of.
If I was doing a dramatic like article headline, it would be Hampus has done what Golden couldn't.
Oh.
Cozy. Oh, lovely. And maybe some more. Look at his crosshair. He's bouncing around. He knows the options. But that was the hero AK on the new blood. And now down, unretrievable. 13. Already looking like a likelihood. Okay, now the Apex still on T-Roof, doing his job. He is responsible for any lobby aggressions, catches it very passive and not much more passive than Rez. Rolls over and takes it.
Just want to find now Tag in the vent, P250. A kill would be nice.
I mean, falling would be lovely. Now, did Apex just fake the drop-off in case he's close? Or did he just slip off his rail?
There you go. Now, the script that I read this morning when we came into the rehearsal said that all 3 maps had to be 16-10. So, Vitality, you need to lose 1 more so that we can make sure we keep up with what production are pushing out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a good narrative they wrote this year.
It is, right? It is. There was a lot of twists and turns in this one. I don't know how I felt about like the device going out last minute with illness, but after I seen those in the server, it seemed pretty good. So I'm happy that, you know, they know the soap operas at the end of the year, you want to add a bit of flair.
You need a cliffhanger to end the season on.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Earn their paycheck this year.
There's a lovely contribution in the util department. Hampus even has a gap to work with, so he can actually report that no one has yet crossed.
Oh, he's heard now. They have a very good idea of where Hampus is hiding.
Yeah, but look at this, Shox. He knows what he's up to. He knows what he's up to, and Hampus is quick to the draw. Won't be ready for more.
Surely not. So I was here very quickly right now, and...
Oh, Hampus. Deleted. Call that a 4-on-4.
Apex did cop a dink, right? Because he's on 11 HP. So right now, things are looking good for NIP to at least ward off this round. Zywoo with a lot of space, so if they continue to gravitate towards his position, I'm sure he will happily greet them with a couple of headshots here.
Plopsky looks like more on the agenda. Double's good. Tag can win the round here if he can not only maintain that bomb control, but take down Masuta on retrieval. Zywoo still detached from the pack. Last seen Warehouse still lingers there. 45 and counting as Masuta will anticipate some lobby aggression. Gets awkward if Fozy steps a toe out of line here. Tag could be flustered for the trade. But that'll do nicely. Masuta gone, bomb still in their grasp, and Zywoo asked to clutch.
He knows where 2 of them are.
Fozy wants info. I was, oh, complete a sweep. That's the info Rez provides. Shy of the tap. Make it 10. NIP, necessary round, and built upon it nicely.
Yeah, no issues as far as the Vitality buy goes. They can drop a gun for Masuta here, who is the poorest of the bunch, but that's the thing. It is just going to be about holding on in these certain situations. So, Hampus, great little opener there, exchanged upon, but that seemed like enough. And Plopsky, you know, I've been impressed with him in patches here. He's one of the names of the NIP roster that you always are left wanting a little bit more from. So, good impact in that situation. Let's see how this one goes. No T-side AWP, and, well, not one for Fozy either. So, really shy on the scopes right now. Bit of a softening up nade there as Plopsky gets chipped on down. He is aggressive into hut one more time. 17 kills for him. So, if they try and fake out a top execute, they will be able to call this clear very, very quickly. There's that Yuto. It means absolutely naught. Kyojin goes down. That was the lobby push.
Yeah, but they've got down.
And they know that was Hampus. Oh!
They'll have heard that. Rez did not anticipate Apex up on the silo, so now it's all square. And they're charging into Fozy.
Gonna be a big test for him here.
Yeah, he could do well here. And he's got Zywoo in his sights.
Look how low they are.
Both of them low. 33. Daylight robbery. And
coming through.
Disrespect.
Oh, lordy.
Look at these dudes. They are throwing caution to the wind. And yeah, well, they might just have to
save. Well, Vitality now, they get the bomb down. This is going to be the 14th round, just 2 more rounds away from them picking up this trophy.
It's crazy how few of them they have, man. I didn't believe it when we were looking through the Liquipedia today.
There's just been 2 halves of the year, right? Gambit, they had the first half, and Na'Vi have had the rest, right? And you know, one of the keys here that might be a little bit different, I think all the big events we've had this year with the CIS team in attendance, the MVP has been a CIS player. This one here is actually going to change that tune. Not only are Vitality 2 rounds away from winning now, Zywoo is the one who should be sitting pretty for that MVP. I know Shox is having a good contribution, but Zywoo coming into this was the highest rated player in the server. It was only really him and Rez who could say too much about the MVP status for this one.
Yeah, and obviously Device not going to be included in that list with his departure mid-tournament, and Fozy the same. Small caveat, but worth mentioning. 14 now to 10. And that race for the finish, never mind the MVP. Still 2 rounds away for Vitality to get themselves the silverware. And certainly some very good vibrations coming into their celebrations tonight. Before their flight. They have to do it all over again.
Yes. Well, this is the thing, right? This has been a whole week of practice where they've been able to set their sights on just fine-tuning some bits and bobs. What can they take into next week of play to really close out the year right here? But you can see the rally, the back and forth of the rounds, those saved guns, a couple of extra kills. And it will be looking like a decent-ish buy for NIP here, but this will be the last crack they're going to be getting. I know that the loss bonus is only middle of the table, so if they lose site control early, it might be another save, but then that's 15. So this is where the game will be won or lost right now for NIP. And I like the timeout. I like the fact that they've been able to have a bit of a discussion here. It works both ways. For Vitality, just Xtaz to get the head. Hey, boys, this is it. This is our chance to close this out in ease, not to go the distance in the best of 5. What do they have in store for us here? One man towards Yard is going to be dropping some utility. It is Shox, of course it is. Towards Ramp, they're working on Rez. He's been good in this position.
Yeah, and he's been NIP's best player. And that'll do nicely. He's going to get run down.
In the trade.
Oh, what? Masuta ignored his corner and gets punished. That is more than you could have asked for Rez, given the circumstance. Now, 2.5. 2.5. Apex got a chunk taken out of him as well. And
he's going to push, of course he is.
Yeah, he hasn't really been releasing W in pursuit of the W. Apex down. Hampus takes the round.
2v4.
Zywoo and Shox. Now, this was the 2v5 pairing. Got another one in it?
Shox has already made his way down secret here, so if Zywoo can get a little bit of space, that's going to allow Shox to play into the rounds here. It all comes down to this fight with Hampus, who's tucked on in.
Yeah, nice angle he's found there. He will be safe from the majority of Shox's search.
It's not going to be a common clear at all. Like, at all. Oh, he's backpedaling. He's just under the lip.
Oh, this flight path has actually been caught.
Look at the nades they have. Smoke, mollies, they can work with this right now. These two work off each other very well.
Another one to put them on grand final point. Just some stray bullets. Zywoo not yet known. Walking the tightrope. They're taking their sweet time. This really starts to look great for the French here. Oh, Plopsky puts one into Zywoo's head. Shocks, can you? Clutch. 26 and counting. Bomb.
As a kit.
He's got an angle for it. He has to run it down. Covered once. Needs the bullets. Needs it.
He's done it.
He's done it. Shocks clutches up 2 versus 4. But he only needs himself and his Kalashnikov. 15 found. Shocks steals the round.
And right now, NIP are down in the dumps. The loss bonus just not there, and the retake was looking so good. The shot from Plopsky was huge. It felt like it was enough to get them back on in, and Vitality just one more round needed to take this trophy right here, right now, and doing it in style. Shocks, having a game, having a map.
Yeah, he found S-Attack so quick. Look at the defuse. Look at that blue line.
Oh, dear.
Plopsky had to respect or wiggle his head. He had 2 options. Gets off the bomb. And Shocks is reminding us all of what he's capable of. Monsieur Papillon. 60 kills in that series. Last map of this grand final. Shocks makes it so.
We are honestly looking for 3 consecutive maps of 16-10s. This hodgepodge buy of Deagles, a Scout, a Famas, and an MP9 up against 5 AKs and a Vitality 1 round away from their first trophy in 2021. The culmination of all that hard work, 5 clicks away.
And Apex has been thinking about the calls for rounds like this. Knows they're battered, bruised. He's not one to overthink it. Wall of smokes, 90 seconds, piecing it together, piece by piece. Frag by frag, Fozy on the Scout. Won't get any info over the top of this unless they are ahead of it. Nope. Cancelled. Hampers his Deagle, is always one to fear, but burns his toes and leaves empty-handed. Information certainly present, though. They know there's presence behind the smokes. Oh, God, S-Attack. He's been ignored. No one's seen him. ZywOo punished, but there should be a trade. But Kyojin meets the Deagle as well. S-Attack pulls NIP into a competitive round. Shocks and Apex now to finish the business. Legends in the game, veterans as well.
I know where both are.
And they'd have the info.
Oh!
He denies. What a shot on the Scout.
Shocks again. Another clutch needed.
Give it to him. 40 seconds. He'll take it by force for the 30 as well.
Left the bomb behind, though, so this is going to become a bit of an issue. Time is going to siphon off the clock, and both of them coming from main right here, so it's going to be a complete brawl to pick up the C4.
Oh, good point. Yeah, it's a bit of an aim map now.
Wait, they've lost him. Did they see the bomb? They must have a good idea where it was.
I'm even worried about like a ramp to all around the world. He's going to get the bomb. Oh, is he? Oh. Oh. Did he catch a glimpse of him? He's on the hot. He's on the hot pursuit. Body shot. Another chance. 10 seconds. He has to get to the bomb, and he knows it. 9. Fozy gives him the fight and the frag. He's pulled them right back into it. A triple kill from his second Tier 1 performance. That is big. And he's still hanging with the big boys throughout this series.
He's actually towards the top of the scoreboard right here. Plopsky has 18. Fozy has 17, right? And he's tied up with Hampus. So S-Attack with some impact has been having a bit of a rough one here, but he's kept them in it by the skin of their teeth. And that Scorcher of a Scout shot onto Apex there was a big one to find. Looked like they had done enough there, but now Vitality, they're the ones who are having to question their purchases. Just pistols, and I'm sure for them it just feels like let's get the guns back out and let's finish this one properly. Let's clear our corners. Not get caught off by any of that Deagle nonsense in the back anymore.
Or, now I know this isn't quite as popular as the ZywOo go kill.
Okay.
It's the Kyojin go Deag.
All right.
You seen that one?
I haven't seen that one. Is that coming out in cinemas soon?
Very soon. In fact, yeah, he's already demonstrated a couple of trailers. You know, for his first trophy in the cabinet. He's not looking fantastic.
Oh, it must be a blockbuster of
it
a
really,
film.
oh, Chad, it is a blockbuster. It's a barn burner.
People probably weren't going to want to see this one for years.
Yeah.
The soundtrack's great.
Yeah, I mean, Nico actually got tickets to the premiere.
Wow.
Didn't see that on Virgo?
No, I missed it.
And S-Attack invited in. And Plopsky's actually cancelled it. It's rained off.
I see.
Yeah.
Outdoor cinema.
Outdoor cinema.
Outdoor cinema.
In Sweden, no less,
Okay.
actually.
Bit snowy.
Very, very miserable. It was -16 when me and Parla went on our scooter adventure.
Brave.
Wouldn't recommend it to anyone.
No. But
we actually thought we were dying.
the breeze in the hair, but it is going to be another half-by situation. So that round that NIP won, it has sent a bit of a shock down Vitality's system here because it's 2 rounds in a row they've had to be very light on with the pistols. So A couple attackers, a P250 and a Deagle. There's
This is more
util
threatening.
there.
This is much more threatening.
It just depends if they run out of hut here.
Quick, it's very quick. Okay, S-Attack, you saved him once. Can you save him again? ZywOo already opens up. They're flooding into the site, but it's no problem. They're no match for the M4. Shox up against the ropes. He's gone as well. NIP make it just two. Two more opportunities as you hear the signature brought from Threat. One of the last times we get to see him coaching this Ninjas in Pyjamas roster from behind them. He will be behind the scenes, but you won't get to see that handsome man pacing back and forth with stress growing with every round.
Yeah, I'm sure that's one of the things he'd be happy to avoid here. But that was a good opening from ZywOo there on the Dug on the way on in. But S-Attack handled business. That's impactful rounds for him when the team is needed.
Yeah, twice. Back-to-back rounds, S-Attack has kept NIP in it.
But we took 2 lighter buy rounds here, the French, to get themselves into this situation. So what was the call? What was the decision? They saved for this. And the push from Hamp as he is brave. He's caught. Apex takes him down. That head-to-head grows.
Is this the last round? Nobody knows. Wall of smokes. Ooh, Fozy was quick to adjust to the jumping smoke. Now, S-Attack has a nice disruptive incendiary. You just have to stare at it, warm your hands, go after.
Buys him a little bit of time, right? And because you want to stay silent behind a smoke wall like this, maybe, just maybe, it'll have bought enough time for them to catch them on the fade. So having to be a bit pacier, a bit noisier.
Yeah, they are making it no secret that they are secret. Ooh, Apex. Stands. Stalwart. S-Attack quick to tuck his head. Nice moves to at least preserve his life, reposition. They are quick about this, and Shox is trying to take all that space top side. If he starts screaming up the vents, they might go. Yeah, S-Attack, his reposition might cost him. He actually gave up the decon stairs, and now, well, lobby known to be lost. Plopsky's their biggest threat, and Shox has got him. The beginning of the end, folks. That was brilliant from Vitality, keeping it simple. Shox alert. Apex catching S-Attack on his return, and this is Danzo. Rez, what have you got? A couple of shy bullets, but Vitality, the bomb ticking in their favor, and their first trophy just seconds away. ZywOo, of all to finish, a great performance from everyone involved. That's gotta feel good. A combination of veterans, legends of the game, brand new names, blended together under the watchful gaze of X-Taz Vitality. This roster of 5 worked hard for this, Chad.
A culmination of the year's hard work. Kyojin came in, he replaced a legend of RPK, just a youngster thrown into Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and they've been working hard for this. They've been working all year. Been able to get themselves something to hold their heads high about a trophy, and I think these guys are professionals, just the way that they've approached the tail end with what's on the horizon. They can hold their heads high. They've come here, they've worked hard, they've taken care of business. In a grand final, up against a team with a stand-in, anything was possible. Expectations had to be left at the door. And Apex, a man who's changed and chopped his role. He's in-game leader of the team. He's led from the front, very vocal about that, but this is fantastic work. Team Vitality, they've been able to do this one.
A lot of people weren't sure when they saw Apex leading and calling this team onto the grand final stage, but he's proven his worth. They've proven their value. Your champions of IEM Winter 2021, it's Vitality. Masuta and Kyojin on the trophy, how perfect.
Gentlemen, congratulations. Can we get a round of applause once again for our IEM Winter 2021 champions, Team Vitality. Apex, how's that sound?
What?
How does that sound, mate? Champions of IEM Winter.
Well, that's our first trophy of 2021. We gave a lot for getting one. It's the third final of the year. Yeah, our first LAN together as well to win, so it's really important, and I just feel really good for us because all the work we made together for so long time, and it just feels really good.
Shox, can I get some words with you as well? I'm going to try and get through everybody. Do you echo the same sentiment as Apex? Are you happy with that trophy being lifted above your heads?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have made a lot of finals, especially this year, and we never could take the trophy. So we are really happy just to take a trophy like at the end of the year. Plus, it's going to be the first one, I mean, in LAN things for Kyojin and Mizuta. So yeah, we are definitely all happy.
Shox, was this one of the smoothest grand finals you've ever played in? Because, you know, it was only 3 out of the 5 maps, and it was relatively comfortable other than Nuke.
I will not remember all the final I've done, to be honest. But yeah, for sure. I mean, it was pretty comfortable. It's true. I mean, we directly felt like we could take it. We were never really surprised. We are pretty on point individually. The communication was on point. So of course, when we are playing like this, like we know we can beat kinda any teams. So I'm really happy that we still managed to do this today.
It's great to see you guys so happy. Final questions with Masuta, if you would, sir. Holding the trophy right now, how does that feel for you, mate?
Amazing. First trophies on LAN, so yeah, insane feeling, I mean.
Okay, and Masuta, you've had some amazing performances over the course of this tournament. Are you happy with your own performances too?
That's for sure. I'm happy with everyone and myself. So yeah, it was a hard beginning of the LAN, I mean the event, but I managed to feel confident at the end.
Awesome, congratulations. Kyojin, would you like to say anything on camera, perhaps in French, to the fans out there?
I don't know.
I've just been Zywoo live on stage. All right, well, guys, with that being said, I think it's a poignant moment to finish. Let me get out my special marker. Who would like to do the signing honors? Maybe the young man here who goes by the name of Zywoo. So, guys, congratulations. You are our IEM Winter 2021 champions. Everybody, it's Team Vitality!
Team Vitality, indeed. Thank you so much, Paula. I'm going to have to salvage my eardrums a little bit later. Nonetheless, getting signed there on the lens would happen to be your champions of Vitality. They made this one look pretty convincing, pretty easy. In fact, this was the closest map we had in this grand final with 13 rounds going to the NIP side. Just simply not enough. And if you're NIP, it's a rough day in the office, but for Vitality, that's where you want to be, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as they said. I mean, they've worked hard this year, and they've had to go through a lot, especially during this online COVID era and everything, to get here and get their first trophy of 2021. And you know, it's always nice to have a good performance with one of the last times this lineup is likely to play with each other. So that's a cool parting gift for me. I mean, just from a poetic sense, I think it's kind of cool to see Apex with 25 kills in this last map. Shox had 30. He had an incredible nuke. It's cool to see the old guard of French Counter-Strike deliver in this final map to get the trophy.
Yeah, both of them with 100 ADR leading the way, and also the two of them alongside Zywoo were the trio that performed the best for Vitality this tournament. I think it's also just you know, some praise towards the Vitality organization and kind of the culture that they've built with their CS division, right? Because there's so much like good work done there and a good structure that even though it's fairly obvious the changes are going to happen, you know, with all the work they've done prior to this, they have such a strong foundation that they've been in the finals of Blast and won this tournament. I mean, that's crazy. Players, obviously a little bit less pressure helps, but there's, you know, you look at someone like Liquid, right? A team that's in the exact same situation, changes are going to happen, and there's obvious differences in what was the work that was done before this point, and also the approach after, you know, the future is kind of known. Yeah. Listen, I'm not going to be here and say Liquid should boot camp before tournaments and stuff, but I think it's obvious that Vitality is still kind of has maintained some level of, I don't even want to say professionalism, but just kind of sticking together and actually enjoying playing with each other and being like, okay, guys, let's do it like for each other.
Environment.
Let's have fun. Let's have a good job for everyone, also for the coach and for the guys, for the young guys, for the older guys. And I think it was just awesome. Like, awesome seeing them. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the next tournament.
And it's a difference of status quo as we get the rest of the team to sort of go through here and sign this lens. You know, for Vitality, it is bittersweet in some ways. You know, we could sit up here, speculate about what 2022 brings, talk about what this roster might look like. These guys are well aware. They're all in the know, I'm sure, of what's going on here. And that makes the difference when it comes down to these crucial moments. Dead teams win, weirdly enough.
Listen, man, I was always super I was really praising Vitality for how they handled their CSGO division for the last 2 years. I think they did an amazing job, but I think this is going to be a misstep, so to speak, like the change that's about to happen for 2 reasons. It's like they just need to upgrade Kyojin a little bit, and I also hold Xtaz in really, really high regard as a coach, right? Like, obviously Zonic is Zonic.
He's going to find a place.
But yeah, for sure. But just like kind of, you could tell, like from also what we've seen after in these last 2 tournaments, like you could tell where they're at as a unit, and you feel like it's too drastic of a change, that it was maybe unnecessary. And I think the language barrier is going to be a big problem for them next year, but that's all somewhere down the line.
And I don't even necessarily think that this conversation detracts from this victory at all. You heard what it meant to win on LAN for the first time in the year, or as a unit, or even for some of these players that have never won on LAN or had the experience. You know, the exposure's right there for the taking. For a team like Vitality, it is bittersweet, and that, yes, this is that.
I'll tell you, Trace, more than anything else, they feel relieved that they're going to finish this year with winning a trophy, right? Like just lifting any trophy, because for any team that's out there, man, doesn't matter what we consider them as a contender or not, every team is out there to win and to be the best and to win the whole thing, and that's the goal. Like even though realistically there's only like 2 or 3 teams that actually have a shot at it right now, everyone's playing towards that goal, and lifting that trophy and knowing that you've, you know, been the best at a tournament really like goes a long way into helping you like move forward with the project and like just feel good about yourself, because these guys, they put tons of work, like the players, the coaching staff, everyone. It's like it's day in, day out. It's a lot of work. It's like
it's a grind.
It's a grind, right? Like there's so many tournaments that go on all the time. Luckily now we're back to LAN at the very least, so the players are getting a little bit more out of it. But every win, just you need to, what's the word I'm looking for? Cherish it. You need to cherish every win, because you know sometimes they're few and far apart.
Wow. So stoic, this guy. Wow, who would have known? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I love it. But I do have to announce a DHL MVP brought to you by the ESL
Perfect.
Pro Tour. Actually, I think the proper terminology there is the ESL Pro Tour and DHL present the DHL MVP. Oh my goodness, who would have ever guessed? ZywOo. Wow, this guy, once again.
It is like, you know, ZywOo, but to be honest, it's not as dominant as maybe some of the other MVPs that he's won. I think also if G2
had made the finals.
If G2 made the finals, like I think even with losing in the final, I think Nico gets that MVP probably. Like he's been playing amazing this tournament. But yeah, the thing is, in a couple of these games, like this is the group stage game that they played, like ZywOo had mad rounds against VP as well, against Gambit on the 3rd map. He had an amazing map. So when it was really crunch time and like the team was struggling a little bit, that's when ZywOo had his best games. Like Nuke wasn't his best map, but the team was already getting it done. So
it's good to see as well. I mean, remember we have that interview where he just said, yeah, Simple was better than me this year, but I had a bad year. And I mean, it's nice to see him as well from an individual level.
But it's
all relative.
That reminds me of a great Aaron Rodgers quote where they were asking him, and he said, you know, like people are saying, you know, I'm having a bad year for me is a career year for other quarterbacks in the league, and that's for ZywOo as well. If this is a bad year for him, like there's so many great players that weren't even close to this level.
Hold the phone, guys.
Okay, here we go.
Because ZywOo is joining us. That's because he's the ESL Pro Tour and DHL presenting, well, the DHL MVP. ZywOo, champion of IEM Winter. Congratulations, ZywOo. Do you feel thank you?
Yeah, I feel thank you, of course.
No, nonetheless, good run here. Obviously, a pretty strange one, all things considered, with all the gossip and stuff that happens around outside of the game. But what did this mean for you to help propel your teammates to a victory?
It's mean a lot because we didn't win anything this year. So, of course, we managed to win this tournament, and it's a lot for us because it was hard years, and feels good for everything.
Hey man, congrats on the title and on. We all do. Congrats on the title and on the MVP. You know, after the major, there's been a lot of teams, including you guys, rumors flying around, you know, changes looming and so on. So I was just gonna ask you. It's obvious that you guys are you were still putting in the work and trying. You did great at the 2 tournaments. So from the inside, what's like the little changes maybe in the approach or the mentality? You know, are players a little bit more relaxed? How does it feel like playing, you know, from after the major at these 2 tournaments?
After this major, like we just want to having fun, play. Why we want to do like we want having fun, play with relax, no tension in the team. Just want to be there. Like we want to play on LAN every time, like, because after 2 years of COVID, we just want to play on LAN. Like that's why we just want to be relaxed, no tension, just want to have fun.
Hey, we were just touching on the desk here. Your interview with you gave where you said, you know, Simple's better than me this year, but I had a bad year, and that's obviously just the headline. Can you just put a little bit more context on that? When you look back on your year, what do you feel like you struggled with, and what makes you feel like it was a bad year for you as an individual?
I will say because of COVID, because when I'm playing at home, I don't feel. I'm not
the intensity
exactly the same. Like I prefer to play on LAN, to play for arena, to play against the team. Like not at home. Like for me, it was the best thing I can do. Like I think this is the most important.
So, ZywOo, just one of the last things I'm personally curious about would have to be... yeah, that trophy. Hey, that's yours, man.
Now hold on to that and the camera for the next 10 minutes.
You're doing great, by the way.
Okay,
just keep...
I can do it. Okay.
Okay, hey, ZywOo, last question I got for you is this, man. It's been what probably feels like a very long road for you. For us as spectators to watch, you know, you've been around, and it hasn't been as long as, say, a Shox or, you know, an Apex or whatever. For you, what does it feel like to have had so many teammates and so many ups and downs in a career that's led you to be one of the best in the world?
Actually, I don't know. Like, Actually, I don't know how to say. Because Apex and Shox are really good teammates, both of them. And they help me for everything. Like, they help me for, every day. Like, when I have some trouble or something, they help me really well. So, yeah, that's it.
Nice. Anything you want to say? We'll get you out of here, man. If you got anything you want to say to anyone at all, now's the time.
That's time. Thanks for everyone for following us. Thanks for the MVP ESL. Thanks for everyone.
Outstanding.
Right.
Thank you,
Congrats, ZywOo.
See you next year.
Enjoy the celebration. Get the champagne out.
Yeah, get the champagne out. Hopefully save some for us. Yeah, so that's ZywOo, your DHL MVP, brought to you by DHL and the ESL Pro Tour. ZywOo is going to be one of the torchbearers of French Counter-Strike going forward. That's no secret. How the French scene leaves after this, that's also a conversation to be had, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Vitality was the French team, really, when it comes to Tier 1 scene, and now they're going to most likely go into a mixed international lineup. After that, you only have Double Pony, which are without an organization still. So French scene looking a little bit rough. Hopefully they can, you know, bounce back.
But you know, of course, all the free agents now, that's a whole different conversation. I think ESL Pro Tour standings points how it all shapes up in a road to Katowice, since this is the last segment of the year for, well, me, not you guys. Let's take a look at those EPT points. I don't want to cry here in front of anyone. I'm definitely not going to do that. Hey, Yanko, what are these numbers? What's that all about?
Yeah, Trace, basically, you know, the teams in the green in every region, those are the teams guaranteed for the main event already, and the teams in the yellow, they're in for the play-in. You can see the cutoff, a bunch of teams from a lot of different regions. We see if there are potential roster changes are going to affect these standings ultimately, but the point is, you want to be in the group stages, Trace. You don't want to have to play the play-in.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of great teams in there.
Jeez.
It's going to be cutthroat.
I'm looking at that EG number right now, 313. They're below Pain Gaming and Extra Salt, and they've played more international tournaments than all of them. That is a disgusting number. Yeah, look at the play-ins of the European teams as well. NIP, Astralis, and FaZe Clan, all like those play-ins are going to be real tough.
Yeah.
that would suck to be in the play-ins.
Yeah, it would suck for those guys. Play-in teams. No, I'm kidding. Hey, look, we got to close this one out. I'll let you guys say whatever you want. No, I'm just kidding. You've got...
Thanks, man.
You've got next broadcast to do that, which is coming up.
We got more pizza.
Well, man, I mean, this is the last broadcast I have with you, Trace. We've been together the whole year. You know, it's been a long year.
Do it.
It's been a lot of, you know, events. I think we deserve a little bit of celebration.
Do it.
Nice. Oh, that's fun.
We love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, G4 TV. That's going to be twitch.com's.
You actually did that really well.
Guys, hold on. Sorry. Twitch.tv/G4TV. That's where you need to be directing your attention to right now. The post show, it's going to be going on with several familiar faces over there, to include Maui Snake, Evil Cat. We're looking at that. Golden Boy. He was next.
I got
you. Hell up. Frost. Nonetheless, go ahead and check him out. Twitch.tv/G4TV. For us, that's the end of the road, and Moses is going to have a great time cleaning all this up. Have a great Christmas, a great holiday season, whatever in the hell else did you plan on doing. And we'll see you back next year for some more CS here at ESL.
Deuces.
And I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All along in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars without forgetting who I was or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. Up, 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 up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like the light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, yeah, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.